easygoing, not too worried about much kind of fella. What the hell happened in this prison cell studio? Like, in mob movies, like in Goodfellas or Godfather or whatever, when the FBI like raids the house and they turn everything upside down and then they leave and like the poor wife is usually there crying because she has to like put the family's life back together. That's what the prison cell studio feels like today. My guess is the engineers were trying to locate something. It seems to me that like people were trying to catch a mouse or something. Have you been in here, Phil? Have you seen, how B-Mitch has his like corner of stuff back in that corner over there? It's all vacated.
Yeah, B-Mitch is a hoarder.
But it works for us because it's the only way you get plates and forks around here. Somehow the whiteboard, the last time that whiteboard was moved was last year at schedule announcement time, NFL schedule announcement time. And now the whiteboard is back here. Somewhat ironically, it's almost schedule announcement time again. So we're going to have to get the whiteboard out and try to crack the code again. And I think that'll come down. My hunch is that will come down. It hasn't officially been announced, but maybe even next Thursday, May 9th is my guess. If anybody gives a flying bleep about when I think the schedule is going to be released, next Thursday is my guess. But shout out to Jeff, enterprising young man. The whiteboard's now behind me, covering up some of the Prince poster and the Major Tutty towel. That's a new announcement. That's a new addition to the prison cell studio. Jeff just wrote his Cash App on there. So here's what I can commit to. Anybody that sends Jeff, now I think it's got to be, what's our denomination of choice here, Jeff? I think it's got to be at least $5. Anybody that sends you $5 gets a shout out on the radio. Does that work? Or do you want it higher? Jeff's, if you're watching on YouTube, it's Cash App at. I don't have Cash App, so I don't really know how it works.
JP, don't get me fired, bro. We can't do that.
How is Cash App like an at, or is it just you just say that thing? I don't have Cash App. I have Venmo.
It just say $, but nah, man.
Okay, so we'll see how that goes. We don't want anybody getting fired. Busy day, busy night. I went to an event last night that was really cool. You guys have probably heard me talk about WJA, Washington Jesuit Academy, before. They had a really fun kind of party fundraiser type thing. If anybody wants to get involved with an organization that what I like when I get involved with charitable organizations is when it's hands-on work and it's not like political and grandstanding. It's just about like helping, particularly in this case, young kids that are from rough circumstances and giving them a chance at a much better life. And I think they do a tremendous job, and you should check out the organization if you're interested, WJA. However, what I have a bad habit of doing multiple things, but thank you, Jeff. Why on earth is this on 2 pages?
Well, so JP, yesterday the engineers decided to fix things, and of course that made everything worse.
Is that why it's just like completely destroyed in here?
Yeah, I guess we don't have
my man Roger Dodger redecorating.
Like, we don't have Microsoft Word anymore on the computers. So I created a show sheet on one computer that has Microsoft Word but can't print. And then I pulled it up on another computer that can print but doesn't have Microsoft Word. So it's a different program, and the formatting is all screwed up. So there you go. That's what we got.
I mean, this is remarkable. It's great.
Yeah,
like this feel like the redecoration of the prison cell certainly feels engineering. Like they needed to change a screw and decided to rip everything out. Is my guess. I'm guessing this is in somewhat response to the YouTube stuff, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's you know what? You know what I'll actually do that I don't do all that often? Save some comments for off the air. But it is, if you are watching on the YouTube stream, the show sheet is usually one page of paper. Today it is two. Two right there. So we're going to talk to Will Brinson coming up at 11. The return of Cody Betts and Real or Fake at 11:30. My guy Smoking Joe is going to join us at 12:45 for a Kentucky Derby preview. Bees is coming in studio. I think we should play a little strip blackjack. We'll see how that goes the last hour of the day. Nudity talk has been hot on the streets lately, so maybe we'll keep that to ourselves, Jeff. We'll figure it out. We'll play it by ear. It is a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. We'll start celebrating at 11. I have a bad habit, though, when I go to these events of, like, unless it's a sit-down dinner, like if it's there is food about the premises and it's on you to go get the food and go eat it, I just don't eat. And I do usually find the bar. So last night was a prime example of me just not eating and finding the bar. And it's a bad recipe because you need some food in your stomach to contain the booze. And all's well that ends well, but I'm thrilled to be working a solo after a night where I didn't eat and I found the bar pretty heavily. So we're gonna all be in it together. Did you guys watch Sixers Knicks?
I watched a little bit of it.
I watched the end.
Yeah.
It was wild. It was good. It was a good series. I oddly, so if anybody missed it, the Knicks won last night by 3 in Philly to clinch the series. New York goes on to play the Pacers. The Celtics are still waiting for the series that truly nobody cares about, Cleveland, Orlando. The Celtics will then beat that team in 5. It will be pretty fun if we get a Celtics-Knicks Eastern Conference final. But I'm curious if you guys felt this at all. I kind of felt bad for Josh Harris. I don't know.
A little bit.
I don't know how I landed there, but I did.
I don't really care at all about the Knicks or the Sixers. If it's a situation like that where I don't really care about either of the teams, I'll go with. I mean, Josh Harris is like some kind of connection.
Yeah, and
I'll
he
go with that.
seems. He also, like, if Dan Snyder owned the Sixers, I would have been holding up a Knicks flag.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He seems like a good dude, and I liked that they were trying to combat that the Knicks fans were just taking over Wells Fargo at like the Sixers home arena, and that they paid for the tickets and gave them the firemen or whatever. I didn't expect to feel bad for Josh Harris, but it kind of just happened, especially because I'm no like NBA savant. We can all discuss this, but I feel like the Sixers are kind of over. Like, whatever that attempt at the process and everything else, like, Embiid's clearly a star, but he also always gets hurt. I like Maxey a lot, but like, you watch Anthony Edwards, or like, I don't think Maxey's in the tier of dudes that will change basketball. You know what I mean? He's a good player. And they chased it with Harden, and Harden is clearly a jerk. I don't see much ways around that. Like, the way that guy just constantly forces himself off teams, whatever it is. I just feel like whatever the attempt at the process was feels over to me. And maybe that's an oversimplification, and I shouldn't be saying that, but like, doesn't it feel like whatever the Sixers have built, it's time to kind of change?
I got that vibe. It reminded me with their arena just completely getting taken over. It kind of reminded me of like the Braves in the 90s, where they always made the playoffs, but they just never won anything. Or really, maybe not the 90s.
World Series, right?
Yeah, a little after, maybe like the 2000s, where people were just tired of it. Nobody cared anymore because it just happened all the time, and they just always just never won.
Dude, that's a great point. And I think basketball, because there's only 30 teams and 16 of them make the playoffs, like, making the playoffs, we saw this with the Wiz, like, doesn't become this end-all, be-all moment, right? Like, it's kinda just like a thing. And I think for Sixers fans, they've kinda gotten to that point where it's just like, "Yeah, we make the playoffs, whatever." If Embiid doesn't get hurt, what do you get hurt with, like, a month left in the season, the regular season, maybe 6 weeks? I think that changed the trajectory of their year. But, Landy, I just looked it up. Braves made the playoffs from 95 through '05, 10 straight years. And they won the World Series over the Yankees in 95. They lost the World Series in 99. Was that the Yanks again? Um, but then after that, they didn't get out of the division series. Like, they were just winning division, losing. And that was right when baseball, like, kind of opened up the playoffs. And it just, remember, it used to only be like whoever won the pennant. Then it became, there was the CS and the DS and all the stuff they have added. I think that's a really good call. But one thing that's, everybody knows I like to poke at Philly, and you can certainly get stabbed anywhere you walk around in that city. But the fact that Wells Fargo for the Sixers got completely taken over by Knicks fans in game 4, right? And then in game 6, a home potential closeout game that ended up being a closeout game, the owners bought a bunch of tickets to give away to make sure it wasn't taken over by Knicks fans again. That is some sort of, it says something about the Philly sports fan. And then I'm going to provide, granted, anecdotal evidence, but at the season's end for the Caps, they played the Flyers in Philly at Wells Fargo. I went up there to cover that game for NBC4. And I remember sitting there with my photog, Chris Kerwin, and we were like, damn, there's a lot of empty seats in here. And, dude, I tweeted out a video. You can find it. Like, there were a very surprising amount of just empty seats in the lower bowl, game 82. And it wasn't just a win and in game for the Caps. It was also win and in for the Flyers. Now, they needed more help. There were more, like, kind of stipulations to how they got in. But I was stunned that place wasn't packed and electric for that game, because one, you're trying to get into the playoffs. You needed a regulation win. And two, you're trying to keep Washington out of the playoffs. And, dude, even, I don't want to go too far because the Eagles crowds are always going to be there, and they're but even the Eagles crowds, I've noticed over my 12-ish, maybe longer. Like, I remember going up there as a college kid when Sean Taylor ran that fumbleback. But in a professional manner, I've been going up to Philly for Skins Eagles for, call it, 13 years or something. Even that crowd seems to be getting a little less hostile. Like, still plenty hostile, but less hostile than it was maybe 5-10 years ago. I don't know. Maybe all the anti-bullying stuff on the internet has gotten to the city of Philadelphia. I don't know. But to watch them go down like that is just remarkable. Of all these first round series, I haven't invested much, if any, time into, except for Sixers Knicks. I am really excited. So what do we tonight? We only get Magic Cavs. I've committed to not watching any of that, so I'm not going to watch that. Maybe I should just go to bed early. Clippers Mavs is tonight. I could watch some of that. It doesn't start till 9:30. I'm not watching all that though. I'm in on.
Yeah, why are they starting them so late? That game last night started at 9:00,
and that's just a straight East Coast
game.
I don't know.
That game should have started at 7 at the latest.
Well, dude, and they're trying to have these, like, last Friday they had a game start at 5:30. One thing I think baseball's doing that's really smart. Have you noticed how baseball first pitch times are like 6:45 and 6:30 now?
Yeah, the Nats are playing tonight at 6:45.
Well, dude, I think as COVID has clearly just changed the entire universe, right? And hell, I mean, you wrote it on the show sheet this morning. There was no traffic. I left my house at like 9:10. I was here at 9:40. It was occasionally, this doesn't happen often, but occasionally we do live in a beautiful city. Rivers, hills, embassies. Like it's, it's a pretty aesthetically pleasing place. But the traffic just hurts your soul so much that you don't stop for a moment to take in the pleasantness with which you're surrounded by. Today was a day you could enjoy the pleasantness. Jeff, was your ride in pleasant?
Yes, and the weather wasn't bad. Felt good.
Yeah. Dude, I had the windows down.
Music blasting.
You got here early.
Yes.
What'd you have going on?
Bro, I thought it was just going to be traffic. I've just been leaving the house early and because it was traffic last Friday. Like it was bad.
I think Jeff came from a lady's house that lives closer. What do you think about that theory, Landfill? Jeff doesn't just get here early.
Possibly. He does sometimes. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, when he goes to whoever this lady's house is that lives closer.
All right, that makes sense.
That's my theory.
Talking too much.
B's not even here to slow me down. I'm just going to let it rip all day. No traffic was great. I think I don't know what to make of the world post-COVID. Like we're all just trying to figure it out. But the rare instances where good things have come from it, like earlier start times for baseball games, that's a win. Got to take the wins where we can.
Yeah, maybe I'm just an old man now, but that's like my old manist take. These sports just have to stop with the late start times. Don't start anything after 7:00.
I think even like Monday Night Football, they've moved up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like now it was 9 when we were kids.
Not acceptable.
Now I think Monday Night Football's 8. I think Sunday Night Football is like 8:20. As somebody that has to host a television show after Sunday Night Football, I wouldn't mind if they move that up a little bit.
3 in the afternoon is like the perfect start time for a sporting event.
Yeah. I remember when the COVID year when Washington played Pittsburgh at like 4 on a Tuesday. It was awesome.
Yeah, Pittsburgh was undefeated and they lost to Alex Smith.
That's right.
Yeah.
Alex, that was like kind of
the Steelers, the worst
version.
undefeated team ever.
They were the worst undefeated.
They were so bad.
We have a lot to get to. I get to do this today because Brian's not here because he would definitely yell at me about this. It is May 3rd, okay? Tomorrow's Star Wars Day. Sunday is Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to give you now, Landfill, help me with this. May is the 5th month, correct? All right, so it's 5-3, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you my 53-man roster projection for the Commanders coming up. B, if you're listening, I know you hate this. Turn it up. Don't go anywhere. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of music requests coming in on the stream. Somebody wants to hear Shabuzi. If you got anything on that. Somebody says, tell Jeff to play the new Kendrick. Kind of doubt that's arable, but maybe. We also have a significant Cinnabon scandal. Just answer these questions for me, Jeff. A Cinnabon store. Yo, Cinnabon is good. I'm a supporter of the product. I had one this morning. There's no judging going on. Does a Cinnabon store exist that is not in a mall, food court, or an airport? Have you ever seen a Cinnabon in the wild?
Not at all.
Right. Landini?
No.
All right. So a box of Cinnabons showed up in the break room, and I had one. There's no judging here, but they're hard as a rock. And my contention is they're a couple days old, and that's cool. I eat old food. I'm kind of gross. I'm good with it. But there's a reason we all had to microwave them like 30 seconds to get them to not be hard as a rock. And Jeff contends they're fresh from this morning.
I never said they were fresh from this morning.
They're sealed. They're sealed.
You assume that. You said the way you were implying about these Cinnabons, you were like, oh man, those things old and been out. All I was saying was they were sealed this morning. You know, if something is sealed, I don't expect it to be that old.
Where can you? So White Mike said they were in the kitchen when he did the junkies this morning. So he's here early. He's like, they were in the kitchen at like 7 a.m. There's no Cinnabon on the planet that's open prior to that. So they're at least from yesterday. And
if they're from yesterday,
I think they're from like
daggone pastry, bro. It's nothing wrong with it.
I'm not that there's anything wrong with it. I ate one. I'm good with it. You are acting like they're fresh, and I'm telling you they're not.
No, I know they're not fresh, but when I'm thinking, when you're the way you're talking about them, you're saying it like these things been open for freaking 6 days or something. It was closed. It and it wasn't like that's like a store-bought. That's either store-bought or somebody went there and they were already pre-packaged. They already have pre-packaged cinnamon buns at Cinnabon.
There's no Cinnabon open at 7 a.m. unless you're at the airport. And I don't think you can
bro,
we can move forward.
If they were bought yesterday, they're still fresh.
Cody just responded. Cody's in the chat. He said, this is going to be the least productive show of all time. Shout out to my man, Ruben Salguero in the stream. He said, this is my first time watching on YouTube. And damn, you wasn't lying about the whole prison cell studio. Nope, definitely not lying, Ruben. And today is extra prisony. So I want to get down to some business. I want to talk some football because we are kind of waiting on the schedule release. I do think I might know something, Landfill, that people might find pretty damn interesting. I think I know plans for the football team in August. Tease that. We'll talk about it a little later. Remind me.
I know plans for the football team in August too.
What are they?
Getting ready for the season.
Sure. I know when and where they might be. Does that interest you?
Yes.
Well, does it interest you also? I know when and where B and I don't know what B's schedule would be, but I know when and where I might be in August.
I know where I'm going to be in August too.
Vacation.
Right here.
Right now, though, I want to talk. I do have my 50, it's kind of a 55-man roster right now, but we're working on it. But Landfill found this list that's very cool because we're all kind of excited and waiting for the NFL schedule to get released. But we know, I mean, the NFL is such just a freight train that we care about every little thing. Like, we already know who's playing who and where. We just don't know when. And it's crazy how much they get us to care about this stuff. But NFL.com put out a top 10 games of the 2024 season. Now, I can't tell if this is in reverse order or not, because I'm going to go from 10 to 1 because I completely disagree with what is at 1 ahead of number 2. But number 10, the 10th most intriguing matchup of the year. And I like this one. Eagles at Bengals. Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow. Hurts was clearly hurt, even though he says he wasn't. Burrow was out for the year. Both those teams are legitimate Super Bowl contenders, I would say. Bengals got to figure out what's going on with Hendrickson, but the Saquon's now on the Eagles. That's a good game. So that's number 10 on their list. Eagles at Bengals. I'm almost more intrigued. Maybe this is on here, but that Friday night opener in Brazil, Eagles Packers, add the intrigue of it being played in Brazil on top of it. That game is good. Think about, so that'll be week 2 of college football. Jeff, Google if there's any really good, usually it's a non-conference matchup, week 2 of college football. So you'll have the Thursday night opener, which will be the Chiefs at home against somebody. Friday night, you get Eagles Packers from Brazil. Saturday, you'll have college football all day. Then you'll have NFL all day Sunday, and usually they do that double header on Monday. I mean, and I think that's right at my birthday. When is my birthday this year? So my birthday's Wednesday, which kind of sucks. That's a busy work day. But, dude, from Thursday, September 5th through Monday, September 9th, it is nonstop football. Any good week 2 matchups? College? We need like a Georgia playing USC Saturday night or something. One of those kind of things. All right. Number 9, Detroit goes to Houston. If you have to buy stock in one of those teams, both teams that surprised last year, I think Detroit was less of a surprise because they had clearly been building. Houston was a big-time surprise with Stroud. Who you buying? Detroit, Houston. You have to buy stock right now. Whoever goes further this upcoming season is how you get paid off.
I would go with Houston.
Why?
Oh, you know what? That's tough because I'm not really a Jared Goff believer. I think that Houston probably has the quarterback with more potential, but they also play in the AFC, and that's the way tougher conference.
But the AFC South kind of sucks.
Yeah, but
the NFC North, Packers are good.
Maybe.
I don't know what the Vikings will be.
Vikings are going to suck, and so are the Bears. Yeah, they're getting to better, but they're not going to be good this year. The Lions got a pretty good shot at that division.
I imagine the Lions are significant favorites in that division.
Yeah.
I feel like
Colts are actually going to have a quarterback this year because their guy's coming back. He was hurt last year.
You assume he doesn't get hurt again.
I mean, that's kind of the assumption for everybody.
Jeff, who you buying? Lions, Texans. Landfill's buying Detroit, I think.
I'm going with the Texans. We seen it last year when remember y'all called me crazy for saying they would take the division last year.
That is true.
And they did it. I believe they're constantly elevating, so I think they're going to be pretty good this year too. I think they could do it again.
I also think, not to, Lord knows he doesn't need it, not to pat the stallion on the back, but I think it might be time just to buy into Jared Goff. Dude, I mean, do you not buy into him in that he's not a top 5 starter? Okay, but he's top 10. Last year, he completed 67% of his passes, 4,600 yards, 30 touchdowns, 12 picks. The year before, 65% of his passes, 4,500 yards, 29 touchdowns, 7 picks. I mean, even go back 3 years to his first year in Detroit after the trade, the passing yardage was down, 19 touchdowns, 8 picks. He doesn't turn it over a lot. I think he's become, who knows what you can take from that scene at the draft when they had all those guys out there. But the players seem to respond to him. I think he's emerged as some level of a leader. I would take Stroud over him, but I think Jared Goff's kind of legit, man. I think I think that conversation has changed. Now, NFL.com has the absolute wrong game at number 1. They have the right game at number 2. I'll tell you what they are when we come back. It's Mitch Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is almost, we don't celebrate till 11, but it is almost a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. A few things came across my Twitter feed. Captain Todd, I got no idea what you're talking about, dude. And I also wanted to point this out. I was unaware of this. Perhaps you guys are aware. Katie Ledecky, arguably, perhaps already the greatest women's swimmer ever. I imagine she and Michael Phelps have kind of cemented themselves as the greatest swimmers of all time. I don't know. I'm not a swimming expert, but I know they're up there. Katie Ledecky is a local. She went to Little Flower. I know that much. Grew up in Montgomery County, Bethesda, I believe. Went to Stone Ridge. Katie Ledecky today is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's pretty cool, man. She's won 7 gold medals in 3 Olympics and 16 medals altogether. Congratulations, Katie. Well earned. And I hope, dude, can't get better weather for a day at the White House. It's beautiful out today. So I'm getting back to this list because I don't want to forget this, and I want to point out where these guys are incorrect. Talking about the best games of the coming year, and we don't know exactly. I'm one of the few people that I think when a game is played matters. Like if they have on here San Fran at Miami, which could be an awesome game, especially because you got Mike McDaniel going up against Kyle Shanahan, all that stuff. But if that's just like week 8, Sunday at 1 o'clock, it's not as cool. Make that a Thursday night, week 10, when the whole country gets to watch and like focus on it. But to me, there's a couple games that really stand out before we know the when of the games. The Ravens play the Chargers this year. So you get John Harbaugh versus Jim Harbaugh. You get, Herbert versus Lamar. There's a lot to enjoy about that game. I think Greg Roman is now going to be the Chargers OC. Greg Roman was in Baltimore forever. There's just so many ties in that game. And I don't know. I imagine we could look this up because I know Harbaugh didn't go to Michigan right after that Super Bowl. Jim Harbaugh didn't go to Michigan right after the Super Bowl loss. But the last time I remember Harbaugh versus Harbaugh was that Super Bowl where the Ravens ended up winning. The Ravens were kind of blowing them out. Then the lights went out in New Orleans. Then San Fran kind of stormed back. This is impossible to remember. But do you remember at that point in time, at that Super Bowl, which I think was 2013, probably February of 2013, because it was a 2012 season. At that point in time, Colin Kaepernick was just a quarterback. You could talk about Kaepernick as a football player and not get dragged into a million different directions. That's the last time I remember those guys playing. That will be awesome. So I'm just going to say where I think they made a big mistake. I don't understand. On what planet is Ravens-Steelers the game you're most excited for next year? Right? Like, it's a good rivalry. They'll obviously be hard-hitting. But, I don't know. Russ Wilson's been taken over by an alien. He doesn't move the needle like that for me anymore. They have Ravens-Steelers as the number 1 ranked game for next year, which I just think is incorrect. I'd be more interested, does Atlanta play Minnesota? Kirk going back to Minnie would be more interesting to me. But the number 2 game should be number 1. The Chiefs go to San Fran. That's a good-ass game. And it brings me to Landfill's earlier point that last year obviously was Niners-Chiefs Super Bowl. If we get Niners-Chiefs Super Bowl again, this Super Bowl is LIX. This is Super Bowl licks. Where this Super Bowl's in New Orleans, I believe?
Yes.
Is that also I'm not even trying to do a bit here. Is that 59 or 69? L is 50, right?
I think it's 59, yeah.
If it was Super Bowl licks and that was 69,
that would be
like, imagine like the
That'd
strip
be a
clubs in
thing.
New Orleans jokes they'd have.
I feel like they'll do that anyway.
Yeah. You ever been to Bourbon Street? They'll do plenty of that. They should probably get ahead of this. If the boys on Park Avenue, Super Bowl licks seems like a bad idea. But knowing them, they'll just lean in and nobody will blink.
I mean, it was like when the 50th Super Bowl, they just went with Super Bowl 50 because they didn't want it to be Super Bowl L.
Yeah. What are you going to do, 59?
Super Bowl licks.
So what is 69 then? LXIX?
I'll figure it out. But I think that kind of sounds right.
I think that's right, because 50, 10, 9, I think. Look at us just doing Roman numeral math. How about this, folks? We told you we were going to do this yesterday, and we're going to do it right now. Damn it. The Marley brothers are coming to town. That's right. Caller number 10 right now. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to the Marley Brothers, the Legacy Tour, Friday, September 27th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. All right, now it's officially Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Landini, I also need your help. Our buddy Bobby from Dallas said he can come on with us, but I can't figure out what this means. Noon Central is what time for us? Now? 1. Okay. He can do 1. Maybe we do 1:30 because Bees is coming in. I'm excited to see Bees. I also need to text Doug Kammerer. Doug's supposed to come on, have First Communion for my daughter tomorrow, and my entire family and my wife's entire family coming to my home, which is way too many people for my house. And we need good weather, and it doesn't seem like that's coming. Trying to get our guy Will Brinson on the line right now. Looking ahead kind of to what we're going to talk about later in the program. Have you noticed this thing going on Instagram? Some of these accounts I follow are like Commanders coverage, Commanders Today, Washington Today, like all those kind of accounts. Daniels has not taken his Commanders hat off, the Commanders draft hat, the one that B was actually wearing the other day that all the people in the stream were asking about. It's a pretty cool looking hat. And they don't have that much cool looking gear. That's a cool looking hat. Daniels, apparently, if you follow him on Instagram, hasn't taken his hat off like yet. And he's just rocking that thing, which I find pretty cool. Sorry, my computer's about to die, so that's why I'm getting this plug. I'll tell you what, Jeff, when you have a second, come help me, please. I was at this event last night, and a bunch of these guys were asking me football stuff. It's what happens to me at every event I go to, and it's cool. It's fun. I'd rather just chop it up with the boys, right? I appreciate your help, Jeff. Jeff just took my charger and ran away with it. The computer's here, sir. Thank you. Perfect. The engineers and all of their engineering really made an already bad space much worse. But last night, a lot of these guys were asking me, they're like, dude, so what's up with Jaden? What was up with the he doesn't want to be here stuff? And I was like, man, I think there was a time where in a perfect world, he would have got to pick and he would have gone to Vegas and be with Antonio Pierce. But it's not a perfect world. I talked to his agent after his introductory press conference. And he was like, man, we're thrilled to be here. Number 2 overall pick. Like, everybody is extremely happy. And I think that is all that matters now. And I think when you see that Daniels won't take his commander's hat off is a pretty good indication that, like, whatever the nonsense is, and dude, let's hope Washington's not drafting another quarterback high in the first round for 10 years, right? Let's hope the QBX is solved. But you just can't listen to the noise about the draft. Like, the noise in most respects of life is probably not going to help you much, but the noise as it relates to the NFL draft is just banana land, and you're better off ignoring it completely. And I kind of think that's where things are going to land with Jaden. This time next week, now we don't know the practice time yet, but I don't know why or how calendar-wise it landed here. They're not going to – usually rookie minicamp would be this week. Like, they just drafted them. They get everybody here, and they keep them here, and they have, like, a couple days of practice. Rookie minicamp is next week for whatever reason. Next Friday is when the media will be out there. I'd expect full-out media circus. like locally anyway, because a rookie quarterback, nothing moves the needle like a rookie quarterback. Probably the reason I have this radio show is because I first had a podcast. I don't know that this is still accurate because things grow and evolve, but I know at a certain point, the most downloaded podcast we did was Dwayne Haskins' rookie minicamp. Right? Because people are just so eager to know about a rookie quarterback. Obviously, you know, the tragedy that unfolded with Dwayne is different, but like Haskins was 15th overall pick. Not nearly the excitement of Jaden. Not nearly the polarization of like the weird Drake May hive that exists. I can't wait. That's going to be a show. One thing I don't think we should be doing, and I'm sure it'll happen, is like there's just no need to ask the young man about being QB1. like it's rookie minicamp. There aren't even veterans on the field. It's also May. Not to be B-Mitch, but like just chill on that to all my media cohorts.
I got him beating out that guy from Notre Dame, though.
Sam Hartman.
So he is QB1 on the week. I'm
curious. You know what? Next week he will be QB1.
Exactly.
And just a hunch, week 1 he's going to be QB1 too.
Of course.
But if I had to guess, Dan Quinn's not going to announce that for a little while. And dude, Dan Quinn has some hard ass to him. Like, he's a Jersey guy and played college football, like was a bouncer at Ocean City bars. Like, he's got some hard ass to him. And I'm very, because DQ's been nothing but like fun, polite. The first I mean, what's going to happen? They'll lose. I don't think they're going undefeated. Do you have them going undefeated, Jeff? Probably not, right? So at some point, there's going to be a fumble, a loss, a blown challenge, a bad timeout. Should have gone for 2. Like, hurdles are coming, right? Like we know there will be speed bumps, roadblocks, whatever you want to call them. And with that, we're not always going to get this really pleasant throwing up. What is this sign called? Like the Hang 10, like the Hawaii thing that DQ's always throwing up. We're not always going to get that version of them. At some point, hard-ass defensive lineman from New Jersey, Dan Quinn's going to show up. And I think that'll be a really interesting watch because you got to have that, right? Oh, actually, is Rooster in today? Is Rooster on the air today?
It's a possibility. His show usually starts at 2 on 980.
I have news for the Rooster that we should break to him live on the air. But I don't know if today or like next week is the day, but we should do that.
Okay.
Something that the Rooster cares deeply about.
A hockey team?
He cares about hockey in general and why hockey is better than basketball. No, not a hockey team. We'll get to that.
The Hawaiian hand sign you're talking about, apparently it's called the Shaka.
Silk
sign.
the Shaka?
I guess so.
Silk still making new music, Jeff?
What, JP? When the last time you heard a Silk the Shaka song?
When I was in
verse
high
or
school,
anything?
No Limit got it done when I was in high school. When is
That
the
was
last
a
time?
long time ago, JP.
When's the last time Silk dropped an album? Silk's 48 years old. Damn. It's been a minute, it appears. Oh, it ain't my fault. That was a banger. Can you play some Silk the Shocker, Landfill? See if they have it in there. Also, my boy Mathers texted me. He'd like to request some Skinner, particularly Sweet Home Alabama, if you could play that for him. All right. So we got Cody coming up next.
That's not really Vodka Rebel Friday music, Skinnerd. I'll get it for him on Monday.
Okay. Monday, Mathers Monday, you get to hear Sweet Home Alabama.
Circling back to QB1 and Jaden Daniels real quick. Do you know how I know that he's going to be QB1 come week 1?
That the other guy's Marcus Mariota?
The other guy's Marcus Mariota. That's exactly right.
So, like, when they traded away Howell, it also sets, like, this clear on-ramp for Daniels. Like, Mariota's been a starter. Like, he's been the number 2 overall pick. He's been anointed. He's been given every opportunity, and it hasn't gone well or correct for him, which makes it a lot easier. Like, if it was still Howell, it'd be a lot more difficult to say there are real competitions in life, and then there are fake competitions in life. And Dan Quinn and Adam Peters and the Commanders are going to talk about competing at every position every day. We're going to compete every day. We're going to get better every day. And that's terrific. But this is not going to be a real competition. It's going to be Daniels, unless it's completely broken, which I don't expect. Like, you know where they're going to have a real competition? Left tackle. Brandon Coleman, Cornelius Lucas. Come on down.
Tight end.
I think it's Ertz because he's veteran, but there's a real decision to be made. You go to me into it. You want to go 53 now? 5-3? I can give you offense today. I'll give you defense Monday. Or depending how many other guests bail, maybe I'll give it all to you today. All
right, scheduling update. Will Brinson is on at 11:30. Cody's going to be on at 11:45.
Terrific. Thank you. I think they keep 3 quarterbacks. Who are your 3 quarterbacks? I'm going Daniels, Mariota. I don't know. I haven't watched either of these young men throw a football. But wouldn't you much rather keep Sam Hartman around than 31-year-old Jeff Driscoll? I don't know, but like if you think about the Purdy methodology that the Niners, they kind of just dumb lucked into that. Right?
I'm sure Jeff Driscoll's a great guy, but I remember reading a couple of years ago that he was going to try out positions that weren't quarterback to see if he could stick in the NFL. I feel like maybe that's not the guy that you need on your roster.
I mean, the odds are when you're playing a third-string quarterback, you're kind of effed anyway. But I think I would take the young guy. Now, I don't know. For Hartman to start as many games as he did and have a relatively accomplished college career, right? Like, they won a lot of games at Wake even. For Hartman to put that resume together and then go not drafted coming out of Notre Dame, I do wonder if there's like arm strength questions or something. Like maybe he doesn't quite have a pro arm. I don't know. But like there has to be some impediment there. So it's possible, but if it's me just on the surface level and it's like, all right, well, we can roll with this young guy or this veteran that's bounced around 6-7 seasons and is 31, I'd go with the young guy. I got to see them both throw, but you could also, I can't imagine, even with the new rules and everything, I can't imagine Driscoll has practice squad eligibility anymore, and Hartman certainly does. So maybe that's like a stash. But as of today, 5'3", 53, Daniels, Mariota, Hartman. Running backs gets a little more interesting. Basically, there's just some math to do because you're probably, you want to keep 10 offensive linemen no matter what. Some of it will be what is Ben Sennett listed as, right? Like, I think he's a tight end, but if they try to like pretend he's a fullback or an H-back or something, kind of could make the math a little funky. And they did just sign an undrafted kid out of Southern Cal, where Kingsbury was last year, that could be, could push at running back. But I don't think the running back position is that difficult. Robinson, Rodriguez, Eckler. I think that's pretty simple there. As of right now, Jeremy McNichols is on the roster. I think he was a late season ad. Or maybe he was actually a free agent now that I'm looking at it. But regardless, I don't see them spending 4 roster spots there. Maybe it'll depend on what happens with the tight end spot. Tight end, Jeff, to your earlier point, there's going to be some competition at the bottom of the tight end roster. Like Cole Turner, Armani Rogers, are you healthy? Are you back? But now they signed Ertz. He's on the roster. Sennett is on the roster. I would still think John Bates is kind of the leader in the clubhouse of the returning players. And then how deep are you going there, especially at a position where special teams was a huge part of that? But in the new kickoff rules, how different does that look? Like, are tight ends more valuable because they can be blockers and they're not necessarily as, like, kickoffs used to kind of be dominated by receivers and safeties. Now, though, it's more of a running play and there's less sprinting from far distances. You know what I mean? And perhaps tight ends and linebackers and even running backs, like we've seen their role get marginalized. Maybe this helps return their role to some level of prominence. I don't know. Spitballing here. But QB, RB, tight end, as of today, I got 3 each at each spot, 9 players. Daniels, Mariota, Hartman, Robinson, Eckler, Rodriguez, Ertz, Sennett, Bates. This is a very fluid projection. Wideout gets interesting. I have a question mark with just one player on my wide receiver roster. It's not Terry McLaurin. It's not Jahan Dotson. It's not Luke McCaffrey that they just drafted. Olamide Zaccheaus is a dude they signed this offseason. I think Zaccheaus relatively comfortably on the roster. I think Jamison Crowder showed a lot last year and is relatively comfortably on the roster. You know who get the question mark for me? Dyami Brown. That's a former third-round pick of the old administration that really hasn't shown much in. He had that one game where he caught 2 touchdown passes from Carson, I think. Was that the Tennessee game? I think he got loose twice deep. Does have speed. I mean, in 3 seasons, how many catches do you think Dyami Brown has in 3 years here?
I mean, it's not a good sign that you're asking the question. So there's that. I'm going to guess that he has 29.
Did you look it up?
No.
You nailed it.
Oh.
That's bizarre that you hit that. In 3 years.
That's not good, by the way.
No.
It's really not good.
29 catches for 476 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Ideally, that's like 4 or 5 games worth of catches.
Dude, he's going into the last year of his deal. It's not like it's not a ton of money, but the last year of rookie deals, you get paid the most. And it basically, you get paid your previous 3 salaries all stacked up into one. So, salary-wise, he'll make some money here. You never want to be an underperforming rookie contract from the old regime when the new regime comes to town. That's just like a rule of thumb. It's worth watching what happens there. I'll give you my old line quick because we don't know what's going to happen here. My starting 5 projection is Coleman, Allegretti, Biadish, Cosme, Wiley. Then I got Cornelius Lucas, the dude Dieter they signed. You need a backup center, Ricky Stromberg, Chris Paul, and then Trent Scott, backup tackle. Here's what I do know, though. Every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. B. Bishop Finley, 1067 The Fan. Landfill, something just popped up on my Instagram feed called Ocean Shack Arlington, where apparently they have all you can eat like crab legs. We might need to investigate this as a group, as a unit. Helping us investigate is our friend Mr. Will Brinson. I'm always excited when I get to talk to Brinson. Will, what's up, dude? How you been?
JB, what's up, man? Sorry, I missed the the earlier spot. I was dad napping on the couch. I accidentally dad napped on the couch.
Man, I'm jealous. You're all good. For the favor we've asked where you receive no compensation, you're just fine. Don't worry about it. Dude, what'd you think of the draft? I'm honestly wondering if you made any money. If you had, I thought this was a tough draft to bet.
Yeah, I didn't bet on a lot. I had some J.C. Latham going 5 to the Chargers that would have paid off pretty big. But the issue with this draft was, one, I wasn't entirely sure. And I mean, this is just more my conviction relative versus like what, all y'all were reporting up there. But I wasn't entirely sure the Commanders weren't going to consider Drake May at 2. I think there's still a chance, he ends up being the second best or maybe even the best quarterback prospect in this class. But look, Jaden Daniels, awesome. Don't have any problem with any of the top 3. So I never really got in on the Daniels at 2 stuff. It had that brief moment where it dipped down and got back to even money before Daniels shot back up. Because it was so I'm actually kind of glad I didn't, put a bunch of bets in on the draft, mainly because it ended up being so chalky.
Yeah.
And with Caleb was like minus 10,000 from Jump Street, right? And then you had, Daniels sort of like before, the Daniels money got out so far that it was almost impossible to chase. May to 3 was tough. And then, of course, Marvin, was minus 200 to go 4th overall. And the Cardinals never wavered on trading. So you really, to make money on the draft, you really need a lot more chaos. And I also think, too, that these, the books have been hammered the last couple of years on the draft. And so they've definitely tightened up with respect to how quickly they move on a lot of the rumors and stuff out there. Again, that Latham thing, Daniel Jeremiah, who's voice of the Chargers, throws it out that, that's a possibility. You see it mocked in other spots, and all of a sudden he goes from 30 to 1 to be the 5th pick to like plus 275.
Right.
It's just a lot tougher to bet it these days.
Yeah, I totally agree. I didn't have much. I had over 5.5 quarterbacks, which obviously hit, but then I got on it late and took, I want to say the number I got, it didn't hit. I don't know if it was 9.5 or 10 offensive linemen, but that didn't hit. So it was basically a wash for me. You like Drake, perhaps more than I would expect out of an NC State man. Dude, now this has been reported since I said it prior. I actually like McCarthy ahead of Drake May. When you're both of those guys are elite prospects, 5 stars, whatever you want to call them. We've seen less of McCarthy, but we also haven't seen bad. Like we've seen some bad from Drake May.
Well, yeah, I mean, like it's one of those like, give and take things where, of course, I don't want a Carolina quarterback to be good in the pros, but I can also be like sort of on the Drake May hype train and then point out that he looked terrible against NC State both times he played us. I mean, and whenever he played a good defense, he really, frankly, just wasn't very good. I do think though that you look at the scheme and having to you move from Phil Longo's stuff to whatever they were running last year certainly didn't help him. He was pressing too much. I think if he lands in the right spot, he'll be fine. Wouldn't be opposed at all. I don't think if I'm the Patriots, where he doesn't need to start from. He doesn't have to start week 1. I don't think it would be a bad thing at all if he sat out for a few weeks to see how the season goes. You bring him in. I mean, look, I get the you play the kid, get him out there, get him started early. I understand that, like the logic there, but I just think some of his footwork, some of his decision making. If he's going up against really tough defenses early on, I think you could see him struggle. But I think the skill set is such that if he has a good coaching staff and a stable system, but this goes for lots of quarterbacks, right? I think JJ McCarthy if I'm J.J. McCarthy, I'm a lot happier with where I landed, even if it's 11 versus 3 and the money there. Going to Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell, Justin Jefferson, all the pieces in Jordan Addison, all the pieces, TJ Hawkins, all the pieces in place there, than I would be if I'm like going to New England, where they got this guy named Tom Brady who sort of played well there. There's a lot of pressure. Your receivers, you have Polk is maybe your number one. And you just have a whole new sort of unknown coaching staff. So I think that, landing spot always first and foremost is really the argument for quarterbacks.
Well, and just as a Washington guy, I've seen so many promising young quarterbacks land here and just get wrecked. I do think I think the organization here is in a different place than it has been for 25 years or whatever, and
for sure,
Jaden could really be the guy here. I think Caleb obviously landed in the best spot, and then I think you can make a real argument between McCarthy or Daniels. Dude, were you stunned? What? Honestly, this will sound ridiculous, perhaps. I'm almost more stunned by Bo Nix at 12 than I am Penix at 8.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And it's wild. Like, if the Broncos are getting a complete pass on taking Bo Nix at 12 because of the Falcons taking Michael Penix at 8. There have been some reporting. I mean, Jonathan Jones of CBS had his mock draft that had the Falcons taking Penix at 8. I mean, I think I made fun of him on our podcast. Jay, what is JJ doing here? And
he was right.
You're right. Yeah. And I mean, I think the process is pretty flawed. I can sort of get I do think ironically, I remember writing that Kirk Cousins, I remember being in the draft room in Radio City in 2012 when at the time the Arskins took
you can
Kirk
say
Cousins.
This is a safe space.
Oh yeah, the time the Redskins took. I mean, I don't even know how to do that historically, right? Like, are you sure? That's what they were then.
It is bizarre, yeah. I mean, even B-Mitch, who's not here, played for the Skins. Like, he never played for the Commanders,
Right. Yeah, and it's also like you have to land the historical vernacular correctly so that you remember what season was the Washington football team if you do it that way.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
But I remember sitting in Radio City in 2012 when they took Kirk Cousins and being like, what are they doing? You look at what Indy's doing for Andrew Luck, and get Dwayne Allen. I think they got T.Y. Hilton,
right?
In that draft, it's like they're supplementing the quarterback with other positions, like skill position guys to help him. And meanwhile, Mike Shanahan is grabbing another quarterback, and that was a 4th round pick, right? I mean, it wasn't even that big a deal, but it did feel like at the time, but now, and so ironically, of course, you have Kirk Cousins being signed by the Falcons, and then you draft Penix. The difference to me is, Penix is a very old prospect because of the COVID years.
Yeah.
You've got Cousins on this $100 million deal, and you could have obviously gone out and signed Russell Wilson for nothing. And, I think Cousins is better than Russ, don't get me wrong. Or even, trade for Justin Fields. There are ways you could have gone about it and done it cheaper. And the argument, well, hopefully he doesn't see the field is kind of crazy. It's also not, Jordan Love at 26 or 20 or whatever it was. It's Penix at 8. I mean, it's a guy who you think would play right away in a perfect situation. But having said all that, what do we beat on teams? And you talked about with Washington for years. We beat on these teams so much. It's like, do whatever you have to do to get the quarterback. And so if Penix is the quarterback, we're not going to look back at this and say that was stupid. We're going to look back at it and look at Jordan Love.
Right.
It was the worst pick we'd ever seen for 3 years. And all of a sudden it's like, well, the Packers did it again. I mean, we're naturally going to be results oriented on the Penix thing because the process feels flawed, even though they are going out there and just doing whatever they have to do to get a quarterback.
Dude, we got to run. I appreciate you making time for us, and we'll do it again soon. How's your golf game? See you, man. That's our guy, Will Brinson. Give him a follow at Will Brinson, Brinson. When we come back, old school, baby, real or fake. Buckle up. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the Fan. For the true hardcore listeners that go back to day one, our boy Cody Betts has since left us to become a tech executive, makes millions. But occasionally, he carves out time for us, for the people, for his old friends. And Code Mode has decided to carve out some time today. Hello, Cody Betts. How do you do?
What up? What up?
What was that little delay? You on Quaaludes or something?
sorry. A little busy, but I'm good. What's up?
Busy? I thought you were a tech executive. I thought you have administrative assistants to handle all of your affairs.
No, not yet.
Are you in Boston? Where are you?
No, I just got back yesterday from Boston.
How was Fenway? That's my one seed. It's a cathedral.
And everybody's so passionate about baseball up there. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like most times the baseball crowd, unless it's a really important game, it's kind of like you're just doing a thing. Whereas up there, it's like, no, we're focused on baseball.
Yeah, I mean everybody's locked in from pitch one to the very end. It's awesome up there.
Very much. All right, so we used to do this weekly, I believe. Now it's a special edition. B. Mitch is out of town. Cody tweeted me that he wants to come on, so here we are. Explain real or fake for the people.
All right, so I got 5 stories today, and they're headlines, and whether I made them up to make them fake or they are real, you guys get to determine.
Okay. I like to write this down. We'll compete, me, Landfill, and Jeff, against real or fake headlines. Fire away, Cody. What's the first story?
All right. First one. Local Pittsburgh man with abnormally tiny hands loses job to out-of-town geriatric.
That's real. That's Kenny Pickett losing his job to Russ Wilson.
Yeah, that's real. That happened.
That's a real one. Jeff, do you think it's fake?
Oh, my mic on. All right. I was about to say that kind of took me for a left because I've never played real or fake. So I was like, what his hands got to do with anything?
You know what this also proves, Landfill?
Fake.
No, you think that's fake?
Well, that was my natural answer before, y'all said real. So I'm gonna stick with mine. I'm not gonna change it.
You think that's fake?
But I know it's real now because where it is and what's
real or fake. Is Jeff making any sense?
No.
Fake. Hold on, Cody. What's remarkable? When's the last time you were on the air with us? It's been a while, right?
Yeah, it's been about a year.
Okay. In your first appearance in a year, you immediately tried to attack Kenny Pickett, therefore proving that he stole your high school girlfriend and you're still mad at him.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of anger deep down.
All right. Number 2.
All right. Number 2. Body found in freezer ID'd as 81-year-old woman who was either missing or dead for 9 years.
He loves the freezer. All right. Body found in freezer identified as 89-year-old woman who's been missing for 9 years?
Yep, missing or dead for 9 years.
I mean, that one's real. There's too many details for it to be fake. That one's real.
I need a location. Am I allowed to get a location?
California.
What do you think, Landy? You're saying real?
It's definitely saying real.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, it's real.
I'm going fake. Cody always goes freezer stories. Now, he also
always goes freezer.
He's creepy enough that he would have Googled any. What do you Google for that? Dead people in freezer?
Yeah, and I got to put that on incognito mode. I don't need that getting out there.
For sure. All right. What's that? So
right.
The Aquarium Boys said real. I'm saying fake on that. All right. What's next?
All right. Number 3. Tulsa man breaks ankle playing basketball at local gym. Investigation finds floor is slanted.
I think that's real. I don't know much about Tulsa, but that is so bizarre for you to have made up. I think that's a real one.
No way. That's fake. Why would they check the floor for somebody hurting their ankle?
I think that's a fake one. I think he's doing an NCAA tournament bit when the lines weren't proper for the ladies tournament.
You're both saying fake. I'm saying real.
I'm saying fake.
I think that's real.
All right, next one. Man arrested after grabbing woman's feet and rubbing them on his face.
Oh yeah, that's real.
How can you just grab a woman's feet and then wouldn't she just kick you?
There's some freaks out there, dude.
So you think the lady was into it?
Maybe they're like on the subway or something. She had her feet up.
You're saying real?
I'm saying real.
Jeff, you said real?
Yep.
I'm saying
All
fake.
right.
That doesn't make sense to me. If it's your foot, just kick the dude.
Hey, just a story, man. The
Was
last
it
one.
Rex Ryan?
Can't confirm.
All right. Go.
The last headline we got here: Man demands beer at gunpoint at Woodbridge restaurant, goes to jail.
This is local.
Yeah, I buy that. Yep, that is
Hoodbridge
real.
gets real.
Real.
So dude pulls out a gun because he wants a beer at a bar.
Yeah, I guess.
Landville's in is real. I'm going real. Jeff, what do you got?
That's definitely real, and he had to be intoxicated before that beer.
It wasn't his first beer of the day. No way was that his first cocktail of the afternoon. All right, Coach, is that it?
Yep, that's it. Let's go back through them here. Local Pittsburgh man with abnormally tiny hands loses job to out-of-town geriatric. So that one's a real story, but that's a fake headline. So it's a little bit of both.
It was Kenny Pickett gets traded to the Eagles for Russell Wilson. Is that the real headline?
That's the gist, yeah.
We're excluding that from the competition because the next four I wrote down results for.
Okay.
Let's start with the old lady in the freezer.
Yeah, body found in freezer, ID'd as 81-year-old woman who was either missing or dead for 9 years. That one's real.
Damn it. I guessed fake. The Aquarium boys both said real. All right, they're up 1-0 on
All right. Tulsa man breaks ankle playing basketball at local gym. Investigation finds floor slanted. That one's fake.
Damn. All right, I'm 0-2. I went fake, real, and the boys in the Aquarium went real, fake. All right, so Landfill and Jeff are running away with this competition so far.
Next one, man arrested after grabbing woman's feet and rubbing them on his face. That is real, and that is gross.
Where is that? I need. Read the rest of that story.
That one's in Portland, Oregon.
What happened? How does this dude have access to this lady's feet, and why doesn't she just kick him?
Dude, it's Portland. There are no laws there.
It is relatively lawless.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how this happened.
That's bizarre. I'm also 0-3, and the boys are 3-0. Now, a thought just popped into my brain, which is always dangerous. Are you in cahoots with the Aquarium boys? Is this a pre-rigged contest?
No, we like to leave everything out there and let you,
Let me make a fool of myself of my own volition.
Yes.
Got it. All right, I'm 0-3.
All right, and then the last one: man demands beer at gunpoint at Woodbridge restaurant, goes to jail. That one is real.
What restaurant in Woodbridge?
That one does not say, and it also doesn't say if he was intoxicated beforehand.
He was. I promise you that much.
I mean, he had to be.
All right, so your results, I went 1-3. Clearly, I'm off my real or fake game. The Aquarium boys went 4-0. Well done, fellas.
Nice.
Well done.
Thank you.
Codebud, what's your next work travel?
I'm actually in D.C. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week for a conference.
Like downtown?
Yeah, at the like near Capital One.
Why don't you come over here? Say hi to your old friends.
I'll try to come over maybe Wednesday. Maybe I'll try to come over there.
Okay. Love to see you, man. Thank you for calling in. That was fun.
Yep. No problem. Have a good one.
That's our guy,
Thanks,
Cody
Code.
Betts. Love that kid. Taking on the world now. Coming up, 12:45, we're going to do a Kentucky Derby preview. Open the phone lines up at 1. Mike Beasley. We're going to play some blackjack. Nobody go anywhere. Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia, and of course, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. If you want to start your weekend right now, it's cool with me. Scotty's Vodka's Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. I know this, Jeffrey. Scotty's Vodka is now being sold at Dudley's in Arlington. Shout out to the boys getting that done. I think, Landville, you can now buy Scotty's in Virginia ABC stores, right?
Yeah, I saw it there.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Cool. It's a little cheaper than Tito's, just as smooth. Just saying. Do your thing. Toby Altizer has joined the chat. Not really sure why you're here, Toby. What's up?
Updates, man. Updates.
Did you just do that one?
No, I did not. I'm here 12:30. First update.
Who's up, my man? Adam Pohl still?
Adam Pohl is done now, so I'm taking over for him.
Let's all go around the room and do our best Adam Pohl impression. I'm Adam Pohl.
This is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Adam Pohl on the Fan.
This is Adam Pohl.
I think they were all pretty good. Honestly, Jeff might have the right octave, but wasn't slow enough.
Yo, I would pay Adam Pohl to read a Christmas book to all the elementary schools.
I would rather hear Adam Pohl read the lyrics to WAP. That's what I'd like to hear Adam Pohl do. You tell Adam Pohl if he wants to call in right now and read the lyrics to WAP. That's a segment. That's a segment. Listen, Landville has a topic here that we didn't get to do because we moved stuff around. Is this the worst time of year for sports? Here's what I can tell you.
Yes.
It's the worst day of the year to be kind of hungover and have a solo show. Because you want to talk Knicks Sixers? Open the phone lines up for Cavs Magic, baby. People are going to go nuts. There is a real question, though. And I think Keim wrote the story, Landini.
Yes. Yeah.
If you want to read it, John Keim, ESPN.com. The headline is a question I'm going to pose to you three, and I don't know if people want to call, they can call. Why the Commanders selected Jaden Daniels, number 2 in the NFL draft. Now, Toby is a young man that knows a lot about sports and is the only person I've ever known that actually won a sneakers giveaway or a sneakers pre-sale on the app. Nobody ever wins those things. Somehow Toby did. He's got a dope, fresh pair of J's on.
Yeah, dude, I was not planning to spend the money, but I won them, so I was like, whatever.
Nobody has ever won those. No, I've entered it 1,000. No one's ever won. Congratulations. Ideally, you buy a lottery ticket or something and win some money rather than an opportunity to buy some sneakers, but I digress. Let's just all answer that question. Why did the Commanders select Jaden Daniels? Toby, Update King, you could start.
Yeah, I mean, he's electric. I personally wanted Drake May, but I have no issue with Jaden Daniels. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. He can make all the throws. He's electric in the running game. I don't think you make selections to win football games in terms of electrifying a fan base, but he's going to electrify the fan base, much like the RG3 hype in 2012. I think we're going to see that sort of excitement to go along with the new ownership and coaching change. So I think you add a guy who has a lot of college experience, who has all the skills necessary to be a franchise quarterback. And now it's just up to Cliff Kingsbury and the company to be able to develop him. But also, I think you draft a guy that probably fits into what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do. So even if you felt like someone else was a better prospect, if you get the guy that you think fits better, that you can develop, then I think it makes sense as well. So I think there's a million reasons why they drafted Jaden Daniels, and I'm excited to see him suit up in the burgundy and gold.
Tell you what, Landini, that boy Toby Altizer, he'd kill some airtime for you. That's a good answer. Now we go to Jeff Walker. Why did the Commanders select Jaden Daniels?
The Commanders selected Jaden Daniels because he was the best player available in the most important position they needed filled.
Succinct, accurate, moving the needle, Jeff. Well done. The great Landini. Why did the Commanders select Jaden Daniels?
They selected Jaden Daniels because if you have the opportunity to draft a guy who won the Heisman at quarterback in the SEC, you just do it.
Don't hate it. Maybe even like it. John Kime writes, Adam Peters said, we're getting a young man who loves football that will help Washington change the franchise forever. Now that is what you like to hear. Everybody was at ease with the decision. Everybody was fired up with the decision. I was talking to these dudes last night at this WJA event. They were asking about all the stuff with Jaden, the emoji and the tweets and I'll be happy wherever I go. Meeting him briefly, but more than that, seeing his family, listening to his father talk, introducing myself to his father, meeting his agent, like that dude is about ball. Period. I'm not knocking Robert or Dwayne. I mean, those are the last two. I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. Those were the last two first-round quarterbacks taken, right? You had Dwayne in 19, Robert in 12. Those dudes were about a lot of things. I'm not saying one is right, one is wrong. This dude is about ball. And I think I don't remember who. I want to say it was Mike Loxley when we had him on at the Super Bowl. Locke said, because Caleb Williams grew up here, I think he's a Bowie kid, went to Gonzaga, obviously, but that like Caleb Williams' dad predicted he would be the number 1 overall pick when he was like a sophomore in high school or something. Like they knew what Caleb was about, and he was about ball. I think Daniels is cut from the same cloth. I think Daniels is hyper-focused on being the absolute best football player he can be. And that doesn't mean there aren't questions. Can he handle the rigors of the NFL? A lot of guys take more punishment, though, in the pocket than they do on the run. But he's going to that's a real thing. Like he does have a slight frame. But the way that dude can win from the pocket first and then get on the run and beat you down the field with his legs too, it is, to me, he was always the pick. And I like Toby has said the Drake May thing. I was never as wild about Drake as others. I just thought, can he fix the stuff that doesn't look right? Sure. But you're asking him to fix stuff. I don't think you're asking Jaden to fix anything, right? Like, I don't know that you can fix getting bigger. You can add some weight, but you don't want to lose the dynamic ability to break things down. And there are things we haven't seen from Jaden yet, right? Like, people want to talk about over the middle of the field, all that stuff. Like, we haven't seen it yet, but I don't know that it's a fix. It's just something we haven't seen. Whereas with Drake, like, the footwork stuff is a problem that you have to fix. And you've got a young man that doesn't necessarily get through his progressions, relies on the big arm. If these folks are calling in and they want to answer why the Commanders drafted Jaden, we'll take it. I don't know, Toby, if you can screen those, or Jeff can. I know Jeff's got the stream going. Also, why don't one of you come sit in here so it's not just me and the blank thing on the stream?
This is a great question.
Or just take the camera in there, Jeff. Let the people see your beautiful face.
See, the thing about that is I don't want to switch anything and then the stream just goes back crazy. So we will work on that next time.
For me with Daniels, the only question was the stuff, right? Like, it doesn't seem like he really wants to be here. We're not entirely sure. We heard the stories that not everything was the right way. I think that's all been removed. I no longer have those questions. I never really did during the process, kind of knowing a little bit. Landini, did you have those questions, and do you still have them?
Questions about Jaden?
About his desire to be here, all the
no.
stuff, the liked tweets.
Yeah. I mean, that's To be honest with you, I think that's kind of ridiculous. If you gave the guy the choice of where to go, maybe he really would prefer Vegas. But no, I don't want to go to DC. To me, that it implies a little bit more than I would prefer Vegas. That's like an Eli Manning thing where I won't play for that team, and there's just no indication that was ever true.
I agree with that. Jeff, was the stuff a concern for you, and is it anymore?
It was never a concern for me because it's not like he had control or whatever. It was just going to be like, all right, bro, you either going to like us cheering for you or you're not. You still got to play good because this is your money.
I don't think it was ever real, right? I think there were some questions. You got to figure some stuff out, but I don't think it was ever real. Toby, did the stuff concern you? I feel like I remember it did. Perhaps I'm wrong. And does the stuff still exist for you?
I mean, it concerned me a little bit just because you get extra drama if the agent's going to be tweeting cryptic things and all this extra stuff. But, we never heard any of this exactly from Jaden. It's similar to like the Caleb Williams and Chicago stuff. We never actually heard Caleb Williams or really anybody from his camp come out and say they didn't want to play in Chicago. So it was all speculation. Whereas this one, you heard from an agent. It doesn't bother me now. It's just something to keep an eye on if the agent or if someone's going to be an issue. But, I mean, now that he's here in D.C., I think he's thrilled to be here. I mean, you saw it when he walked on stage. So I'm pretty excited to see what he can do.
I think another thing, JP, I think that was just something to give the draft more of a story because, usually in drafts, they be like, oh, we don't know if he's going to go number one. It's usually some competition there, like something to talk about. This year, it was so locked up.
Straight
Caleb,
chalk, homie. Yeah.
That Caleb was going to Chicago. It was like, all right, we need something. So let's start talking about the guy who's supposed to go at number 2. So they was just trying to stir it up, and it worked. It had our fan base separated until the day of the draft.
I think you're onto something there. Like it was just. It was like the fight game. It was like we're just going to create some stuff to make people tune into this thing.
I think Jeff's absolutely right about that. I also think another thing is there's just 1 week too many between free agency or the end of the NCAA tournament and the draft. There's just nothing to talk about there. Everything's already been said, so you just get to the point where you're making stuff up. They went to Topgolf, and it was like a 4-day controversy.
Like Stephen A. screaming about Topgolf.
But they went to a driving range, and people lost their minds.
What?
Yo, now like thinking about it, the Topgolf event should have just stopped everything because think about it. Jaden said he wanted to learn how to play golf, right? They take the guy to play golf and the coach pick him up. If that didn't point out like that's our guy, I don't know what else could have.
I mean, shout out to my man that is the paparazzi coverage at Dulles Airport, right? He's the one that said, the other dudes had to take an Uber and Jaden got picked up by the coach and the GM. Probably a sign in there somewhere. Our guy Dre is in Manassas. Dre, why'd they draft Jaden Daniels?
I mean, my point, I guess, is completely opposite. I just think that was the inertia, the movement, the noise got so loud in terms of Jaden Daniels being the second pick that I don't think, Adam Peters has earned the leeway for him to zig when everybody else was zagging. To me, there's something to be said when you get one of those high round picks. You almost have, almost like by default, it's almost not even your choice. For the most part, the spectators, the media, everybody kind of says you have to pick this guy. And, for you to zig when everybody else zags, it's a tough pill to swallow. Not everybody can do it. Now, having said that, Jaden Daniels may very well be, the best choice and everything works out. But, I think if I had my druthers.
You feel like they were boxed into taking him? Is that kind of what you're saying?
I mean, I think so. Not just the Commanders, but I think so. If just the NFL have set up when a team is not doing well and they, kind of have the first couple of picks in the draft, you almost kind of get boxed into having to pick somebody. I mean, it's not too often you ever see somebody says, hey, you got the second pick and, people trade all the way out of it and get somebody else. I mean, I think sometimes you're boxed in, not all the time, but, I think that's part of the sport.
I could hear you, but in a draft where 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12, they were thrilled to have the second pick and be able to take the quarterback they wanted. Like, there are times where the boxed in theory might make sense. I don't think it's applicable whatsoever here.
Here's the thing, though.
We know they got trade offers. Like, they had options. But I appreciate the call, Dre. It's a good call.
But
I'll let you go.
How about
One
this?
more.
Like McCarty, like everyone say, yeah, McCarty's a great quarterback, but you can't pick him at number 2. So to me, right there, you're boxed in. It's almost like, yeah, he's a good quarterback. You know, he won the national championship, didn't lose. I think lost one game in college, but you can't pick him as the number 2 pick. So I think right then and there, you are boxed in.
They could have taken May. He went 3rd. Thank you, Dre. I'm going to try to get one more in here. MC is in Herndon. Is this MC Hammer? Can we confirm? Hello, MC.
Nah. What's up, JP?
How you doing, bud?
This is the dumbest caller that ever called. So Landfill gave me that title the last time I spoke to you guys.
Oh wow, that's quite a title because we get some dumb people calling.
You had to get Jaden because of all the drama that this organization went through, all the legal issues. So they had to get him to change the course of where they were going. Also, the new management, everything is positive. So they got Jaden to sell tickets. Hopefully, you got a nice offensive line to protect this kid because he is a little light in the behind. But his skill set is off the chain, and I hope y'all do the right thing. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, buddy. I don't like. They drafted the dude that just had 50 touchdowns at LSU. It looks like, to Toby's earlier point, absolutely electric with the football in his hands. I don't think anybody was forced to do anything. I think they wanted to take him the entire time and were going to take him the entire time. They got trade offers. They weren't interested. Like, this was the dude. I think folks are a little confused here, man. I don't think there was, frankly, ever a moment of doubt. Anybody want to get rich? Kentucky Derby preview at 12:45. I like this song, Landfill. Who sings this? Calvin Harris?
Swedish House Mafia.
Oh, all right. I saw them at Coachella. Crank this. This is a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday song right here. What kind of shape do you think I was in when I saw them at Coachella 13 years ago? I think the show started at like 2 a.m.
I was probably not great.
It was different. Different period of my life. I'll tell you that much. Landville, are you able to I know Toby's a big deal. Updates. He's in charge of them. Are you able to speak to him in a manner in which you think he would listen?
Give it a try.
Cavs Magic is dead to us. We don't want to hear about Cavs Magic.
Yeah.
That series does not exist to this program. We will devote zero time to it, and I don't want to hear about it.
We already devoted too much.
Yeah. Can you relay that to Toby?
I'll let him know.
Thank you. Now, I just saw something that's sad, man, frankly. AJ Perez, Front Office Sports, reporting that the NFL just concluded a round of layoffs over the last 24 hours, cuts that impacted some NFL Network employees. The league-owned cable channel is expected to have an altered programming schedule this upcoming season. That's news, right? We know that they're moving Good Morning Football to L.A., which, if I had to guess, is just about they own the studio space out in L.A., and they actually filmed Good Morning Football from SNY, which is down the bottom of Manhattan. I honestly think that's probably just about studio space and not having to pay to rent it. I am acutely aware of the challenges in the media business, the cable landscape, all of these moving parts. But, Landini, I'm pretty sure the NFL is doing okay. Like, I don't think you got to knock off the associate producer that's making $75K a year. I don't want to speak out of turn, but pretty sure the NFL's printing cash.
Yeah, I can find a way to scrounge up a few bucks.
And I mean, I know some of the people affected. It just sucks. I wish them all good luck. But, you know, the college, the cable ecosystem is kind of broken. So we'll see what happens there. I did find something interesting via this is Ross Tucker, right? Ross is a good dude. Ross's story of the Skins trying to make him buy a suite when he was on a rookie undrafted deal is just one of the best ever. That is peak old school Ashburn toxicity. But it's a new day in Ashburn, and a lot of our focus has been Jaden Daniels, Adam Peters, Josh Harris, Mitch Rales. But, like, we're going to see it this week. I think, yeah, right? This will be the first time the media gets to see Dan Quinn coaching. Like, he'll be actually out there coaching. He's the head coach. He's the boss. And I know, going back to the Ben Johnson stuff, all the a lot of people didn't want Dan Quinn to be the coach. I never didn't want him. I don't know that he would have been top of my list, but I think from a dude leadership standpoint, his reputation is unmatched around the league. Unmatched. And I thought this was pretty telling. I think it's Thomas Dimitroff on the Ross Tucker podcast talking about DQ.
The reality is a lot of head coaches are so busy during the season. They're not like the GMs who have worked on the personnel, free agency, and the draft for 14 months. Right, Ross? That's the big thing. They come in after the season and they start watching a couple games here and there. And not all of them, but some do.
Yeah.
And I think that's complicated for general managers.
Right, because it's like this guy just flies in and wants to overtake the process that we've been spending so much time on. Probably deflating for the scouting staff.
It is deflating, but if you have a good guy, again, I keep coming back to Dan Quinn. You talk to the scouting staff, there's not a better head coach out there that they want to work with more than Dan Quinn, because Dan is going to be is going to be involved in the right way. He's going to interact with the scouts. I mean, he has a great time, spending time with the specialty side of the scouts, right? That's a big thing for a head coach. Most don't. Most will be crowding up their playbook. They'll come in, meet with the GM, and then move on. A lot of that. And that's not Dan. So I'm excited to watch Adam Peters and Dan Quinn work together.
That speaks to the reputation DQ has around the league. And Peters actually said something really interesting going into day 3 of the NFL draft. I'm trying to remember the exact phrase he coined. I think he said the Commander's Caucus or something, where every scout before round 3 of the draft starts, every scout gets to kind of make a presentation for one of the kids they scouted. Because Doug Williams talked about this years back. The life these scouts live is a grind, man. Like, they don't live here. They're stationed all over the U.S. Their territories are divided up. Like, the top scouting role, when you are a regional scout, the best role is the South, right? That's where the best football is. And then it's the Midlands, the East Coast, the West Coast. They divide it up in funky geographic regions. But let's just say you don't even break in at the South. You get promoted to be the regional scout for the South, right? So you probably have had like 3 jobs just to get to that. And while that sounds incredibly appealing, you are the scout, the Southern scout for an NFL franchise. What your life is probably like is driving back ass roads, Mississippi, Louisiana, Tennessee, Georgia, because like people are thinking, oh man, that probably means that dude is at Georgia, Florida every year. And maybe he is. But you know where else he is? Georgia State playing UT Chattanooga. And you know where you got to be during the week? Practices, talking to coaches you trust, watching these kids, getting medicals. Like, it is such a grind of a life. And you know what these dudes, generally men, have? Wives and families, and they're never around them. And it's like, I appreciate hearing that Quinn gives those guys the respect they deserve, because there are a lot of coaches and GMs, and personnel directors that just get the reports, read them, kind of toss them aside, and make a gut pick. And I think it's cool that the Commanders are building a front office where those guys, I mean, hell, the term inclusive, right? We're all trying to build an inclusive society. I'm glad that that's what they're trying to build there. And I think that will have real value, frankly. It's not to say that you're a jerk or you're not a good guy or whatever, but like, when your work matters, I think it makes you want to put in more and better work, right? Like, when Jeff puts his song together and we play it 3 times, probably makes Jeff more excited to make another song. I say that now recognizing Jeff hasn't made a song in probably 6 months, but, you know, he's a busy fella. When's the last song, Jeff? We didn't get a draft song. I know that.
Well, we didn't, because we had like so many guests on like the day after the draft. Like, it was.
That's why
it was a field show. Yes, but we could get it next week.
Monday's wide open.
Okay,
It's just me on Monday.
Oh yeah, we gotta do it Monday then.
How about just like a Jaden Daniels "Welcome to DC" song?
I got you.
Perfect. I'm excited about that. You're a good musician. Oh, also,
thank you.
Somebody requested this earlier, and I just heard it on my Instagram feed, which is so creepy. Anytime you say something that it then just pops up on Instagram. This Shabuzi song is actually pretty good.
Yeah, he's an artist. He's a country artist from here.
He's from here?
Yeah.
Where?
I think either, I don't know what neighborhood for sure, but I believe it's PG County, either PG County or Virginia. That's what the first 2 places I heard him.
This is the song I heard, a bar song. In Landville, it is absolutely Vodka Rebel Friday vibes. It's about getting wasted and trying to hit on chicks, I think.
Yeah,
right?
He even got a song with Beyonce.
On her new country album?
On her new country album, yep.
Wow. Shabuzi. I just Googled him. He's from Fairfax. 28-year-old from Fairfax. Jeff, you're in charge of this. Let's get Shabuzi on the show.
Okay, we can reach out to him.
He's from Woodbridge, apparently. I wonder if he was in the restaurant where that dude pulled out a gun because he wanted a beer.
And just speaking of that, Virginia been putting some good artists on the map. They got Huntley too.
Who's Huntley?
Huntley just won The Voice. He's from Fredericksburg.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Let's book Shabuzi. I like this outlook for him. He has 15,000 followers on X, Twitter, assuming this is the right person, and follows no one. I bet he's got a lot more Instagram, will be my guess. Shabuzi on Instagram, 500,000 followers. I'm guessing he's more active there. All right, Jeff, make us a song and book Shabuzi. When we come back, we're talking Kentucky Derby. Time to get rich, folks. Don't go anywhere. The Fan, this just came across the live desk. Apparently, Chris Russell has an OnlyFans. Now, you can check it out. I don't know. Listen, that ain't my world. That ain't my universe. But do what you need to with that information. You can hear him live on Team 980 starting at 2 o'clock. Right now, I'd like to get rich. I imagine you guys would too. Our friend Smokin' Joe is going to help us. Smokin' Joe, dude, last year, did you give me the winner for the Oaks or the Derby? I don't remember.
I gave you the winner for the Oaks, and she was 5-1. I think I gave you the exact up, which paid like, I don't know, $150 for
Hell
$2.
yeah. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, JP. Yeah. Just it is sloppy today. I just hit the pick 5 with the big favorite, so I'm starting off today good. Pick 5 paid like over $800.
All right, so everybody knows this is my friend Smokin' Joe McKay, former. You've done a lot of things in your life. You used to represent jockeys.
Absolutely.
You've been handicapping races forever. Big
I've been in
weekend
the
for
tournament.
you. What's that?
Yeah, I said I played tournaments. So real similar to the poker tour. There's a tour called the NTRA, the National Thoroughbred Racing Association. So, like we go to Vegas. I try to qualify to get to Vegas to win like an $800,000 pot. So the first 2 years I was on tour, I made it out there, but I didn't make the cut.
Still cool to make it there. We did a big contest a couple years back, football betting, and did pretty well. And then this past year, we didn't do it.
It's the same, it's the same kind of format.
Yeah.
If you ever watched that movie, The Queen's Gambit, so a lot of places, she was in chess tournaments. So you'd go up to different racetracks and live money. You pay a fee to get in. Some of the fees are a little big, so you try to qualify them. And now I'm working on a film. Some friends of mine from Trifecta Media hired me to work on a project, a documentary about Man of War, who was
cool.
The Secretariat of 1919 and 1920.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to let's get to the Derby, man. Or I'll take any winners you got, whether it's the Derby, the Oaks. I'm sure they're running in Australia, wherever they're running. You got a winner for me, I'll take it. But
JP, there's some great stories. The one door knock is owned by Jason Worth.
I've seen. I saw that.
You saw that? Yeah. So that's a pretty cool thing. But he's going to break from the number 1 post, so he's going to have a tough time. I mean, he's speed, but there's some other speed in the race, so I don't like him at all. I think I said something to you about Bob Baffert. They're not going to let him in.
What is that about?
Oh,
They kicked him out because he was giving his horses steroids or something?
Well, you know what? He served his suspension, so there was a slight overage on the medications, the legal medications that he gave his horse. So like a milligram over, and he was suspended for 2 years, and they extended it a year basically out of spite because they don't like him because they said he wasn't apologetic enough. And it's really sad because the last time he ran, his horse Medina Spirit won it, and then last year he won the Preakness. He's going to have better horses in the Preakness than are in the Kentucky Derby.
Wow. And it seems like it's kind of just an ego thing for Churchill Downs.
It's an ego thing for Churchill Downs. They don't like Baffert. There's like a war between them. They wanted Baffert to get on his knees. Now, I'm not a big Bob Baffert guy. I mean, but
you can't deny he's great at what he does.
He served his suspension. To where it's just and his owners last year they switched the horses that were going to the Derby to a different trainer. This year they basically said no, we're not going to go to the Derby with our horses. We're just going to go straight to the Preakness.
All right, so who is the one horse is like there's a significant favorite, right? That almost makes it hard to bet.
Fierceness is like, as Jimmy Patso said to me, he said to say hi. Fierceness is like UConn.
Wow. Okay.
So, in the NCAA tournament, but when he's a little bad, he kind of is like Purdue and like Edie. He gets a little flat-footed. but he is on figures. He's 8 lengths faster than any of these horses.
Wow.
And if he runs back to that figure, he's going to win easy. But he really hasn't faced a scenario like the Kentucky Derby with some speed to the inside of him. So the whole question is, a lot of handicappers that are sharp are saying, oh, the Derby pace is going to be really fast. And then some are saying it's not going to be that fast. So I'm going to play this like I play an NCAA bracket. I'm going to have a couple brackets.
Okay.
I'm going to have one when Fierceness just wins, and we'll try to do like an exacta underneath. And, like you can't pick, I'm not going to pick 2 number 1 seeds, 2 favorites. The second favorite is a horse called Sir Leon, but you can't use the 2 favorites or it's not going to pay anything.
Right.
So I'm going to toss Sir Leon. He's breaking from the 2-hole. He's trained by Chad Brown, one of the best trainers out there. But there's a thing that we say as handicappers. The other Chad Brown horse is the horse that normally wins. His other horse is a horse called Domestic Product. He's at 15. He's 30-1 right now. He'll go off every bit of 30-1. And he's training with his stablemate, Sir Leon, and he's training just as good. And he's got the best jockey in the country on him, Arad Ortiz. So he's my long shot. So I'm going to try to play Fierceness, the 17 over the 15. And then the other horse that's got the big shot.
What would Domestic Product, what would like a show bet pay?
No, you don't want to bet show. Shows like, I don't know, shows like kissing your cousin.
All right.
No. You don't bet the show. You'd rather play bet some money on him to win. The 2 horses, Fierceness will be 5-2. So that's you bet $2, you get 7 back.
That's crazy.
I mean, if you're going to bet a couple hundred and he stays at 5-2, the track's going to stay dry. If he runs his race, like I'm going to have 70% of my tickets are going to be, through him. But I play pick sixes, and last year
how much cash will you have bet tomorrow on the Derby?
Probably within the race and the horizontals, all that, a couple thousand.
Okay. My boy Neil Greenberg from the Post likes Honor Marie. What do you think of Honor Marie?
I know Neil. I'm just Honor Marie's he's got a funny way of moving. He's a little stiff like me, but I'm 65.
All right, so
that's the only problem with Honor Marie.
It's Fierceness's race. Fierceness's race
to lose. Domestic Product's a good long shot to use at 31. The other one, last year, a horse called Mage won. He beat the horse that I had picked. And he right now, he's the 8 horse. So just a touch. He's only had 3 starts. He's speed, but he's flexible. So I think that you're going to have to be laying close to win this race.
Got it.
And if anything happens to Fierceness, if he's a little wide, Florent Giroux on just a touch is going to be close enough to basically hold off the other horses. And he's like 13-1 right now. So he's really my second choice. The bomb shot, the long shot, the bomb would be Domestic Product at 30-1.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would have win bets on the 8 and the 15, and then box those 3 horses in an exacta and make sure you come back stronger. Like you would do a parlay. You take one team in football and you use them more times, right?
Right.
So you come back with Fierceness over
8 and the 15
Domestic Product and like the 8 horse. So like I wanted to limit it. I'm going to do more. The pick 6 last year for a 20-cent pick 6 into Mage won, paid $1 million.
Damn, I want that bet.
That's what I'm trying to hit. So tell people to bet that 20-cent pick 6.
All right, Joe, we got to run, man. Thank you for making time for us. I appreciate it.
JP, take care. Thank you.
All right. That's our guy, Smoking Joe McKay. Made money last year. Maybe make you some money this year. Box up. Fierceness with the 8 and the 15. Don't go anywhere. We're going to open these phone lines up next. in coming in California. It's just gonna give me anxiety the whole time. But outside of that, I don't have much going on. What about you?
Gonna golf tomorrow. Then we've got
Game.
it's getting better. I'm still not scoring great, but I'm playing pretty good.
I've now played twice. First time I played was all right, but I didn't score well, but I played well. I played Wednesday, and it was bad. I also got kind of hammered, but
So I played great Sunday, played a horrible Monday. I'm gonna play a lot.
yeah, you have been. Shit. You driving out to RTJ for all those rounds?
Saturday's RTJ, Sunday was Cannon Club, Monday was Belgrade, Tuesday is back Cannon Club for the league.
What is it? A Tuesday night league?
Live headphones?
I guess so.
Yeah, Tuesday night league.
How are those boys over there?
What's up, man?
Plug those boys in. All right, folks. 1 p.m. in the district. I'm looking at yesterday's show sheet. That doesn't do me much good. Joining us now, our friend, dear friend of the program, Mr. Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. Hello, Bees.
How you doing? Good. Good.
I'm good, man. I'm good. I feel like I haven't seen you for a little while. Everybody good?
You did take a couple vacations.
Dude, the vacation, the vacation slander with which I take is unfair.
You do take a lot of heat for it. Why is no one giving B. Mitch a hard time about taking a vacation?
Because I support him.
Everyone's afraid of him.
You should take more vacations, Brian. Ideally not on what might be the slowest sports day of the year like today, but, in general. Bees is going to be with us for the last hour. We got a lot to talk about. Bees has his research on bets we will probably put in and possibly lose. I want to start, though, with just a few headlines I've noticed. We can all react. Bees is also on the stream. Were you aware of that? You're on camera now.
Come on, let's do it.
Don't pick your nose, dude. This from Awful Announcing, Landfill. Chris Christie, former New Jersey governor, right? Big fat guy?
Yep.
Chris Christie believes a Stephen A. Smith presidential run is more likely than not.
Wow.
This is not real or fake. This is not a joke. I am reading this.
I mean, can you imagine having to listen to Stephen A. Smith
give a state
with
of
a
the
campaign?
Union? Oh, my God.
I feel like
it would be rough.
Anytime we mention Chris Christie, we got to thank him because he's the reason sports gambling.
That's true.
Oh,
it was Jersey
good
that
call,
brought that
Landfill.
through. What was the name of the Supreme Court case?
I don't remember, but he was the dude behind it.
Did you, as a guy that grew up in Vegas, and that was the only sports betting in the country for so long, did you ever think it would break through in the
Never
be
thought
how
it
it is
would.
now?
Never thought we'd get a professional team in Vegas.
Yeah.
Because that was just anti thing. You can't have a professional team in the same city. And And that's how that was the guidelines. So I never thought that you'd be able to go somewhere else and make a bet.
Is it wild to you how dramatically everything has shifted with sports gambling and just the speed with which it occurred?
Yeah, because back in the day, you'd be able to go out and, like, for instance, you can go to one sports book and then go across the street and get a different number, and they couldn't keep up. You know, you can catch it plus 3.5 or minus 4 on the other side, so you could kind of split the middle if you wanted to. But now everything is so comparable. I mean, you still got the different sides, and for the most part, they stay pretty consistent on the number.
It is just crazy. What's up with the Vegas baseball team? Is that moving forward? Wasn't somebody trying to throw a wrench in the plan?
It's slow paced at this place. They're going to go to Sacramento. They're going to play up there.
Isn't that like a 12,000 seat?
14,000, I think, is the actual number from what I heard.
Does Sacramento suck? I've never been there.
Oh, it's actually an okay city. I mean,
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
It's about, I want to say, 70 miles outside of San Francisco Bay Area.
East.
So east, yeah, it's towards Nevada. So it's right in the middle of the state of California if you're going from San Francisco over to Nevada, Reno.
Okay. I got another headline for everybody before we get into more pertinent stuff. This is from our dear friend Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate, Little Nate X. Headline, #unfree Britney. Britney Spears is allegedly in serious danger, completely dysfunctional, and on the verge of bankruptcy.
Wow.
Who would have guessed?
Not me.
How? She looks kind of out of it, dude. Maybe she was better off when her dad was in charge of everything. I don't know. Now, Beasley.
Yo.
You were ahead of the curve. Spring training, you're down watching the Nats, Palm Beach. You said, this team's going to be a lot better than people are giving them credit for. We're now 6 weeks into the season. We're at least a month in.
Yep.
They're playing 500 baseball. They're a lot better than most people expected.
Yeah, and that's what I saw down there. I just saw some of the way that they work together as a team. I think there's just more cohesiveness this year from what I saw compared to other years. And I go every single year to spring training, but I really enjoyed what I saw with especially Winker, Senzel. Vargas is just, he's a spark plug, and he's just a great clubhouse guy. So when you get those things working together, you play together. And, we've got two guys, I've heard you talk about Jacob Young. Him and Lane Thomas are both in the top 5 of total steals for the year for MLB, all of MLB, not just National League.
Yeah.
I mean, and Lane's been hurt, but he's got 11 stolen bases, and you got 12 for Jacob Young.
I love that they're just running. And, I mean, the rule changes in baseball have kind of allowed for a lot more of it. And I think for a team that maybe doesn't have the pop, like the power that other teams do, it kind of can neutralize that a little
CJ's
bit.
got 7 steals. So these guys are.
Doesn't he have 7 homers, too?
I think so. I'm not sure on the homers. I know my bet was that I bet him over 36.5 steals.
So you've been keeping track of that?
That's what I keep. What about this Ellie De La Cruz? Have you seen anything with him? He's got 8 home runs. He's got 18 stolen bases.
Wasn't that the game we went to go see in
Cincinnati Reds
against the Orioles?
I don't remember. We might have had a couple.
That is the game we went up there for. We went up there and watched the Reds play the Orioles.
That's right.
Now, did we get distracted by other things?
Oh,
sure we did.
We had
but we went up there to watch the Reds play the Orioles. Dude, Abrams has 7 home runs, 7 steals.
He's seeing the ball really good right now. You can just tell some of the at bats, he's comfortable in the box.
Totally.
And he hitting left-handers as well. So
could he be? I'll start modestly here. Could he be? Does he have the pop to be like a 30-30 guy?
I think so. I mean, he's 7-7 right now.
Right.
I think he could be a 30-60 guy.
Well, I was going to ask, could he be a 40-40 guy?
I think 40-40 is definitely possible. The torque he gets on that bat, I mean, he's just a small guy, but he can swing.
He's having a hell of a year.
They're saying the same thing with Stella Cruz. They're saying that he might go 40-90.
Damn.
So
now the steal stuff is going to look a little different now with the rule changes, I would say. But dude, for all the consternation about Jaden Daniels, now granted, football's a much more physical sport. CJ Abrams is listed 6'2", 190.
Yeah,
that's a skinny fella, man.
It is a skinny fella.
Their pitching's been better than expected, I'd say.
Yeah, I think their bullpen's doing a great job.
Do you want? I will offer you a gift. The Nationals were very kind and sent over You see that Kyle Finnegan bobblehead over there?
Finny, yeah.
We each got one. Brian and I each got one. Would you like it?
Oh, I don't want to take your stuff, but yeah, I like Finny. He's a great guy.
Do you want the
What did he look
bobblehead?
good the other night? 13 pitches, 3 strikeouts.
That's pretty good.
Solid numbers. I want to say his ERA's low 2s right now.
Did my guy Mitch Parker get touched up a little bit finally?
He did.
We are the foremost Mitchell Parker radio program in the city, largely because Toby said he was going to suck, and I said no, he doesn't, and so we just invested on it.
It's just
he's
tough
a 6'5" lefty. Yeah, I'll take a chance.
Which I love. What did I have? So rookie of the year, he's a plus 6,000. If he stays up there, he ain't gonna get it because some of these other guys that are just.
I think there's a reason he's plus 6,000, dude.
Well, yeah, you're right.
I mean,
but I like the kid. I mean,
throw $5 on it. You never know.
Yeah, 6'5" lefty. Yeah,
All right,
he's not one of the guys I highlighted.
All right, let's go through some of your notes. Bees shows up with the research, man.
Got to do something. So let's just go to the individual players since we're talking about it. So National League, you got this a manga. I don't know if I said it correct, but
I don't think you did. What was that?
So it's IMANAGA.
Toby, you got
Shota Amanga, I think.
Toby, you
He's
got
for
a
the
pronunciation on that?
They're not paying attention. They don't. He's not here, so
everybody's checked out.
Play day.
Totally.
He's a Cubs pitcher. He's 5-0, 0.78 ERA, plus 400. I still like Yamamoto for the Dodgers.
This is what to win Rookie of the Year?
Rookie of the Year.
What are those odds? What's
plus 500 for him?
The Cubs guy that's 5-0?
400 plus 400 for him. Yamamoto's one I like at plus 500. He's pitching good too. He got touched up when they played that game in Germany or where they played the opening weekend.
I thought it was Korea or something.
Something like that.
I don't think it was Germany.
Same
Those are
thing.
literally opposite sides of the globe.
In the American League, I kind of like the kid out of Baltimore, even though he's there's two guys. Kowser's the big kid out of Baltimore. He's a plus 140. But I like the other kid, that Kerstad, at plus 2,200 to kind of get the Rookie of the Year. I think if he gets some more playing time and stuff like that, he's got a legit shot. I just like the numbers. I'm not trying to take the chalk here. I'm trying to find something that has some value.
Since you brought my Baltimore Orioles up, have you been watching them at all?
They're solid, man.
They're good, dude. They're a good baseball
young
team. I may have been texting with someone that may work for the football team located in Ashburn, Virginia. And we're kind of talking a little baseball, and there was a comment like, yeah, man, you look at Baltimore, they get all this young talent, ownership change, all of a sudden everything feels different.
Right.
And I now, if you watch or follow the O's, it took a couple of years, right? You got to develop these young guys.
Yeah.
They had some lean seasons,
really bad seasons,
but they got the right GM. He was able to build, and now, I mean, they're a legitimate World Series contender. I mean, they're first in the AL East right now. Well, how many games they take off of your Yankees? 3 out of 4?
I think it was 2 out of 3.
Okay. Jeff's a Yankee fan.
Jeff's not paying attention again. Hi, Jeff.
He's like calling.
They've got
someone.
3 guys in the that are being that got numbers out there. Jackson Holiday, you got him at plus 1,200 for Rookie of the Year. So
didn't they send him back down?
Yeah, they sent him back down. Yeah,
he just struggled, huh?
Just struggled. I heard what Riz said on another show, and Jim Thome started at 0 for 49 to start his career, Hall of Famer. So
did he?
Yeah, this kid's solid.
Thome was a unit, dude. He looked like he could play linebacker.
Oh, he's a big guy. Big guy.
Yeah, he was a beast.
Cy Young. There's a couple.
Give me your Cy Young, but I know you had like odds to make the playoffs bets.
I do.
Well, give me your Cy Youngs. I didn't mean to jump the gun.
No, that's fine. I'm going back with that Yamamoto, plus 3,500. You got Wheeler right now, the favorite, at plus 350. Glasnow, plus 600. Gallen, plus 900. Freed, plus 2,000. I don't like him at all. Gore, plus 5,000.
Mackenzie Gore, plus 5,000 to win a Cy Young?
Yeah, 500 to 1, basically.
Yeah.
So, on the American League side, you got
This
Skubal, the kid from
Imanaga. Is he Japanese? What is?
I would have to say so.
Shota Imanaga for the Cubs. Holy moly, dude. He's got a .78 ERA.
Leading the league.
Wow.
Leading all of baseball right now. There's 6 guys that have 5 wins out there. He's one of them.
Well, dude, usually if you see an ERA that low, it's a reliever. right? It's somebody that only pitches for an inning.
Correct.
That is crazy.
Crazy
It's
numbers.
early. I'm sure there'll be some revision here, but damn, that's good.
Solid stuff.
Why do you like this dude Yamamoto so much?
I think the Cubs are a good team. I think he's, if you go back to some of the, I think it's a baseball World Classic, how good Japan was.
Yeah.
I mean, you see some of you got, and I want to say they're all from Japan. I might be incorrect, but Yamamoto, Otani, this kid. You also got Kikuchi, or I think whatever the kid for pitching for the Blue Jays.
Wasn't Yamamoto also like the leader of the Japanese Navy during World War II? Wasn't that the dude's name? Lambill, you got anything on that? I think that was his name. It's super helpful that we're just rebooting every computer in sight. All right. Odds to make the playoffs. The O's got to be a minus, right?
They are minus 360.
Damn.
You can't bet it.
Well, and you can't bet that. But you also, just to make the playoffs now, is it 6 teams get in?
6 teams.
It's just so different how it
It
compared.
is, but believe it or not, you look at what NBA. I mean, 20 out of what is NBA? They have 30 or 32 teams. Either
30
way.
teams, 16 get in.
20.
Oh, with the play-in, you're right.
It's useless.
That is junk.
I really dislike basketball. I really love what Ham said from the Lakers. I didn't know how much I liked him, but I really love him now after speaking out against his players. And Kobe's doing just the same thing. Did you see some of the stuff that they've been saying back and forth?
Ham?
Yeah. Ham
and LeBron.
LeBron, yeah.
Not Kobe.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Kobe not talking anymore.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, it's remarkable in the NBA. All these like super teams, Lakers, Suns, that lose, they just try to make it all about the coach. And I don't know that Darvin Ham's a particularly good coach, but I also don't think he's the reason the Lakers lost to the Nuggets, who are the defending champs. The Nuggets are just good.
But LeBron's showing his teammates under the bus too. Talking about Hachimura.
He's done that his whole career.
Anthony Davis.
He's a coach killer. Like there's a lot to like with LeBron. He's obviously a great player, but I don't know, man.
So here we got American League East. Yanks are 450. I like the Blue Jays at plus 135 to get in the playoffs out of that division. So I like them. Another one I like in AL Central, Kansas City Royals. I think they got a pretty good squad. Kind of a young and building team as well. That Bobby Witt Jr. over is a legit player.
6
plus
games
220.
over. Plus 220 just to make the playoffs?
Just to make the playoffs.
I kind of like that too. I mean,
and based off of a really weak division, it's still a little bit of chalk, but the Texas Rangers minus 160.
Wow.
They only got you got the A's, the Angels, the Astros really aren't showing me much so far this year. So
Dude,
just to get to the playoffs, I like it minus 160.
The Rockies are 7-24.
Yeah.
That's a bad baseball out in Denver.
Bad baseball.
But the worst team in the bigs is the White Sox, right?
Listen to this. This is the worst of it, right?
The White Sox
Nats,
are 6-25.
Nats are plus 2,500, and so are the A's. The worst number out there is plus 2,500. But they're making the Nats comparable with the A's.
A's are only
the
2
Rockies,
games under 500.
And the Nats, all plus 2,500.
Did you get a bet? I imagine, if I know you fairly well, you have a hefty win total over on the Nats in play.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I imagine. I imagine you feel pretty good about that.
I like it so far.
What was it, 68 or something?
66.5. Number one, it opened up at 65.
66.5, and you're at 15 already?
Yeah, just got to stay 500.
500.
I know.
Clear it by a lot.
I want to get there. I'd like to see the team. If I think it would be an absolutely successful year if they can be 5 or 6 games over 500. I'd be happy as can be for these guys.
Like
84 and 78.
Yeah. Okay.
I know you were going to do the math on it.
I was working on it. I had 86 and 80 in my head, but then I realized I think that would be 166 games.
That's good. Well, you get much better there.
We're getting there. Leadville, can we do phones? I know the computers were dying. Let's do this. Phone lines open the remainder of the show. 800-636-1067. You can ask me anything. You can ask Bees anything. Bees got some wild stories, man. And we're going to run through just based on the names of these Kentucky Derby horses. And then Beasley's got some odds, what you should bet. We're all trying to get rich. We're all trying to get through it. Nobody go anywhere. bing, bing, bing. Be Mitch Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Scotty's Vodka, Maryland made, amazingly smooth and loved throughout the DMV, much like Jeff Walker. There's a dude on the line, Bees. Phone are open, 800-636-1067. There's a fella on the line that wants to give you a shout out.
Wow, all right.
Los, what up?
Yo, happy Friday, gentlemen. Hey, real quick, just two things. Number one, I want to give a shout out to Mike Beasley. He hooked me and my girl up when I went to MGM for a date night. We went to that nice Asian place that's right outside
Ginger.
the entrance. Yes.
Ginger's awesome.
Great food. Yes, great food. Wonderful time. I can't thank you enough.
There you
and
go,
everything.
Bees.
My pleasure. Glad it worked
awesome.
out. Thanks, Carlos.
And a question that I have for you, Mike Beasley, is I know summertime is considered the wasteland of sports because there's nothing that goes on besides All-Star break. However, I'm a huge soccer guy. You know, the Euro Cup goes on where all the European teams play against each other. The Copa America, South American teams play against each other. Do you do your research on soccer betting or anything like that?
No, I never really dug into it. There's so much soccer out there that it's for me. I'm such a huge baseball guy that I put a lot of time and effort. I put more time in the summer than I do into the football, which I should probably put more time into football because I lose so bad. But no, I really don't do much of soccer. I mean, I've listened to some other guys that are pretty wise with it, but I don't dig into it myself. I don't know the right stats to go dig and
the
look
ties really make the odds.
I've seen some
tough.
guys do pretty good with it, though.
Yeah. You know who's really good? We actually have a soccer betting expert. His name is Jim Andrew Mullins, the 8th, a.k.a. Professor Landini. I believe you had the right side of the Battle of Adelaide just days ago.
First off, that's Australian rules football, and unfortunately, I did lose that bet.
You lost the Battle of Adelaide.
Yeah, that's just mean.
Would you consider yourself a soccer betting expert?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I say this without any level of facetiousness. I do think Landfill is the foremost soccer betting expert on 106.7 The Fan.
I never hear anyone else say anything about it. And I know almost every time you guys do end of show picks, it's a soccer game.
Right. So I mean, the
I'm
Junks, nobody's watching soccer with the Junkies.
No one.
Maybe like JP Flame. I don't know. I've never.
Drab is a fake fan, but he pretends to.
Drab's also mad with Power. Maybe Danny. I know Danny coaches his kids soccer, but I think Landfill's your expert, Los. There you go.
Awesome. Landfill, who do you got winning Euro Cup?
Euro, France.
France it is.
Amen.
Thanks, Los.
Thanks, Carlos.
I assume France is like the prohibitive favorite. Yeah, when did Italy and Germany get bad at soccer?
I think
Italy's been straight garbage for like a decade.
Wow.
And Germany's
although
bad.
they did win the last Euros, but they didn't play that well. It was kind of weird. They've missed like the last 2 World Cups.
You know, like the soccer people out there are going to get real in their feelings about us nitwits talking soccer and just proclaiming that Italy and Germany are bad now. I think they are kind of bad now. You want to take another call, Bees, or you want to give us some derby stuff?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Dan is in Fairfax. This computer, I think, is working. Danny, what up?
106.7 The Fan, the best ever. How's it going, JP?
It's good, buddy. It's good. What can we do for you?
I just want to say I like that Landfill's initials spell out jam.
I too like that Landfill's initials spell out jam. I never thought of that, Dan, and that's what we need you for facts like that.
But if you give me just a minute here, there's one thing I'm sure proud to see. We picked Jaden Daniels as our QB. He's smart, agile, and he can throw the ball a mile. He runs kind of like Lamar, which really makes me smile. Let's hope he learns to slide unlike RG3. I think he'll be great. I just can't wait for football season this year.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you, pal. I too can't wait for football season. You know what happens during football season? We don't have to kill time with Dan calling in and singing about football season. We just talk about football.
All he needed was a harmonica.
That would have been a good harmonica. Jeff, I have a question for you as the foremost boxing expert.
Okay.
what is the fight this weekend? Canelo is fighting someone who none of us can pronounce the name.
Magunya. I forgot how to say it. Mungia.
Yeah, it's Muganha or something like. I don't even. I probably even butchered that.
Will that fight be on at the MGM National Harbor?
It will be on at the BetMGM Sportsbook. So,
okay. When you do that, when the casino puts a fight on like that, do you have to charge a cover or something?
No, we don't. It's all for our VIP guests for the most part. We actually
like to have seats.
We section it off so because they charge you per person, right? Per capacity,
right?
So we have to block off the pipe and drape everything, that whole area. But it's really nice, and it's
that's what I was wondering. That's what
reach out to us if you want to go, because that's one of the things we do really well. We show 90% of all the big fights, the UFC fights, the boxing matches, which I hope come back.
I would come over there for now. Ahmet's crazy ass was talking about going to the fight. I don't need to go to the fight.
That's crazy in Vegas.
I would come there for the Tyson Jake Paul fight.
Oh yeah.
Well, you show
who's going to win that fight? They say Paul's the favorite in that.
I think Tyson will body him.
I hope he does too, man.
But Tyson's old, dude.
I know he is. He's my age.
Yeah, I think he's younger than you.
He's a little bit younger than me.
All right, who do you like in the Derby?
Just a touch.
What? That
just
sounded
a touch.
That
baby.
sounded
just
erotic.
A touch. Goes off 10-1. 8 going out of the 8 slot. Brad Cox has 3 horses in the Derby. One of the key things, he's a Kentucky-bred horse, so I kind of like that out of him. He comes from a 2018 Triple Crown winner, Justify. Was second at the Bluegrass to the 3-1 second favorite, Sierra Leone. So I like that too. I think he's
just a touch.
Just a touch.
The guy my boy Smoking Joe liked just a touch too, I believe. He said the 8 and the 15 stacked with fierceness.
So I actually think my next horse could be the 15. I don't have it in front of me, but it's Mystic Dan.
Mystic Dan
20-1
is not the 15. That Mystic Dan is the 3 horse.
Okay. Already won at Churchill Downs. He used to, when he ran earlier, he used to set the pace. Now he's actually sitting back off the pace. I like seeing that from the horse. I just gave a 10, a 20, and I'm going to have a 30-1. Back on Mystic Dan, he has one of the top buyers out there at 101. And then my other horse out there.
What is the stat you just provided?
The buyer, like the buyer to speed rating, stuff like that. So
okay,
that's one of the big numbers you'll look at.
Never heard of that.
And yeah,
okay,
selecting these different horses.
I know who should be Jeff's horse in the Derby. I think I know this anyway.
Fearlessness.
No, isn't your friend the artist that you're, I don't know, promote or produce or what? Dreamy Alpha, right?
Yeah.
Isn't somebody like the Prince of Sierra Leone?
He's a prince of the Timney tribe in Sierra Leone.
I think there's a horse named Sierra Leone. I think that should be your horse.
Oh, I might have to take that.
That's 3-1, but it's time for a favorite to kind of come back and win too. So
now let's pick a horse for Landfill. Forever Young, Landfill, Japanese. Grand Mo the First. I got Landfill's horse. Ready? Society Man.
I have to look at him.
Society Man is 50-1.
I mean, those are kind of long odds.
I don't know. You can look at the names. Should there be something that you prefer? Catching Freedom.
Just Steel. That's kind of cool. Epic Ride. I mean, come on. How could Epic Ride? That's obviously it.
That's you?
Yeah.
Epic like Track Phantom is the name.
That's a cool name.
Track Phantom?
Yep, Track Phantom.
That is a cool name.
The 15 horse is Domestic Product. That's my 30-1 horse that I like as well. So
that's who Smoking Joe like too.
Yep.
So there's some, what do they call that when there's steam? There's steam on Domestic Product.
Yep.
You don't want
Resilience.
steaming Domestic Product though.
I look forward to Kentucky Derby. One of my favorite things all year.
What are you doing for it?
Well, so the Derby goes at 6. I want to say 6:37.
It's almost 7 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
It drives me crazy because you start like gearing up for the Derby at like 5, and then there's 2 hours of coverage. And I love the Derby. I like to watch it, but I'm not like a horse racing guy that I'm gonna like grind the videotape here.
Being out west, it was beautiful. 3:30 in the afternoon, watch a horse race, go out, go to the bar. Now you got to make it part of your evening.
So
it'll be a nice kickoff for us. We'll start with the Derby. Then we'll roll into the fights at the. I'll be.
So will
working.
you be over there all day tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do
Big
you
day
think,
for Saturday.
Do you think I should bring my entire family from the First Communion directly to the casino?
Why not? You got to start them young.
Landini, you think that's a good idea? Take my 8-year-old to the casino?
Yes.
You,
I used to go to horse races all the time as a kid. It was great.
I grew up in a bar.
Yeah.
Probably shows. We're going to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. Seymour Butts told me that the show has been pretty dull today. Well, Seymour, I am sorry, pal. And somehow in the stream chat on YouTube, I'm getting dragged about vacation, even though I'm here working. It's like yesterday with the dream, I was the victim, and people were telling me it was my fault. Did you hear about that?
I think because of all the vacation you took, Mitch was wanting to catch up. That's why he's not here.
I support Brian taking vacation. He should. He should go to the Bahamas for a week. He should.
Yeah, where did he go?
His daughter's graduating from ODU.
Oh, good.
So he's down in Tidewater area.
Right.
I don't know when he's going or when the graduation is, but I know that's the event. B is not a vacation. B likes work and like having structured plans, whereas I'm not very structured, not much of a plan. So,
Like golfing.
yeah. Like if we set up a golf trip, he'd be in.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Mr. Beasley, I haven't checked last night, but are you aware that I had hit my last 7 picks in a row?
I heard that.
Okay.
But are you betting?
Of course not. If I was betting them, I bet some
See,
of them.
to me, it's not a pick unless you got action.
Sure, but we have to make the picks for the show.
But you guys never write it down. I've seen it.
No, Jeff has been...
It's like scribble.
Jeff has been somewhat on top of it lately. I'll let him defend himself. Usually, he's kind of... I feel like lately you've been kind of on top of keeping track of the bet.
Yes.
Like, in what capacity?
I have them all saved for their own segment.
But you type them into the computer.
No, in every folder for the week is something that say HIHF in the last segment for her to hear first.
See? Keeping track.
So what's your record for last week? Or for the year?
Oh, no chance we got the year.
Oh, see, now we wasn't.
That's what you
keeping
want. Those are good information. We say, hey, Jeff's 40% or 60%.
We do that for football season.
Football, we kind of keep it serious. But when Lampville's betting the Battle of Adelaide, I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that permanently documented. We don't need to submit those records to the Library of Congress. Speaking of, let's make some bets. Maybe. Jeffrey.
Now, the reason why I was laughing while we was having that conversation, because I usually listen to it right before. I usually listen to what everyone had taken right before we do the thing. But guess what happened? The computer decided it did not want to work. But it's no reason to listen to it because I know where we all stand for the week.
B loses because he's not here. That's the new rule,
yes,
right?
Yes. B
right.
B loses because he's not here. Unfortunately, I did not hit my bet again.
What was that noise?
I don't know.
That other noise was kind of awesome.
Yeah, it matched my record for the week, deflating.
Oh, that is a good deflating.
Landfill, he's rightfully in third because even though B didn't come, his record is still better than Landini's. And JP, you are our winner, so go ahead and take a victory lap.
Did that over hit last night? I'm checking. Yo, the over. So I've hit 8 in a row.
Wow.
That's pretty good, dude.
I might actually play your pick tonight.
I think we both will. Need something to do.
We don't make picks on Friday, but give me something.
Well,
We're going to make some money.
There's only one basketball game tonight because on this program, the Cavs Magic series does not exist. Right? Nobody on earth cares about that series.
I'm with you.
If I had to play that, it would be an over. Clippers, Mavs. I feel like they have an opportunity to have a really good, put one of these good games. Like if T-Wolves Nuggets was tonight, awesome.
We definitely need a pick tonight.
Why?
I got to play. I can only play Dallas in the game.
You're on a hot streak.
Yeah, you
got
got
to make a pick though. I know what I like in baseball, but
give us some baseball. Give us some.
I like
some
the Phillies. 7 out of the last 10 they won. They're really grinding. Pretty good right now. What a fun series it's going to be on LA. You got the Braves and the Dodgers together. So
that's good baseball.
Great baseball this
late,
weekend,
though, right?
What's that?
No, because I imagine they'll have day games Saturday, Sunday, right?
Yeah, so it's 7 o'clock start tonight, West Coast time.
Dude, can we go O's Nats next week down here? Let's go to one of those.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's try to do that. What days are those games, Landini? Do we know?
Like a Tuesday, Wednesday, if I'm correct.
Can I wear a Nats shirt and an O's hat, or vice versa?
Nah.
Why not?
That wouldn't be cool if you did that.
Or it'd be very cool.
I think you just got to embrace being a heel and
heel turn.
Go full Orioles fan.
So Tuesday it's Corbin Burns against Trevor.
That's a pretty good matchup.
I think so.
What's up? Are they both just 7 o'clock, 6:30, whenever these games start?
6:45.
If we want to get dangerous, we could try to play golf and then go to that game. They're not
going to scare me.
I think I'd have to get a babysitter though. My wife has.
It has to be a Wednesday night. Tuesdays can be tough. Golf league.
You've got a golf league. Lauren has tennis. I apparently have nothing. And
you got to watch the kids.
I got to watch the kids. Make Wednesday work. Yeah. We were talking about going to play golf Tuesday though, weren't we? Could we all do Wednesday?
Yeah, I should be able to.
You have your tickets for Wednesday?
I'll find out.
Let's find that out. Because if those tickets are in play, that's a banger.
They're decent seats, right?
You're on the field.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to describe Bees' tickets for Nats games because you're on the field. You're like playing first base, basically.
Great experience.
It's wild.
Thanks for having me.
If I have to make a pick tonight, if you're forcing me,
here it is.
Clippers +8. Michael, thanks for joining us, dude.
My pleasure. Anytime.
You didn't bring cards. You didn't deal any blackjack.
Didn't tell me to.
True. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Will Brinson. Thank you to Cody Betts. Thank you to Smoking Joe McKay. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to Domino's Pizza for delivering us lunch. If you made it this far, Garris owes you a beer.
Good Friday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight, and we've got an excellent show planned for you. New Commanders corner Mikey Sainristil joins us in an hour at 3 o'clock, product of the University of Michigan. 4:30, the linebacker they took out of Temple, Jordan McGee, will be on this show. And at 5 o'clock tonight, 3 hours from now, Brian MacLellan, the general manager of your Washington Capitals. We got to ask him about PJ Oshie's future, off-season plans, goaltending situation. There's
kind of an autopsy of what it was, of what just happened. Because, I mean, what a ride we went on with the Capitals. You know, now they've had some time to digest, look at all the film, you know, I put that in quotes. The season they thought they were going to have involved Kuznetsov, Backstrom, a bunch of guys. It didn't. They pivoted. They sold at the deadline. Kids came in and thrived, and they got to the postseason. What a journey. So we'll ask B-Mac about all those things.
Yeah, excited to talk to each of those guests. So make sure you are tuned in at 3 for Sainristil, 4:30 for McGee, 5 o'clock for MacLellan. Danny played a little golf today.
Played some golf.
Pickleball Rouye cheating on his love.
So there was a great pickleball game today. My usual Friday group, they played, and I was getting the message throughout, and I wasn't there, and it made my heart hurt a little bit. This was for charities for my alma mater, but I wasn't playing pickle, man.
Gorgeous day to get out and about.
That was nice. By the way, the weather's a little different where I was at the end of the earth, past Poolsville, where it just the roads that you know, but you didn't know they went that far. Like River Road goes for another 50 miles. I know because I was on it. At the end of all things, it took so long to get there. 4 Streams, I think the name of the place was. Beautiful. No one else can go because it's members only. But if you live up there and you're a member, you should go play that course. It's nice.
How many of our listeners qualify for that?
I don't think our signal gets there, bro.
Okay.
I mean, that's up there. May as well be in Pennsylvania.
Well, I joked yesterday the Nats are coming home to play the Blue Jays starting tomorrow, so the weather's going to get worse.
It will. Give it a second.
And then I looked at I've got tickets for tomorrow's game. I looked at the weather for tomorrow, raining all day long. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
I have been to 6 Nats games. It has been nice outside 0 times. It has been tolerable without being bothered by the weather while watching the game once. Like there was one time where I wasn't comfortable. It's not what I would design, but it didn't ruin my experience. Every other time has been freezing and or wet or both. Can I just get a day for a baseball game I'm at some point whenever you're ready?
We got a lot of good stuff going right now. But can I just share? Can I kvetch with you a little bit too for a second?
Okay.
Can I do a little bit of bitching? Here's what I need in this springtime season. Okay, with all the different sports, we signed up for it. Again, eyes wide open. This is all good. We're very blessed. Our kids are into sports. Blah 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 blah. What other thing you have to say? I could use a weekday rain. Let's cancel the Wednesday practice. Let's have too much rain on a Tuesday for soccer, which starts at like 4:45 that everyone can make somehow. Let's cancel one of those. The games are the fun part. I can go. I set up my chair. I got my coffee. I'm watching my little guy or my older son run around. Yes, yes to those. Let's cancel a weekday practice. But here's where we get into this little routine where 5 days of either blistering sunshine or something awkward. And then on Saturday, it's like, oh, are we going to be able to get the game in? I'll send an email out to Team Reach Snap, Sideline, Team Sideline, Game Changer app. I need that to reverse. Whoever's in charge of that, fix it.
I have been chewing on something since I was driving in and thought about this today. And it's off the beaten path a little bit. Wouldn't have made the rundown.
Okay.
But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see where Danny's at on it. Why is it that sports fans seem to have a more easy time processing their team being bad than their team being good and not winning a championship? If you're an executive, say a general manager, if you're an owner, it's almost like you catch more heat and more venom if your team is close with no cigar, if your team is good without winning, than if your team is just bad. I was thinking about this with the Philadelphia 76ers, who were shy of 50 wins this season, 47 wins. But Joel Embiid missed a ton of time, their MVP. In fact, the league MVP, in air quotes, and he's right there in the conversation with Jokic every single season. And yet again, the 76ers make the playoffs, and they don't win the championship. They get eliminated by the Knicks last night.
Mm-hmm.
Their fan base is so salty with the product and the being close but not getting over the top that the Knicks took over the building going back 2 home games ago in this series, to the point where owner Josh Harris, you know him, he bought a couple thousand tickets with some of his partners to give out to first responders in Philadelphia. And this is actually what got me thinking about this initially. But then seeing the vitriol and the venom locally from 76ers fans, this team that is going back to 2017, 2018, won 52, 51, 49, 51, 54, 47 games. They have not yet gotten out of the conference semis. They haven't gotten to a conference final. They haven't won a championship, obviously. But it reminds me so much of the Nats when they were in the dance every year, from like 2012 through 2019, where they would build a 90-plus win team. They would get to the playoffs. And they just became known as like chokers, or they're going to lose in the division series. I think about the Caps the same way.
Yep.
And the Caps forever,
My
before
whole
the
life.
18 Cup run, for a decade and change going, they'll make the playoffs, probably as the best team in the division, probably as the best team in the conference a lot of the time, and they're not going to win the Stanley Cup, and everyone would just kind of have the same vitriol and anger. I don't know, maybe it's just defending Josh Harris, but I've seen him just catching shrapnel like crazy today. What is your job as an owner or as a GM? If you want to grade the players differently, fine. If you want to grade the head coach and the coaching staff differently, you want to hold it against Nick Nurse or Adam Oates or you know, whatever the coach is, I guess I could see that. They're involved in the series. But if I'm an owner, what's my job? To allow for a really good process to basically put a plan in place. If I'm a GM, I'm supposed to build you a 90-win baseball team. The rest is out of my hand. If I'm a GM of an NBA team, I got to build a 50-win-ish team that gets to the playoffs every year. What the hell else you want me to do? I can't make them win when they get to the playoffs. It's hard to win a title one team gets to. But I was just thinking about this, and I think this is one of my biggest disconnects with, like, the thing I'll never understand. Like, I'm not saying I'm right or they're right, I'm wrong or they're wrong, but one of the biggest discrepancies between me and fan bases generally is, like, what I subscribe to and my philosophy on an expectation as a fan versus someone else. My expectation is not that I'm owed a championship. I don't think it works that way. I can't get you a championship. If they sold those at stores, I would go buy one. What I'm supposed to do, what you owe me, Josh Harris, Commanders owner, Adam Peters, Commanders GM, a thorough and correct process, controlling the controllables, and every single year building a playoff roster. Be in the postseason every single year. And if you're in the playoffs every single year, ideally with those bites at the apple, you're going to eventually kick the door down instead of just knocking at it. Like, that is my philosophy on team building, on sports, on, again, I'm not talking player coach per se, although I would say the same thing individually in a lot of these sports because it's not one-on-one, it's not individualized. But I'll end the soliloquy here. I want to tag you in. But I was just thinking about this because I turned on like NBA radio and like Josh Harris was getting eviscerated.
Just catching a bunch of
And
shrapnel.
it's like, oh, the process worked, dummies.
Mm-hmm.
The process was they were horrendous for a bunch of years so that they could be a 50-win team and get some bites at the apple. And yeah, they've run through Brown and Rivers and Nurse, and they have not won a title.
Yeah, the year Toronto won it, for example, they beat Golden State. They took them to, I think it was a game 7, and gave Toronto the toughest test on their way to the championship. So I have an answer for you. This is a disconnect that we've always had. And to me, I don't feel the same way anymore because I got my 2 titles. 2018 and 2019 took the poison away. People hate being let down. This is what they hate more than anything. If you set the expectation, we're great, we're a contender, and then the rug gets pulled out again in particularly galling fashion. There was a time, it's no longer the case, but there was not that long ago where 20% of all 3-1 series losses belonged to the Washington Capitals. That was a fact. That was the history of the NHL.
Remember. I was there.
For
some of them, not the original
right,
ones.
But some of those back in the day.
Because there were more back in the day. The sneaky people forget about it.
Screw you, Pat LaFontaine, by the way, wherever you are. Same thing with Nationals. When you build, I mean, it's not as if the Wizards escaped shrapnel. They've never been good my whole life, or the Bullets or whatever. But they catch it in a different way. But when there's expectations and they're dashed, that breaks people. That hurts more than anything else. So I understand your point. To look objectively at the Nationals' 10-year process, you go, that was outstanding. There was an individual decision here and there that didn't work. That's sport. That's
You're
life.
Top 5 team in the sport
100%.
in the regular season for an 8-season win.
And you don't have your own rules like the Yankees or the Dodgers just to go, well, if that is bad, we'll just double our payroll and we'll fix it. The letting fans down hurts more than anything else as someone that loves sports and
But
cares.
the letting them down, you're saying, is just not winning a championship.
No, I'm saying the expectation, it's going to be different, and then it's not different. Like, in other words, it wasn't even about a championship, although I think it was.
It is.
Well, it was for these teams. Like the Nats never won a playoff series, never getting out of the first round. For the Capitals, it was always not getting to the conference finals.
Had they have gotten out of the division series and then lost the LCS, the venom would have been the same or louder. The animus would have still been there. And this is kind of my point. Until you win a championship, if you're one of these teams that just has an outstanding processing, or that has a program that is successful, that does so many things well, like the Caps are a really good example. The amount of, and maybe it's just a loud minority, I don't know. I'm not sitting here telling you like people should be thrilled that the Capitals got to the playoffs and got swept. That's not what I'm saying. But over a several-year period, this idea that like the Caps have not gotten out of the first round since the Stanley Cup, that is absolutely a disappointment. But like I understand heartbreak, I understand even anger, I understand being frustrated. It's the animus toward whether it is like in this case. I was thinking about this because I'm like, damn, Josh Harris's approval rating in Philly is taking a hit
low,
right
yeah.
now. But I've just never gotten, and this is not me saying here's how people should view it, although I think it is. It is a disconnect that I can't wrap my head around, which is I endorse the good process. I like the guy or girl, the owner that understands my job is to build the factory and the culture to allow us to put out the product at a high rate. If we're screwing that up, I'll get a new floor manager. I'll figure it out. And they're working on that, right? But the anger toward and at the ownership level, now basketball's different. I think the process for the Wizards has been horrendous. And so if you want to be angry at Ted Leonsis, totally understand that if you're a big basketball fan and but like Caps fans who go, one Stanley Cup in this whole era? You mean one of the greatest eras any team has had over this many years in sports in the last 30 years? Like, he's been an outstanding owner for the Capitals, general manager, the Brian MacLellan. They've had a really good run, or McGee before that. It's just hard for me. I can't separate like the way I view it. People like, oh, you're such a mark for this team. Well, they satisfy my requirement. What I want out of my teams is exactly what the Capitals are. Every year you're good. Just about every year you make the playoffs, and you figure it out when you get there. Now, if you want to bash Todd Reirden because he wasn't a particularly great head coach, I'm with you. If you want to take Obi to task because he had 0 points, in 4 playoff games, which is pretty unacceptable, and had 1 hit in 16 minutes, where do I sign up? Let's do that. What is the person's job? Like, Josh Harris didn't do a good job for the 76ers
So
this
let
year?
me get to that.
That's crazy.
I hate people that refute the general with the specific example, but I do think we need to put aside the Sixers for a second and address it this way. The 76ers bothered people on 2 ends. One, Philly sports fans and passionate sports fans in general are going to lose it whenever they're disappointed. They don't know how to direct their anger. But the Sixers pissed everybody off because they were the leaders into the breach on the tanking movement. And that there are enough old heads and enough people that are so bothered by that and put aside. They can't believe the idea that you would give up a season or two in the interest of opening up a really great competitive window.
A movement that worked.
Well, I got you. We got the same team here.
Do you know how many hours I spent on social media and otherwise arguing with Orioles fans over the last 5 years about their plan?
It's a lot. I'm sure it's a lot.
I want all the time back. All these dummies that are currently live tweeting about Gunnar Henderson as MVP and Adley Rutschman as the best catcher, and wait till Jackson Holiday gets it figured out, and here comes Kobe Mayo. You shouldn't get to do any of that, guy who screamed about the process.
You don't get to enjoy Colton Cowles or Jordan Westbrook, bro.
Seriously, you yelled at me about how dumb I am and how stupid they are and how Mike Elias doesn't know what he's doing for 5 years.
So that's
and
the
now
point.
You're getting fat on hot dogs watching them win 104 games, you dummy.
Hanging out over at Boogs in right field. They bother people to no end on that. So everyone loves to dunk on it when the process doesn't result on a championship. So part of that I think is unfair. So, but now back to the more general examples. For Caps fans, I guess, I'm doing another specific. The process, you could absolutely look at it and go, good, great. They were 1-10 in playoff series against the Penguins. So what if it was 3-8? What if it was 4-7? Like, sometimes it's got to work. Like, keep crashing against the same rocks and have it lose with different personnel over decades of my life. First it was Lemieux and Francis and Yager, and now it's Crosby and Mo. Like, it never worked until it did that one time, and it was the greatest time ever.
But I'm going to go back, okay? Yeah. Twofold, right? Number one, everyone would have blown it up before it worked in 2018.
I would have, 100%.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, egg on their face in a way.
So much.
Number two, you're saying at some point it has to work. It didn't work. And I'm saying, no, it worked. Quite literally, every year it worked. My definition of work is different, seemingly, than
everyone else's. I'm saying sometimes it has to go your way. Just once.
To win a championship.
Just to beat Pittsburgh, Grant.
And I'm saying, no, it doesn't.
Just to beat them one goddamn time. But I hate them so much.
That's fine.
It has to happen once. That's why people get upset, is because it never happened. This is over 40 years. It never happened. Ever. Some of the players on that 18 team were not alive when this crap started. When Mario Lemieux was ruining everything for everybody. So that's why people get upset.
I'm just leveling with you here.
Your objective analysis is correct. No one should disagree with it.
If you want to say it's a hole in my game, perfectly fine. It is something I will never understand. I look at the 76ers and I go, another year where they had the right idea. Yep. Now, maybe they need to rearrange the deck chairs a little bit.
Yeah, they made a mistake. For example, they kept Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler years ago.
Our buddy Guylo's tweeting about how everyone wants Tobias Harris gone, and they, he's hit us up. And he says, for the millionth time, he screwed over the 76ers. Fine. Like, be angry and use the one example. But my point is just largely, I think you got to be mad at the right people. You should be upset that Tobias Harris went 0 for 2 in 29 minutes last night. Be angry that he did that and had that performance and you needed more. That's all. I always come back to, you'd almost be better off just being a team that has no expectation. Nobody thinks is going to be any good. You're just not particularly good spinning your wheels, and you probably catch less heat and shrapnel than in the dance every single year, but guilty of not having Joker or LeBron.
So I think that's
basically
right, by the way.
Not quite good enough. And they have Embiid, who's close. He's obviously not on that level, and he's not good enough to get him over the top, maybe, but he also hasn't been healthy. Like the Bucks this year are a good example. Now, luckily, they won theirs, or else I'm sure their owner and their GM would be paying for it. We can't do this. How does this happen every year? Well, you mean when Giannis got hurt, that they weren't as good? Was that the problem?
Is that what happened to you?
Giannis wasn't available, but there's no nuance. There's no context. It's just anger.
Yes.
And I deserve my championship right now. And yes, fans are deserving of a title, but it just doesn't work that way. Like, Danny's deserving of more money. I am deserving of a raise. Probably not coming. Two things can be true. right? Like, or it was
Ow, that reality hit me really hard.
Was DC Sports
we were overdue, yes.
Fans overdue, worthy of it. Had we earned it? Of course we have.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. But you don't just get it.
No.
I get it. And you're like, but sometimes you have to. And I'm saying, not really. It's pretty damn hard.
What
man.
I'm saying is sometimes it could work. And being angry that it didn't work again for the millionth time in your life, I understand some negative emotion associated with that. I guess that's the only counterpoint.
Darvin Ham just got fired by the Lakers. How many coaches has LeBron
buddy.
had fired on his watch?
Did you hear not your guy, but my guy, Charles Barkley, on this very subject?
Barkley's been spitting hot fire.
Yes, indeed.
He went in on
Galveston, Texas
Pat
first.
Bev, well, yeah. But he went in on Pat Bev. It was like throwing basketballs at people yesterday for some reason.
Throwing
acting
tantrums.
like a complete clown. That was before in the locker room. He like bullied some female reporter who was trying to interview him because she doesn't subscribe to his podcast. Kicked her out of. Did you see that at his locker?
I didn't specifically. I know everyone's talking about it.
I don't know how you wouldn't. It's literally viral everywhere today. But
I avoided, like I did a swim move past that. Like I
mean,
can't.
you were on a golf course, in fairness.
Oh, but I also can't with him.
Yeah. But he basically was like, yeah, you can't ask me a question. You don't subscribe to my podcast. And everyone was like, oh, Pat Bev, you're so funny. Let's keep this press conference going. For some reason, everyone should have just walked away in unison, but they stuck it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kicked her out. Like he's like, why are you still here? Go away. About an hour after he was throwing basketballs at the crowd.
I'm just all set on that guy. But yeah, for Chuck went off, basically was like, this is not a Darvin Ham problem. Like whoever the next guy is, Frank Vogel with the Suns, Darvin Ham with the Lakers, that's not a him problem. It ain't his fault. That's a good young coach trying to make his way. You got to bend over backwards. I mean, the Lakers are now going to have to draft Bronny, by the way, in order to keep LeBron happy. Again, second greatest player.
Was he getting 7 minutes a night at USC?
Yeah, maybe he might get that for the G League team, but that's what they're. I mean, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen.
But this is actually his leverage, maybe, to get Bronny
to the league. Yeah. This is what he's doing. So he's going to opt out. He's going to force him to do it, and this is what you have to do. Again, second best player I've ever seen in my life. He's incredible. Tip top of all the Hall of Fames.
Bronny, you're talking about
LeBron, not his younger son. Which, by the way, not his fault that he's just a really good college basketball player. It's amazing, but because of the name legacy that he shares, the expectations are going to be out of whack. But if you want to deal with LeBron, this is what you have to do. You got to employ several of his friends into various made up roles. You got to deal with all the business managers.
The new rumor
you have to get his kid.
Was that he and JJ Redick, they have this podcast now, and that he started it basically so that he could recruit JJ Redick to be the head coach. So they've been like drawing up inbounds plays on their podcast and whatnot. And the idea is like, oh, LeBron's interviewing his head coaching candidate, JJ Redick.
You watch it.
That was not how I planned on starting the show, but as I've just heard all day long, the national discourse, I'm like, man, this is an area where I don't belong. I don't get it. I'll never be able to just grasp the anger for really good team comes up short against other really good team. And I've been there. I've been at Nats Park punching holes in walls after they lose to the Dodgers, and Dusty's double switched everyone who's any good out of the lineup. I remember it all. The amount of times I've walked out of Capital One Arena after some excruciating playoff goal against to eliminate them again or whatever. It's a high number. But I remember going, okay, this guy, Max Pacioretty's got to go. Right? Like,
yes.
You got to pick the right people to be upset about, I think. And just starting at the top, like the owner who just built a good plan, the GM who just put together a winning roster. I don't know, man. You're not batting 1,000. Max Pacioretty was getting minutes, but probably could start in other areas. Grant and Danny on the Fan. There's a lot to get to today. Going to be a good show. I'm pumped to talk to Mikey Sainristil, the Michigan team captain on a national championship team. He's a winner. I coach winners. That's at 3 o'clock on the Fan. Mikey Sainristil, Michigan, now a Commander, going to be on the show at 3. Jordan McGee, Temple, also part of the 9-player draft class this past week. He'll be on the show at 4:30, and the GM of the Capitals, Brian MacLellan, stops by at 5. Have we seen the final game of TJ Oshie's career? How much money does he anticipate having, and how aggressive does he expect to be this offseason? We'll ask him some of those questions. Coming up today on G&D, Odell Beckham Jr. is still good. I mean, how much does he have left? Every offseason, it seems like there are
Someone's willing to take a shot, yeah.
that want him. There's like a couple clubs that are talking to him. And then there's so much hype about how he's still got game, but then the numbers aren't there. He obviously didn't play in 2022. Going back to the 21 season, he finished the year with the Rams. He was having that awesome Super Bowl performance through a quarter or whatever it was. He looked like he was on his way to a monster game. He tore his ACL. Last year in Baltimore, he played in 14 games. He caught 35 passes for 560 yards, which was actually 16 yards per catch.
Pretty explosive when he caught it, yeah.
Absolutely. That was a career high, which tells you maybe he still got some speed. Maybe he could still get down the field a little bit. But I think some of that is also volume. Like when you're catching 90, 100 balls early in his career at the peak of your powers, you're not going to be averaging 16 yards per reception. But the reason I ask how much he's got left, he signed today with the Miami Dolphins.
If there's a good landing spot, that's one of them. Opposite the other two studs.
You think so? Because they've got two guys that are going to eat targets.
Without a doubt. But I guess to me, this is whenever it's your turn, you're going to be open probably. Right? You're going to get schemed open. I don't think if you count on him as a number 1 or number 2, you'll be severely disappointed. If you count on him as in that kind of role, like a 35 for 550 kind of role, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
I also think I love this fit. It's a 1-year deal. I don't know what it's actually worth. I keep seeing worth up to $8.25 million.
I bet you that's not the team's number. I bet you that's the agent's number.
That's escalators.
Yeah.
That's you hit some incentives, you can make $8 million. But is he going to make 2? Is he going to make 3? I really don't know. It might be more than that. But there are definitely plays where he still looks like he can do it. I saw somebody post a video of a catch he made for the Ravens last season, where he was lined up on the boundary outside. They were moving right to left, so it would have been like to Lamar's left outside the numbers. He was actually playing his former team, the Rams. And he goes up and like top of the route kind of stems and plants his foot. He breaks inward like he's going to run a post. And he's got 2 guys bracketing him. He's got now a corner on his back hip, and he's got a safety that comes down to like blow him up as he's running an in-breaking route. And then he goes up the field, like plants with his right foot and just turns and goes. So it's almost like a post go or, like he's running like a sluggo almost is what I would call it, but a little further down the field. And he just dusts both dudes. Safety, it was a bad play. Corner, who was just playing flat anyway, is like no way to do it. And he's running wide open down the numbers. Now Lamar throws it so far underneath that he literally has to sit on his butt to catch the ball at the 5-yard line. And he kind of rolls into the end zone. But there are plays like that last year where you go, in the right offense, in the right situation, this could absolutely work.
And I think this is the right offense and the right situation. Think about Tyreek Hill in motion, jetting down the sideline. People are they're going to turn their head.
You think?
Right? They'll try to start running with him because he's super fast. Whether it's Waddle going on across the other way or kind of that, whether it's a deep out or working underneath the space that Tyreek Hill just vacated, I could see Odell Beckham having some big catches for them.
I love Jalen Waddle. What a good football player he is. He's so fast, seems to catch everything. I know very little about like the dude, if what kind of locker room presence or whatever he is, but I've never heard a peep negatively about him. But that's my kind of guy. He just goes out. Tyreek gets all the credit. The last 3 years, he missed 3 games this season too, by the way. But 100 for 1,000, 75 for 1,350, 72 for 1,000. And that was with missing 3 games this past season. He was on pace to go for, I don't know, somewhere like 90 catches, 85 catches for probably 1,250 or 1,300 for a second straight year. And that's your 2.
Yeah.
And now you bring in Beckham to be your 3 for Tua. They also have some role guys. Remember, Braxton Berrios is like an all-pro return man who they have run around.
Slot guy a little bit, yeah.
That's probably the end of the guys that are interesting in that receiving core. Oh, they did draft Malik Washington. Well, I don't know how he was available where they got him. They got him in the 6th round.
That seems crazy to me.
Yeah. He went to University of Virginia. A lot of people thought he'd be like a fourth round, third round,
third or fourth guy, yeah.
slot receiver. So the value there was awesome.
Waddle has that thing where it never looks like he's in a hurry. You know what I'm talking? Obviously, he's blazing fast. He's faster than almost every human alive. Just we don't notice it because Tyreek Hill's even like a step or two faster. But it looks like Waddle's sort of like doing that 3/4 sprint, where he's like working his arms and I'm just kind of running through the motions and he runs past everybody.
The Dolphins should be your squad. Like, to me, they are the Danny Rouillet team.
This is how I would do it.
And it's not worked yet.
Nope.
But I think it could work.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm with you that this is kind of my thing as well. They always have a lot of weapons and are getting more of them. So, like, the Dolphins have Waddle and they have Hill and they go, we're going to draft Malik Washington. But you could draft a special teams linebacker. You could make that defense better. You just lost a bunch on your D-line. No, we're going to draft Malik Washington.
We choose to be unstoppable on offense. Thank you.
We're going to go sign Odell Beckham. I mean, their running back room is ridiculous. They have Raheem Mostert. Now, he does get hurt a lot, but he's the fastest player on the team probably. And if he's not, then their third-round pick last year, Devin Achane is, who is a blazing running back.
Yep.
You know what they did this year? They drafted a running back in the fourth round who can go, who could scoot. Whatever they, like, that to me is the dream. And it's a Mike McDaniel thing. I think their GM, Chris Greer, gets it. I don't know why their OC, Frank Smith, didn't really get head coaching interviews. There's probably something behind the scenes there that, people don't know
Or maybe
about.
everything gets McDaniels a show and don't give him credit.
Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know.
But they got a good thing going. It's not like they neglected defense. They took Chop Robinson in the first round. But after that, the next guy they drafted on defense was in the sixth round. Like, they got a thing that they like to do there.
Yeah, to me, they're almost like the modern day Peyton Manning Colts, even though the offenses are different, but it's our plan is to pass to get a lead and then rush the passer. Like, that's a pretty good way to design it, honestly. I know those Colts team only won that one title, always competitive, and a weird trip on an interception by Ben Roethlisberger away from not going to another Super Bowl, or a holding call against the Patriots. So we don't think of that run the way we probably should. But that was how they were designed. Two excellent bookend pass rushers and one playmaker on defense, and then an offense that was going to get a lead. And let's run track. Let's see what happens. This is kind of the modern day version of that to me.
The Commanders draft class, the grades continue to come in and they continue to get rave reviews. We can get into that next ahead of talking to Mikey Sainristil at the top of the hour on G&D. Sure does feel good to see the Commanders getting reviewed so favorably everywhere based on their draft class. It's been a while. Now, that doesn't get you anything. That and a couple bucks will get you some coffee down the street here in the Navy Yard. But I would rather come out of the draft feeling great about the process, great about the class they put together, hearing nice things about the Commanders than the opposite. And you got to feel really good about the class they put together. Like, we can pick nits on, did they go a little early on this tight end? Why did they take this guy when everyone thought they should take this guy? Number one, you either believe in their board and their ability to do this more than the people at the websites that you read, or you don't, which is your prerogative. It's an inexact science. So sometimes the NFL people are right, and sometimes they're wrong, just like anybody else. But if you do what I do, which is to critique the philosophy, to analyze the paradigm, to break down like the idea behind the pick, it's pretty hard to find major gripes. You went quarterback, you got some early weapons. Maybe you could take some issue with the lack of early offensive line. You and I have done that.
Mm-hmm.
But they had, if you list out all their needs, every pick they made was a major need, other than defensive tackle, where everyone seems to believe they got their best value. And I would point out, the only reason it's not a need is if you're viewing it solely for this football season with Payne and Allen. As soon as next year, when Allen can be off your books, that's $23 million in found cap money, basically, for a guy who on these airwaves has already said publicly he'd be perfectly fine being traded, for lack of a better words. You could elevate Newton. Now it's him and Payne. You have maybe even similar production, maybe down production, but at $22 million less
cost. Yeah.
You could tell me that was a need, because it's not. You're not just drafting for this year. You're drafting for the next 3 and 5.
No, to me, when you talk about the process, or we talk about the thoughts behind it, there is a philosophy here. And my big picture, something I see differently than they do, again, they're the pros, I'm not, is I would have emphasized more offense early, more to make sure that Jaden Daniels is maximized and protected. Those two phrases. Maximized, meaning every option available to him is a good one, and protected, every lineman in front of him is as excellent as you could possibly do. I don't think they've done that, but they seem to feel confident they'll find it somewhere else, and we'll see proof will be in the pudding. But to me, what I have asked for so long is a coherent and sensible philosophy. It is, you don't have to look too hard. You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes, Dustin for Prince here to figure out what the theme was. They were number 1 in the NFL, not 17th, not 12th, not 32nd, like they normally are in most rankings. They were number 1 in the NFL in one category with this draft. I've harped on it. Relative athletic scores.
I did see, though, didn't they have a draft under Rivera within the last 2 years where they finished number 1 as well?
I don't know that, actually. It'd be interesting to go back and look.
I saw that. Maybe it was the Jamin Davis year, if I had to guess, just because he was so high.
Could be, honestly. So,
which is not to belittle this year, but my point is just like it wasn't the first time they've ever adopted.
No, and it's not to say that means it's a slam dunk. I mean, I've some of the worst players I've ever played with would have scored great on a relative athletic score. In a number of sports, there's no guarantee that makes you a good football player, but they had a type. They had something they were going for here, right? Upperclassmen. Typically a lot of team leaders. And I know, again, Rivera did that too, and they'd love to tell you about it. But to me, the hyper athlete, the only guy that's the exception, honestly, is a guy that's going to be our guest today. And Mikey Sainristil, it's not like he scored poorly, but he was the only guy that wasn't in the upper 9s for most of these guys. At every position, even first round all the way through 7th, they wanted a guy. And what that basically puts together, just to catch you guys up, your speed, size, strength, and agility, all measured against your peers. So it's like grading on a curve from the class this year. So if you're big and you move quickly, you'll score really well. And in the size part and the agility part, they had guys that were scoring at the top of their position group throughout. That was the theme. They wanted to get more athletic, and they did that.
How do you think the draft swings? Who's the pendulum of making it a good draft or a great draft? I was talking with somebody in football about this last night, and they basically said, if that Brandon Coleman pick,
it's Coleman to me.
If they were right about that, then they're going to be able to shove it in everybody's face.
Yep.
Like they're going to go, we got our left tackle at 67. Oh, by the way, I'm just saying potentially some other things work out, but Jaden Daniels at 2. We liked Sinnett more than everybody else. He could potentially be really good.
Mm-hmm.
We liked McCaffrey more than everybody else. He could potentially be really good. And the only ammunition you have against them right now maybe is, but you did that at the expense of your biggest need, left tackle. They're taking a guy that a lot of people have as a guard. They're going, nah, he's a tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And not only are they saying, nah, he's a tackle, but if he ended up being a good one, the idea being that's the trump card you slam down and go, Oh, you dummies.
Yeah.
You didn't see what we saw.
And they could start with me, by the way, right? But if Brandon Coleman is who they think he is, if it pans out and he's their left tackle and everyone years from now is going, can you believe they got him in the 3rd round? Shove it right in my face. That all of a sudden makes the class good, right? Because, Jaden Daniels obviously sink or swim. That's how we're going to remember it. But when we look back on a couple of seasons, whether Johnny Newton pans out or Sainristil's a stalwart and Sinnett's playing that kind of use check Kittle role and a really good offense, McCaffrey contributes. If they found their left tackle for nothing, because that's what this was. Your choices were to win a bidding war for a 1-year guy and maybe kick the can down the road, trade multiple picks probably over multiple years to get back into the 1st round to select one of these guys. If they stayed pat, in fact, added picks in the 2nd and 3rd round with some swaps and ended up with their 3rd round guy being their starting left tackle, eventually, that is a dunk where you hang on the rim, point to the crowd, you hop back down, and you have some choice words for me.
He's Danny Rouye. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Blue Jays in town. The Nats play tonight at 6:45. So we're taking you up to pregame all the way up till 6:15 tonight here on G&D. I met a guy in the Navy Yard down here in the ballpark neighborhood today who was wearing a Blue Jays hat, and we struck up a conversation. And he's from Toronto. He flew in for the game for the series in DC.
Wow.
Which is kind of cool. But here's what I think we sleep on. He was like looking around. He's like, this is such an awesome neighborhood by the ballpark. He was talking about how he travels. He's gone to Wrigley and some other places the last couple of years. And he was saying like how much he loves this ballpark vibe. Now, it was beyond dead because it was 12:30.
Yeah.
The game's at 6:45. I was like, it'll pick up a little bit. He's like, is it going to be packed and raucous? And I'm like, I was like, they haven't been very good for a few years, remember. He's like, oh, we know all about that. Blue Jays right now, 15 and 17. Basically the NL version of the Nats, except they were supposed to be good. They've got like big league talent they're paying a lot of money to. But I bring this up to say we sleep a little bit on how awesome for an outsider this might feel. Like we remember in 2008 when it opened and there was nothing around it and the build and
the McDonald's and the car wash, man.
All the cranes and stuff.
Yeah.
Like this guy was like looking around like, what a cool neighborhood to come watch baseball in. That's what, when you have a ballpark or a stadium in the city, urban with stuff around it. And if you're going to go out, whether it's into Virginia, Ted, or somewhere else, you build up around it. That's what everybody's chasing is that guy standing at the hotel, picking his restaurant, sitting there going, oh, I love this. This is awesome. Because at those old places like Rogers Center and whatever else, it's not a whole lot there.
That's right.
There's I think it's like a Ripley's Believe It or Not museum or something next to that place I always walk by when I'm covering games in Toronto for the LCS. That's about it. I don't remember a whole lot else. You're kind of near they don't have a needle. What do they have? The big tower?
They got something.
In Toronto, there's that giant. I know that. Here's what I know about it. The crew I was with all wanted to go up and eat dinner at the top floor.
The Skylight restaurant or whatever.
Exactly. And I said, you guys have a good time. Let me know how it is.
Take a photo and don't send it to me.
I can't do that. I did that revolving restaurant that overlooks 395 in Crystal City one time that moves really, really slowly.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. My buddy got married there.
No way.
Yeah.
Dude, I was so sick to my stomach, we had to leave. And it barely moves. I don't know if it was just a weird thing that day, but we went up there. We sat down.
It's disorienting.
Within 20 minutes, I told Allison, I'm like, I'm sorry. I've always wanted to do this. We got to go. And it's got to be right now.
We have a matter of minutes.
We were on the next elevator down.
Yeah.
It did not work out for me. G&D on the Fan. Mikey Sainristil, Michigan to the Commanders. Next on the Fan. Grant and Danny, welcome you back. 106.7 The Fan. We're live now in Richmond as well. AM 910 and FM 105.1. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future, but you got to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm of Condori and Murad, and they can help. They're going to guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you. Get a discount. Mention G&D. That's kmlawyers.com. The BetQL guest hotline is where we find Mike Sainristil. Sports betting's come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting apps. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app at betql.com. Sainristil was the 50th pick in the draft. Washington took him out of Michigan, and he's kind enough to give us a few minutes here. We have had all kinds of Michigan fans calling in the last few days to tell us how awesome Mikey Sainristil is. So, Mikey, congratulations. Thank you for the time, and welcome to DC.
Man, I'm doing great. I appreciate it. Appreciate the intro. It was great to call myself a commander. Just excited to, be a part of the program, be a piece of the puzzle. I'm super excited for what, Adam Peters and Coach Quinn have set out for, the future of this team. And it's just a blessing to be a part of. I can't, it's an honor to be drafted. I can't say thank you to them enough for selecting me as one of the guys they brought into the class this year. So I'm excited to get things going.
It's always so interesting to us how the pre-draft process works, right? Were they secretive? Did you kind of have an idea that they were fans of yours? Like, how did that go? Walk me through it.
So I met with them the night before my pro day, and that was really the last I had heard from them. The meeting went really well. I felt that they liked me. I liked them a lot. Other than that, we hadn't spoke up until the phone call I got April 26th.
Wow, so you didn't take a 30 visit with them?
No, I did not take any visit, nope.
So did you, it sounds like you liked the meeting plenty, but did you have them on your radar? Were there like teams that you were expecting to be drafted by? Were they one of them? How did that work?
No, they actually were not one of them. My agent and I never discussed that the Commanders were going to be one of the teams that, might take me. So when it came to pick 47, I knew that the Steelers really wanted me at 51. And so when I was getting a phone call, I saw it was a Virginia area code. I didn't know if one of the coaches from the Steelers had a Virginia area code. But when I picked up, I heard it's Adam Peters. And I was like, oh, wait, like, this is, what I'm saying? Like, this is the Commanders. It was definitely very surprising. But again, I was happy to hear who it was because the last we had spoke, we had a really good conversation. And, I felt like I was going into a very good situation with, Adam Peters and Coach Quinn being the head coach, and just everything about, being here feels right. So
what do you think your role?
That's how it went for me.
Sorry, Mike, I didn't interrupt you there. What do you think your role is going to be coming into this year? What do you think you're able to do, kind of hitting the ground running, and where do you think you fit in on this defense?
I believe that, Coach Quinn is going to probably use me a lot how he used Jordan Lewis when he was spending time with the Cowboys. Being nickel. I'm not sure how much they're going to want me to move around to corner and safety, but I know definitely primarily nickel. And then from a team standpoint, they're going to expect me to bring the leadership aspect that I have. Coming from Michigan, being a 2-time captain, they're going to expect certain things out of me. And, I'm ready to do exactly that, do exactly what's needed of me, do whatever they ask of me as well. In all situations is going to be, putting the team first for me. And, I believe that, my success is going to come from the team being successful. So whatever that looks like, whatever role I have to play, whatever they ask of me, I'm going to do. But, for me, I think those are the things that they're going to, be looking for right away.
Mikey Sainristil was the heart and soul of the national championship winning Michigan Wolverines this past season. He was born in Haiti, speaks Creole, moved here when he was a couple months old with his family. And I'd read that, I think it was your father was in radio like us. He worked in radio when you guys moved to Boston. Is that right? What did he do?
Yeah, he does do radio. He still does do radio. he was more so on the journalist side when he was in Haiti, but now he does more radio for a it's called Echo Evangelic. It's a radio outlet for church in Boston that he does.
And is he
very, very, very interesting work that he does for them.
Is he on air?
He does. Yeah, he is on there. He also does acting. He plays in some Haitian movies.
That's awesome. Like he's been in movies and stuff. He's got like an IMDb page and things.
It's not necessarily like our church used to do this thing where they did plays, and so they advanced into turning the plays into actual movies.
Oh wow!
Kind of like how Tyler Perry does, where he has his plays that are also movies. They kind of something like that, similar. So yeah, he's in those though. He's in those.
So, Mike, we've had several Michigan fans call us after you got drafted, and they basically made you sound like a folk hero. It's like, Mike, he intercepted 7 passes on one play one time, and he had like 58 tackles for loss, and he ate like a giant party salvo by himself, and he knocked a tree down with a karate chop. You're like an urban legend to these guys. Why do you think that love affair existed to such a high degree between you and the Michigan fans?
I feel like because they were fans of us, but I was fans of them as well. I'm very appreciative of our fans from Michigan. They're great people. They support us. They supported us through the bad. They supported us through the good, and they stuck it out all the way up until we won the national championship. And they're still there, rooting for the next team coming up. So I love our fans. I think it's definitely a two-way street when it comes to them. They support us. We support them. We want them to be at our events loud and proud and just showing up and showing out. And when they do, we go out there and play. And to us, we take on this like heroic aspect because the game of football definitely brings life to people. And so I can go out there and perform my best. I know somebody in the stands is going to be happy coming to watch myself play along with a group of another long list of great guys that I play next to. So for me, it's just I enjoy doing what I love, and they come to watch me do what I love. So of course I have to give them a show. You know what I mean?
Mike Sainristil, Michigan Wolverines, first team All-American this year, second team All Big Ten, led his club in passes defended, interceptions, had a couple pick sixes, and as I said, he was a captain. When I hear people talk about you as being, and this is what I was told, like one of the best leaders in all of college football, one of the real alphas in any locker room, where does that come from? And why do you think that you're able to elevate in that way when you get around other guys who have been leaders in other locker rooms, that you're kind of the guy that rises to the top?
Yeah, so, like I said, I have no problem being, in the front of the group. I can lead from the front. I have no problem, being the guy that leads from the back as well. And I have no problem being the guy that doesn't talk at all and just does action after action. But again, like I said, I think people just naturally gravitate towards the type of person I am. And so, it puts me in a position where I do have to lead, where there's guys who, you walk across the football team. Some guys are bigger than others. I'm leading linemen, I'm leading skill position, I'm leading, whatever it is. But I also know how to lead amongst a group of leaders. So I'm open to, listening to other leaders. I'm open to being held accountable by other people, even people who aren't leaders. I'm open to being held accountable. And the biggest thing for me is I'm never going to ask anyone to do something that I wouldn't ask for myself to do. So I think, when people see that from me, it allows myself to lead easier and, just be myself.
Who are some of the guys that you grew up watching that you maybe patterned your game after a little bit? Who are some of your football heroes?
So, I grew up more of an offensive guy. I always used to watch Tavon Austin highlights before every game. He was my favorite football player. And then as I made my transition to defense, I began watching guys like Mike Hilton, Kenny Moore, Taron Johnson, Tyrann Mathieu, just guys similar to, my body type and, height, weight, and then just seeing how they play the game, how they play fast, how they play physical, how they get off blocks, how they blitz, just everything about them, just so I could add it in and, add it to my toolbox and just take away from them so I could take away what they do and add it into what I do just to, be more versatile when it comes to playing the position.
Going back to the offensive side of the ball, but there might be some people listening that don't know you were a receiver initially. And in fact, Adam Peters in his press conference after the draft talked about when they saw you at the pro day, I guess you were running routes for JJ maybe. If that's true, tell me why that was. But he basically said that you were maybe the best route runner of all the receivers out there, including a guy that got drafted pretty high.
Yeah. For me, I kind of told JJ, 2 days before pro day that I was going to run routes. Really, it was just the fact that, pro day might be the last time I run routes. Why not do it? Why not go out there, have fun, and compete with the actual receivers? But, I definitely still think I could play receiver if it was needed. So for me, I kind of was just the fact that, one, I wanted to compete, have fun, enjoy my pro day, but also, remind people I still do this. Like, I'm still a receiver. So, I just went out there and did it.
What's your favorite interception of your life?
The one, it has to be the one in the national championship.
And I was going to say, you take that one back a long way, too. In a national title game against Penix, probably going to be at the top of the list.
Yeah, definitely.
I get that as a 1 seed. So is that your favorite thing to do on the field? Is to pick a pass off, or is there something that that's maybe a little grimier, like a run fit or coming up, taking on a block, or something like that maybe aren't as sexy to us fans?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 examples. First example would be the big hit I had on Travion Henderson, Ohio State. I love making plays like that, knockout shots. That's just football to me, you know what I mean? When you turn on tape from back then, this guy's getting knocked out. Not that I knocked him out, but you know what I mean? Like, big hits was all over the field, and I just love that style of football. The second one would be in the national championship. Jalen McMillan ran a screen out the backfield. I came up, I reduced my shoulder on the lineman, and I made the tackle on the third down that if I probably got blocked, would have been a first down. He probably would have gained more after he got the first. So just plays like those where, you show your skill set in more ways than just being able to, make an interception. Because, something like the interception to me, I believe is more natural. I, grew up playing receiver, so I think that should be easy for me, as opposed to, being able to get off blocks, being a guy who's been playing defense for 2 years, showing that I could tackle. I enjoy, doing those things. Sometimes, making the receptions is cool. It's highlights, but I like making those other highlight plays as well.
Mikey Sainristil of Michigan, now with the Commanders on G&D here on the Fan. Couple of moments left with him. You mentioned playing in the slot as a nickel primarily, probably. Can you also play outside on the boundary, and do you expect to do any of that for them? Is that something that how much of that did you do at Michigan, and how big a part of your game is that?
They haven't really discussed that with me yet, but I did do a significant amount of it this year. I'm comfortable there. To me, the more you learn as a defender, whether, I play nickel, but I know safety, I know corner. I think that helps me out because I get to learn the whole concept as opposed to just a single position where I put myself in a box. And then just knowing every position, I think just helps you play faster as well. So, if it's needed of me, if they ask me to learn the position, I'm going to learn it regardless. But, I'm going to learn it just so if I'm needed there, I can go play at that position very comfortably. So
I got to imagine as a DB, it's super exciting to get to hear your name called by a team with Dan Quinn and Joe Witt. They've had 2 of the last 3 interceptions leaders in the league by season. You look at just the list of guys, whether it's all the way back to Seattle and the Legion of Boom, what they've done in Dallas now more recently. There are very few guys with the resume that Quinn has in terms of developing players in the secondary.
Yeah, no, and that's what excites me the most. Just, understanding I have the opportunity to play for a guy like, Coach Quinn. It excites me a lot. And, I'm a guy that's only been playing defense for 2 years. So I know there's a lot of room to grow. And, who else would help me out more than Coach Quinn, knowing that he has the resume he has. So I'm just super excited to be coached by him and the rest of the coaches on the staff because it's a great group of guys. And it just fires me up.
Mikey, what's your hidden talent?
My hidden talent. I think my hidden talent might be that I could be on a radio show, kind of like you guys are doing right now.
There you go. Play analyst, follow your pops a little bit. I like that. What's the last TV show that you binged?
The last TV. So I'm currently binge watching Blacklist right now.
Okay. Is that Netflix? Where is that?
So it's on Netflix now, right? It started to air on NBC. Now it's on Netflix.
Yep.
Who's your favorite actor?
My favorite actor, Denzel.
Me too. Equalizer. I hope they make 80 equalizers, by the way.
They just keep equalizing.
Yeah, he's elite.
So good.
In all areas.
What is your eating contest food? The foods you could eat the most of in one sitting?
The food I could eat the most. I mean, I definitely could knock out a box of pizza. So I don't think I've ate more than 8 slices of pizza in one sitting.
It's pretty good.
But I know I could eat 8 slices.
Favorite superhero?
My favorite superhero, Frozone.
Who was it?
Frozone. Incredible.
From The Incredibles.
Is he considered a superhero?
Yeah. Right? He's got abilities. I mean, he can free stuff.
Yeah.
I just didn't see Incredibles coming.
I did not see that.
That's pretty strong. You didn't go Avengers on me.
If you had a superpower, what would you pick?
If I had a superpower, what would I pick? I definitely wouldn't say not the ability to predict because I think I feel like I'd know too much if I could predict everything.
Mm-hmm.
But if I could stop time in the situation of something bad about to happen, I would do that and like just kind of put everything in the right place and then resume it, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. A little time stop. I love that.
Mikey, we appreciate the time, man. Best of luck. We're pumped you're a commander. Thank you
pal.
for hopping aboard.
Yeah, appreciate you guys for having me again. Super excited to potentially get back on here. Who knows? But thank you.
Appreciate it, man. We'll definitely get you back. Be good, bud.
Thanks, man.
All right. Yep.
Mikey Sainristil, cornerback, Michigan, here on Grant and Danny. He is now the Commanders' nickel corner. Let's take a look at that secondary and that depth chart behind him next on The Fan. Good to have Mikey Sainristil on the show. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Much appreciate everybody making this program part of your day. Got the Nats in town tonight, 6:45 start time as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays. They're in the middle of a stretch of something like 15 straight games against the American League. It's pretty outrageous, I would say. I don't remember anything quite like that.
It's so different, man, from what we grew up with,
Yeah.
right? Where it was a special occasion, rarely. But now that it's 15 teams in both leagues, this is what has to happen. Mathematically, you're going to play the opposite league. It used to be so rarefied and special. Now it's just another series.
I want to pay off the tease there, end of the segment, and look at the Commanders' depth chart in the secondary. So the whole corner room, to me, and how good it can be hinges on what is the expectation this year for last year's number one pick, who I think there's still some high hopes for, Emmanuel Forbes. But how do you think they view him? Do you think Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, and the new staff say, what a great piece of moldable clay?
Mm-hmm.
What an unbelievable athlete and playmaker. Broke the record for pick sixes in a season in college football. This guy has a chance to be a star. Now we got to get it out of him. Or do you think they look at him and go, really? This is the guy that they took it.
They took this player
in the first round? Because I think the answer to that, and we'll never get it, but with some truth serum, I would love to know how they feel. That answer would tell me how good the secondary can be this year. Because if they think Forbes can be awesome, and now it's Forbes, St. Just, I think, will make a huge leap with them. He just looks like a
Dan Quinn
their
corner.
kind of guy. Yeah. Now you've added Sainristil in the slot, who I think is going to be very good in the nickel. Now you got a pretty good situation all of a sudden. You need another corner to step forward from the depth, whether it's Castro Fields or Igbenogany, or maybe it's one of the other veterans that you went and signed, like James Pierre from Pittsburgh, who's a special teamer. But you can at least see a path to having a good secondary, good corner room. But the whole thing is on Forbes for me.
Well, I think it's true on both sides of the ball. There are two keys to me. Really, you can even point to three if they don't do anything else in terms of addressing the offensive line. But the holdovers from last year, if they've got a higher evaluation than, say, I do, not that I matter, but if they think Jahan Dotson is going to be good, then you did do enough for Jaden Daniels. He's got plenty of weapons. He's got plenty of things or guys to throw to. If they think Forbes can be good, then they addressed cornerback in their mind. They needed one, not two. Right? If they liked some of what they saw, for example, maybe you thought that he was put in a bad spot last year to not do what he does well, which would be used to be the Redskins and now whatever we're calling them these days. What they used to be, it was their homework. They would, Josh Norman played a certain kind of defense, and they'd bring him over here, pay him a bunch of money, have him do something different. So nobody was happy, right? Maybe you go, he needs to be a zone corner, dropping back, reading the eyes of the quarterback, trying to break on balls and get a couple interceptions here and there. Maybe you think he actually is much better at a press man, and he needs to run with guys, not pass off routes and do some of the things that he struggled with. I don't know. Whatever their evaluation is, though, I think I'm with you, is going to determine what this secondary does, and then flip the side of the ball. I think what Jahan Dotson is either going to validate or maybe raise some questions about their evals.
Where does Quan Martin fit in?
I think he's the backup. He's like a swing tackle, but for the secondary. To me, he's the backup nickel, part of that group of that they run that three safety kind of look. He's a backup there.
Okay, but when you count your numbers up, do you count him as a corner or a safety? Probably a safety.
I count him as a safety.
Okay, how many are you keeping? Derek Forrest, Percy Butler, Jeremy Chin, Dominique Hampton, Jeremy Reeves. Those are all locks, right?
You would think.
Hampton was not a 7th-round pick. He was a 5th-round pick. You're not cutting a 5th-round pick. I guess it's possible if he has a really, really bad camp.
Or you can sneak him to the practice squad.
But sure. But my point is, in the 5th round, it's not a lock that you could do that. But yeah, it's possible you could maybe. But I think, and maybe a guy like Butler's out of luck. I just list him as a lock because he's a special teamer, a speed guy. He's played a lot of defense. But maybe Dominique Hampton is their Percy Butler. So they go, this was Rivera's version.
Mm-hmm.
This is
We've got ours.
And maybe that's where you create the vacancy. But Chin and Forrest are your starters. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Hampton, are we going to put him as a lock or no? Well, Reeves will be the 3rd lock because he's an all-pro special teamer.
For the sake of it, let's put Hampton as a lock.
That's 4. So then Butler isn't. But, my point is, you see what I'm getting at?
So now you got 6 safeties?
So you're saying if Quan Martin is a lock to be on the roster, You're keeping 6 safeties, or either the guy you just drafted in the 5th round or Percy Butler, a 4th rounder a couple years ago, gets cut.
So here's why Martin's a special case. If you want to count him as a safety, you go, well, they got too many safeties. But I count him as both. Like, in other words, I think he fills a quota on both.
Okay, but then you would keep one fewer corners to make that work, which they're not going to do. Corner, where, like, generally speaking, you're going to have 10 DBs, 4 and 6 or 5 and 5. In a weird situation, you could go 4 corners if, like, a Quan Martin is listed as a safety,
who's versatile,
but plays corner. But look at the corner room. Sainristil, Locke, right? Tell me if you disagree.
Yeah, St. Juste, Locke.
Benjamin St. Juste. Emmanuel Forbes.
Right, there's 3. Now then you get into one of the guys from the group of Michael Davis, Igbenogany.
Well, I think Michael Davis is a lock.
I would think so too.
He played a lot. He started plenty, and they signed him. So, like, I would say he's the 4th guy on the locks list. Now you've got Igbenogany, Tariq Castro Fields. Maybe you could keep. Maybe that's what they do. You keep 4 corners, 6 safeties. Quan Martin is the 6th.
Is both,
and then he can also play nickel.
Yeah, he's the 6th safety and the 5th corner or something.
That is just way thin at cornerback.
Yep,
way thin. But you don't have much of a choice. Maybe. I mean, you didn't, but the last group made your bed with a 1st-round pick that you're not moving on from. Probably you've invested too much time and energy. I just wonder how much we should assume and expect Forbes to make a leap. Because if you remember in the second half of last season, Quan Martin got a lot better, I think. And I also think Forbes improved a lot. It was from
unplayable for both of those guys.
This guy can't be on the field to this is not awful. This is not a liability. At no point did I watch him and go, I'm so glad they drafted him. It reminds me a lot, honestly, of like Jamin Davis after one season. Or if you remember, after his rookie year, 3 games in, you're going, oh my goodness, really? Halfway through the year, you're going, I don't see it. 3/4 of the way or at the end of the season, you're going, I guess maybe he could build on that second half.
You're going, it's not what I wanted, but maybe he can play in the league.
And to Jamin Davis's credit, although you're not picking up his 5th-year option, clearly, you now go, if he wasn't a 1st-round pick and you just saw him play football, you'd go, that guy has some traits I like. Think about that. Like if they signed Jamin Davis after some other team had cut him and they just bring him in here in the middle of the season, you'd go, this guy has some speed. He can run. I like the player a little bit. The only reason that we look at Jamin Davis with any kind of frustration is because he was a 1st-round pick.
Precisely. If he was a 4th rounder or something like that, as you said, you'd go, nice, fine, good for them. But the fact that he was a 1st-round pick was dumb then. It was, and it still kind of remains that way, but not his fault. When you look at that secondary, I think, and maybe I know this was such a hallmark of Rivera, and he loved position flex and versatility. He thought that was the coolest thing ever. And I don't know that that's Dan Quinn's calling card. I mean, somebody who's more familiar with his work over the last several years in Dallas or something could probably tell me one way or the other. But I think when you have an asset for a guy that's versatile like that, like Martin, sometimes some people look at negatively and say, well, he's not good enough to be one thing, but he's not, maybe not bad enough to be off your roster. I like that. I like having a guy that can be, I don't have a better version of this, sort of the swing tackle, but for the secondary. He could line up in 7 or 8 different spots. That's useful, right? On a certain type of play. He could be your box safety, a deep safety. He could be a nickel if they motion a certain way, or if the other team's going 4 wide or 5 wide. He can be in different packages. Like, he can help you still.
Producer Darius, give me some game show music. I'd like to play a game on Grant and Danny, this radio program, right now. The game I'd like to play, I'm trying to think if we've ever played this before. Did we play this a few weeks ago? The game is called, Is He a Superhero? The game is called, Is He a Superhero?
Oh.
I'm being told we've never played this game before.
Okay.
Frozone. I think we need to talk about this. We asked Mikey Sainristil, who's your favorite superhero? And he dropped Frozone on us.
Frozone.
Who is apparently a character in the movie Incredible.
Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson's character.
Who was buddies with the dad, Incredible guy. They were like boys living in the neighborhood together. And then when he ran it back and had to go take care of some business, Frozone helped him out. Which, by the way, that was a 10 out of 10 answer. So funny to me. But that also dates Mikey Sainristil and you and me. Like, The Incredibles was a movie when you and I were like starting to grow up. I'll bet you he marked out for that as a kid. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Like that's his Frozen. You know what I mean? Like when he's like 5 years old or whatever, he's like, I love it.
For me, it's Mighty Ducks, Little Giants, Sandlot. He was watching The Incredibles. Locke, he was like one of the Incredible kids. He was Flash for Halloween one year. But anyway, who's your favorite superhero? I'm thinking Thor, Hulk, one of the big boys from the Avengers. He dropped a Frozone on us. Danny, a hero inside of a movie about another hero. Does it work? Is he a superhero?
The answer is yes. So if you have an established universe, which is the Incredibles universe, that exists. In other words, it's a work of fiction that has now given you multiple iterations of the family. Okay, you've got good guys, bad guys, everything in between. This is a character with superpowers in a universe. It's not as big as and established as, say, the Marvel Cinematic Universe or the DC Universe, which Darius disrespects and doesn't care about. It's not Star Wars. It's not Game of Thrones, but it's its own little universe. Frozone is there. He has superpowers. Superhero.
Superhero. I actually also think he's a superhero. I think he's a superhero because even though he's in an Incredibles movie, how different is that than just being in any of these Marvel movies?
Sure.
To your point.
Yep.
By the way, Frozone, alias Uncle Lucius.
Lucius Best.
Occupation is superhero. Family, Honey Best, his wife. His allies are Bob Parr. I think that's the Incredibles' dad.
It is, yes.
Helen Parr, Dash Parr, Violet Parr, Jack Parr. His enemies include Underminer.
The Underminer.
Do you know that guy?
That's at the very end of the original Incredibles.
Bowling, cold drinks, and justice. Those are what he likes. I think he's a superhero. But I did not have that answer in the office.
What a swerve that was.
There's a lot of options for favorite superhero. Nobody's ever said Frozone.
Do you have a favorite superhero?
Batman.
Now you've gotten into an interesting quandary here.
You can't tell me he's not a superhero. If you're about to tell me Frozone's a superhero, Batman's a superhero.
What is the criteria for superhero? I'm asking.
Lots of movies and comic books about them.
So, like, if there was just a dude that solved math problems,
yeah, probably
he would be a superhero.
Does he do a lot of good and save the world a bunch? And sure, why not?
Don't have any superpowers, Grant.
Superheroes would be your thing.
Superheroes have superpowers.
Batman has some superpowers.
He doesn't.
He does.
He's rich.
Here's the thing. Exactly. But he could do a bunch of things that the average person can't.
He's a genius. I don't know if he's a superhero.
Well, you're wrong.
Here's the thing. Batman's awesome. I love Batman. Part of why I love him is he's not a superhero.
If you want me to play your game, which I refuse to do.
Play my game.
Batman's my favorite superhero.
He's great.
If I have to go with one of the other jabronis who are inferior to Batman in every way.
Inferior? In every way?
All the ways.
Like if you had arm wrestle Superman, who would win?
Batman.
That's
Superman's a number.
It's tough.
Spider-Man would be my number 2.
Spider-Man.
Little Peter Parker.
Superpowers.
Little Nooms running around, spiting his amazing friend.
Your son webs everybody.
He webs people until they can't be webbed anymore.
Like I wasn't even ready for it, and I'm like I'm stuck against the wall. I'm like Truman, I got to do the show.
That's the thing. If I'm ever on the phone or like, then he's like, "Is that Danny?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Web."
I'm like, I'm just minding my business over here, catching webs.
Big Spider-Man guy.
Spider-Man.
But Batman's the answer. If I'm with a nerd who won't allow that, which is not the way it should be, then Spider-Man. If you want just an Avenger.
It doesn't have to be it could be the DC universe.
Well, it can't be, apparently.
Sure
because
can.
You made it very clear that Batman doesn't count.
When did I ever say can't be DC universe?
You said it without saying it.
First of all, how dare you?
I'm just telling you.
I mean,
you shot Batman right down, didn't you?
I would never shoot Batman down.
Also, DC outside of Batman stinks very, very, very badly.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. You're talking about the movies? You're talking about like DC's history.
I don't know anything about anything other than movies, so I'm talking about the movies.
Okay.
I've never held a comic book.
I mean,
I've never been to a comic book
have.
store.
Yes,
Not
you
one
have.
time. Zero chance.
Dude, OG Superman movies, Christopher Reeve, silly.
Small Town Chris says Batman is 1,000,000% not a superhero. He's a vigilante, and he's awesome.
That's part of what makes him so great.
Whatever helps you guys sleep at
Listen,
night.
he's in the room with the Green Lantern, who's got the power of the Lantern Corps, the power of belief and courage, who can manifest anything with his ring.
Tell the Joker he's not a superhero when he's foiling another one of his plans.
The Joker's an arch villain. The Joker's an arch villain, and it takes Batman to match him.
You think the Riddler thinks he's a superhero?
No.
Giant pain in his butt.
That's true. That's what makes him so great is that he's not super.
So I love Batman.
Of course.
Batman guy. What would I say my favorite blank is?
My favorite hero? My favorite character?
Superhero.
Ooh, it's tough.
Spidey's next. I struggle, even though I see all the movies, I struggle with a lot. Like, I don't have an affinity, a connection with a lot of them. My next one would be Iron Man. I really like Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
That's just because Robert Downey Jr. was so damn great.
A, he's great, but B, he's Marvel's Batman.
Yes, he is.
Just a genius
also,
with money.
I think the Iron Man movies at the early part, there are others that have been great along the way, but I love
Dude, the
those
first
most.
Iron Man movie is the reason we have all this stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, the reason we have professional nerddom is Iron Man.
Frozone was his answer.
Frozone, bro.
That was awesome. G&D on the Fan. It is time to win off the field on this Friday. Call us up, 800-636-1067. Tell us what little thing is going your way, why your day was really good and nobody else would care. That's what we do, winning off the field on Fridays here on the Fan. then what happens? Friday, winning off the field. Grant and Danny, what little teeny tiny mini moral victory today has made your day a lot better? That's the question at 800-636-1067. Can't be something big, something that allowed you to fall into good financials. Nothing massive that everybody will benefit from hearing. This is just something small. A little moral victory Friday here. We do it because Bruce Allen, many, many years ago out in Ashburn, once said,
we're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
So let's get it going. I believe Stubb in Richmond, AWOD's producer.
Oh.
He's called us before.
Hello there.
He's put us on hold and checked our levels before interviews. Hello, Stubb. How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing
What's
good.
up, buddy?
Just finished Adam's show. Doing some wrap-up over here.
Attaboy. What do you got?
All right. So I went to see a movie in a theater because I do that every week because I love movie theaters.
Well,
and
of
you guys
course
should
you
go
do.
more.
Because they're the best,
Yeah.
and there's air conditioning and popcorn, and it's dark and cold, and a movie playing. So what could be better?
Yeah, there's no better way to watch a movie. I watched The Fall Guy. Fantastic movie. 9 out of 10 movie. Walk out. They got a bucket. They say, you want a poster for the movie you just saw? I said, of course I do. So I'm winning off the field.
Winning off the field.
Excellent job.
You got a movie poster? When's the last time you got a movie poster?
We got, remember when we were in the Midday Studio, we got a couple of movie posters and we tried to hang them on that crappy wall
Yeah.
back there, and it lasted like somebody opened and closed the door like irresponsibly. They just wanted to get in or out of the room.
Yeah, how dare them?
And the breeze, the Drew, just billowed the things and they flew off the thumbtacks.
I want to see Fall Guy. I think it looks good. That's Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt.
So Ryan Gosling has kind of moved into this dry sense of humor space.
He's
where
living in that zone.
Yeah, and I've liked this lane for him.
I also just like movies with great looking people.
Hmm.
And in the case of Emily Blunt, check. And Ryan Gosling, I guess check. He's not that good looking, but
Oh, wait.
Brett is in Warrenton on Grant and Danny. Hello, Brett.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good,
Doing
buddy.
well, sir.
So I'm calling because it may be a little minor to me, like a little 5-year-old, but I have adult softball every Friday, and that's the highlight of my week.
Mm-hmm.
But I bought myself a brand new Spider-Man bat, and that's like the highlight for this week.
Oh, what are
Winning off the field.
Where's it from? Well, like what brand is it?
Mikan.
It's one of the Mikans.
He's about to swing for the fences.
I've been hit and miss on some of the Mikans, but there are a couple, like some of these guys, you know, those like big softball guys that hit nukes, like the barrel chested guys with like neon uniforms that'll pop up my feed
they
every now and
travel
again.
the country and
Yeah.
do stories on them on like Fox Sports Northwest or something.
They're doing a load where they drop the bat to their waist and pick it back up and like basically swing tomahawk down and hit the ball
Where'd you get
2,000
your
miles an
George
hour.
from? Nobody? Nothing?
George Spider-Man?
No.
George Mikan?
Yeah.
Yeah, your Mikan drill. You sleep.
See what you did there?
Yeah, I got you.
I'm a little disappointed that you didn't get that quick.
Because I was like Spider-Man. It's Peter Phil Spider-Man.
Looking for George
Mikan.
Mikan.
Looking for George Mikan there.
TJ's in Bowie. What's up, TJ?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing well,
So, so it's my wife's birthday weekend, and
Mine
she's
too.
having a slumber party with. Well, happy birthday!
Yeah,
she's
man.
having a slumber party with her core of friends that are all very nice looking.
Oh,
and my job was
interesting
to
tidbit.
find a professional dancer.
Whoa.
To teach them dance lessons tonight, and so therefore I am
Winning off the
I'm
field.
sorry. Can I go back?
Go on.
So your wife.
Yes, sir.
Be appropriate. Be appropriate. Your wife.
Yep.
And her friends.
Yep.
Who you're telling you offered us the information.
Yeah.
Are not ugly, which was an interesting thing to
These
do.
attractive people hanging out is what you're saying.
So
That's fine.
They're all going to be hanging out.
That's fine.
And she wanted you to get someone to instruct them on what exactly?
A professional
dancing,
entertaining dancing.
So like, and we're talking like Irish jig. We're talking like,
is it river dance?
Is it tap dance?
No, I'm talking more like the Players Club.
So like with a pole.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Now, if I were you
Mm-hmm.
in this hypothetical, which I don't think this is ever going to be an assignment I'm given, I'll be honest. But in this hypothetical, I would have had to do a lot of research because I want to make sure they have a good experience because I'm the best husband.
Yeah.
And as the best husband,
that's right.
I want to get the right person. So I probably would have
And I did
scoured
that.
the area and made sure at as many places as possible I found the right instructor.
I most certainly did.
Good for you. Husband of the year.
There it
right
is.
here.
Good for you.
You think you wanted to do that?
My
He didn't wanna do that.
my searches would have been overweight striptease dance instructors. I couldn't find anybody, honey. Sorry.
So the big night's tonight or tomorrow? When's the big night?
So the big night is tomorrow, and
Right.
and they're coming, and we have buffet, some great food.
You said we. Will you be
margaritas.
there for this?
So I will be there to serve the food and to play bartender.
Wow.
I mean,
Winning off the field.
Take your award.
I am winning off the field. Yes, sir.
Winning off the field.
What a
Amazing.
weekend.
Wow.
Danny, have you ever gotten that instruction from your wife?
No, sir. We're going to dinner. So a little bit different, I guess. Honey, if you're listening, I don't know if you want to. I guess we could do that.
Audible. 52 is Mike. 52 is Mike. Tobacco.
Like, can you imagine if I get home tonight,
42.
picking up my kid at soccer practice? She's like, "Can we talk about tomorrow?"
God, I would love that phone call.
I don't want dinner anymore.
Hello. Hey, babe. I just had a quick thought, quick idea for the big birthday.
Just real quick.
Maybe I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
So you serve food, and a stripper is there.
Stripper? Don't say anything about a stripper.
I know. I mean, the guy that teaches stripping. No, I mean, he takes his clothes off. No. What?
Wait, did you get the sense that it was a male stripper?
I sure did.
No, I didn't. I think he had to go get a stripper to teach them how to dance was the whole point.
I thought it was a dude that was going to teach him to dance by dancing with the like super attractive.
Okay, then you missed the entire part of why that was amazing. I don't know what was going on there.
Oh, he got a hot lady to do it.
Where were you, man?
I thought
Were you in the room with
I
me?
thought it was a male stripper.
Jairus. I mean, what is going on here?
How did I
Jairus
miss
is
that?
Dying over there.
I don't know how
right?
you missed Danny, this is unbelievable. You missed the entire point of that whole
That's totally my fault.
The whole point was the wife said to him, "Hey, me and my hot friends want to learn how to pole dance. Find us someone to teach us." And then this guy's hopping around to a bunch of places to see if anybody wants to take on the assignment. And he's winning off the field, not because some dude who looks better than him is going to come rip off his
I thought
shirt.
he had to go find some in shape guy with abs and who's all attractive, who's going to dance in the faces of the ladies to show them how to dance.
Yeah, they do.
Shut up, Danny. I'm trying to figure this out. That's my TJ.
I want you to study the film on this
I apologize, dude.
Go back and watch the tape.
I missed my 2-0 BP fastball right there. Wow.
Danny Routier?
Middle.
Chuck.
Swing and a miss. Paolo Espino just blew one past you. I
He
think.
came out of his shoes on that one.
Jordan McGee at 4:30. Brian MacLellan, GM of the Caps, at 5. It'll be a busy next hour on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. The Nats are home. If they were the Orioles, we'd say they were home.
Home.
Homestand begins with the Toronto Blue Jays tonight, looking to get back to 500. Got the Beltway Blitz coming your way, the NFL on deck, the Commanders in the hole. We start off on the diamond. Toby Altizer. Let's go, Toby.
Look at Toby.
You know him from his work as the star of the very popular, very successful Nationals podcast, Bustin' Loose Baseball. Toby, the boys last night got kicked around by the Texas Rangers right here in this time slot. How do you feel right now, this moment, 15-16, 31 games in?
I mean, overall, you got to feel pretty good. I don't know that I'm hugely surprised that they're 15-16. They've played some pretty good ball, but, you know, it was a little bit of a reminder that this team isn't quite there yet. When you go down to Texas and you score 2 total runs in a 3-game series, just have 12 total hits, you know, that's a World Series defending champ. So you're going to have to bring your A game, and they didn't have that against Texas. But I think overall, you've won some series against the Dodgers. You've looked, I think, competitive overall. So I think, 15-16, if you'd have told any Nats fan that through 30 games, they'd be right there, I think they'd be pretty happy with it.
Well, also baseball is so funny and stupid sometimes, Toby. They average 8 runs per game in Miami and then scored 2 through the entire series in Texas. I know there's different quality opponents, but still, it's crazy that way. But I do think their offense is going to scuffle. Lane Thomas wasn't killing the ball before he went on this the injured list. But even still, they just don't have enough pop to kind of sustain themselves through longer stretches. They're going to be up and down offensively, I think, all year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that's basically making its living off of getting on the base paths and creating havoc. I mean, you've got C.J. Abrams coming home on a wild pitch that wasn't that far away to steal a run. You've got, Jacob Young stealing all over the place, starting his career with 25 stolen bases. Even Lane Thomas, like you said, he wasn't tearing the cover off the ball. He's already at 10 stolen bases. They're making their money not by hitting the ball out of the ballpark, but by playing a little bit of small ball, and not like the old school small ball with bunts. They're just stealing all over the place. It's an exciting brand of baseball, but you got to have the bat show up at some point. CJ hit 7 home runs, which I think is a little surprising for a lot of people, but there's not really a whole lot of pop outside of that. So at some point you'd like to see some more power from this lineup, but I don't know if it's going to come because I just don't think that's how they're constructed.
Toby, I was listening to your brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball, which dropped today. One of the things you were talking about on that podcast was how much longer did the Nats allow the Joey Meneses, Eddie Rosario, and Tanner Rainey shows to continue to air? What's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you were talking about it too, Grant, on Bustin' Loose Baseball, that, at some point with Eddie Rosario, he's not giving you a whole lot defensively. He kind of looks like he's loafing. I don't know that he is. I think he's given his effort, but it doesn't look like, when you see Jacob Young get to a ball in the outfield, he's sprinting over there, get it in as quick as possible. There was a play in Texas where I believe, trying to remember, Wyatt Langford was on second base, and it was just a routine base hit into the outfield, or maybe he was at first. But either way, he was going. He was about to round third and score because Eddie Rosario was kind of loafing to get the ball in. It's like you've got to do better than that. And then on top of that, his OPS plus on the year is a -15. League average is 100. He's at -15. So if he's not giving you anything in the field, he's not giving you anything at the plate, there are dudes that can take that spot, namely a Victor Robles. So I don't think he has much longer. And Joey Meneses, you got to see a little more power like Danny was talking about.
How real is this Mitchell Parker thing?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, this is a guy that we thought, like Jake Irvin last year, he was going to come up and make a spot start, and he comes in and all of a sudden he's sticking in the rotation. He's looked solid. I mean, his first 2 outings, he didn't run into any trouble. He ran into a little bit in this past outing, but even then he's able to get out 5 1/3, only give up 3 earned runs.
Yeah, like he got shelled. I mean, I've been really impressed with him.
Yeah, I think that he's a solid guy. I don't know that he's, top of the rotation type guy, but I think he can stick. I think he's a guy that this just speaks to the Nationals rebuild, that guys like this haven't come along for a long time for the Nats, and they've had 2 in the last 2 years, and Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker be guys that we thought were just going to come in and start here or there, and all of a sudden they look like solid guys in the rotation.
Series with the Blue Jays. Toronto has underachieved pretty immensely early this season. What do you make about the games ahead?
Yeah, I'm so excited to see Mackenzie Gore on the bump on Sunday. It's going to be a fun series. Good to have the guys back at Nationals Park, and people are going to probably complain about the game being on Apple TV Plus tonight, so that'll be a fun thing to read on Twitter. But just excited to have the guys back at the ballpark, and I think this series is going to be fun. And then leading right into a Beltway series against the O's on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week is going to be fun.
Toby, thank you as always, buddy.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you, dude. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Nate Davis spins us around the NFL. Nate, now the draft is settled, or excuse me, the dust is settled from the draft. Who do you think helped themselves the most? Subjective answer, obviously.
Well, I mean, everyone did. Obviously, to some degree, some more than others. I mean, the teams that probably stood out most to me were the Bears for obvious reasons, and I really liked what Pittsburgh did, fortifying that offensive line. And I thought they'd already be a more run-heavy team with Arthur Smith running that offense now. But I think they're going to be a lot tougher to deal with. Obviously, the quarterback changes there as well.
Where do you come in on the Falcons taking Penix with Cousins already in the fold?
Yeah, I hated it on so many levels. Just the fact that you would resource a position like that for only one guy that can play, and then the fact that if Penix was their guy, I think there was probably almost no doubt that they were going to get him. And then to tell Kirk Cousins, when you're on the clock, I just thought that they mismanaged that thing every way to Sunday. They say there's not going to be a quarterback controversy there. I mean, there already is. I mean, it's there. So. I'm sure Kirk will handle it like a pro, and obviously his contract suggests that he'll probably be the starter for 2 years, but we'll see. But I really thought that they should have actually put assets around him to try to make a Super Bowl run, as opposed to take the quarterback. And now Penix is on the bench for how long? And to me, it's just a mess.
What'd you make of Odell Beckham signing in Miami?
Yeah, I mean, crazy to think that your third receiver in Odell Beckham is the slowest of your starters.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like he's there to stretch the field or anything, but he's going to get single coverage. Obviously, can do some damage in that role. My question about them is that they've really kind of been depleted on both lines, really inside, and this obviously presumes that Tua is going to have time to throw. But if he does, I mean, Owa, Tyreek, and Jalen, I mean, that's quite a trio to put the ball into those guys' hands.
Nate, I'm not sure how much, because this is off the beaten path, you've even followed this, but I saw a few hours ago that NFL Network pulled the plug on Total Access, their nightly NFL show. And I'm just curious, as someone who's super into sports media, I mean, the NFL has nothing but money. I presume that means the NFL Network doing pretty well. They blow out the budget and cover all the events very well. What do you make of that? Or what is that signal? Is that just you think, philosophical thing? Or is that something we should be concerned about? Like, if they don't have money to spend on content or don't want to do it, who does?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. I think probably if you're working at MLB Network or NBA TV, that's got to be a real concerning sign. I do know a lot of guys over there. It is a pretty kind of shocking development, but I don't know that it was profitable. I think that they're just kind of this is the latest indicator that the industry, being a guy that's been in newspapers for so long, and trying to adapt to a web-based audience. I mean, this is kind of, networks that rely on cable outlets, or that's been their business model for so long, are trying to make the switch into a world where people want to stream things. So I think that's part of it. I think it's just getting leaner, and we'll kind of see where it goes. But it is a crazy development. It's not a stunner that they would do it this time of year with the draft over, and there's not a whole lot going on over there. But I also kind of wonder if this is a precursor of an eventual merger with them and ESPN, which has kind of been rumored for a long time. But you kind of wonder if this is another incremental step towards that at some point, with NFL Films and all that maybe coming under the worldwide leader umbrella.
That's actually a great point, and it's something that came up a while ago. I didn't think about it today when I heard that, but you could be onto something. What do you make of the Steelers not picking up Najee Harris's fifth-year option?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's his option. I want to say was for about $7 million, 6 point something, 6.8. I want to say. I think it's one of those things that if it turns out he is a good fit in Arthur Smith's offense, they're really productive. I mean, last year he was in a timeshare with Jalen Warren, and they were pretty much equally effective in some ways. I think you just go ahead and you franchise him next year, which is not really a huge difference between the fifth-year option. I think some other teams have done that, but I think, I don't think they're sending a message to him, but I think they're just kind of trying to see what they have. Justin Fields being another part of that. But I think you've got options where you're not necessarily locking yourself into a salary that's guaranteed for a player in a position where there's an inherent risk of injury. So I think that's kind of the strategy there.
Nate, thank you as always, bud. Have a great weekend.
You too, guys.
Hey, quick question for you. Danny's telling me Batman's not a superhero. Agree or disagree?
Batman is just a guy, but he's absolutely a superhero. I mean, I'm never going to side with Danny over you, Grant. So 100% superhero.
Yeah, he's got a. I mean, it's a personal thing. I mean, because speaking of which, House of Dragon, just over a month away. Nate, you in?
I am in, but I would appreciate it if Grant would bring me on this show so that I can blow the season finale for you, Danny.
How many years ago you think it was?
More than a decade, right, Nate?
I mean, it was season 1, episode 9 where Ned lost his head, I think. So I mean, was it 20? We can go back and figure it out. But
Yeah.
We're past a decade now.
Nothing like Danny ruining the TV show for our guy.
Yeah,
Thank you, buddy.
that.
We appreciate you.
I did do that.
Okay, guys, have a good one.
See you, pal.
Let's keep the blitz moving. And to talk about the Commanders on the Beltway Blitz, we got our buddy Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. Mitch, Batman, superhero, not a superhero?
Absolutely a superhero. Anyone who says otherwise is crazy.
Call me crazy. He doesn't have superpowers. That's what makes him awesome. He doesn't have any superpowers, and he still does just as much as other people that are blessed with superpowers. That's what makes him so cool, Mitch.
I mean, sure. If you want to win on a technicality, sure. He's a superhero out there. He's saving lives. He's doing things neither you or Grant are doing day to day every day.
Team Mitch on this one.
See, Mitch gets it. Yeah, I mean the guy's foot was out of bounds, but why rest on a technicality? It's all we have, Mitch. Rules that keep society together.
If Batman's not a superhero, nobody's a superhero.
No, there are lots of superheroes. They have superpowers.
He's just a regular everyday hero. How about that?
Love it.
He is definitely heroic. Speaking of heroes, Mitch, favorite draft pick for the Commanders was?
I mean, it's Jaden Daniels, but I think in the non-Jaden Daniels division, it's Mikey Sainristil. I'm super excited about the kid. We had him on the podcast this week. It'll be on Monumental Sports tomorrow at 10 a.m. on TV if anyone wants to watch. But he's a real cool cat. He was a senior leader on that team. He's a kid who they said Michigan wouldn't have won the national championship without him. And I love the fact that he's a big time player who makes big time plays in big games. Had the 81-yard game stealing interception on Michael Penix in the national championship game. I think he's a step right in. Day one starter at that nickel spot for them.
Speaking of starters, all right, so of the 17 games, assuming health, who starts the most games at left tackle for them? Is it A, someone they drafted, aka probably B. Coleman, develops into it, a holdover from the previous regime, whether that's Cornelius Lucas or maybe Braden Daniels develops, I have no idea, or someone that's not on the roster right now? Who starts the most games at left tackle?
That's a great question. Gun to my head right now, I think I would say Brandon Coleman. I think Cornelius Lucas will get the start at the beginning of the season, and I expect kind of close to midway through the year they'll make a move to the young kid. But I wouldn't rule out certainly one of these free agent tackles that's out there. I mean, whether it's a guy like Donovan Smith or Dwayne Brown or somebody who's kind of been there, done that a little bit, and can do it. I'm worried about Lucas and when it comes to health and being able to make it through a full 17-game season. Plus, I think we're going to get to a point in the season where it's going to be about seeing these young guys develop. And the onus is going to be on Bobby Johnson and this coaching staff to see if they can get him up and ready and then be in that position where he can take over that starting role.
We had the aforementioned Mike Sainristil, or I guess he told us he likes Mikey Sainristil on earlier today. And afterwards, we were breaking down the secondary depth chart. And it was pretty interesting to me as I looked at it. Like Quan Martin's going to be on the roster, but where he fits in is kind of odd now. I would say the same about a couple of the other young DBs that they have, like Percy Butler. If they keep 10, presumably 5-5 or 4-6, they're going to end up cutting one of their pretty high draft picks of the last couple of years, potentially. Don't you think?
I agree with you. I mean, I think when you look across the board at this team, I think there are going to be some roster casualties, names that have played some significant in some significant games for the Commanders the past couple seasons. They bring in 40 new players between free agency and the draft, and unrestricted undrafted free agents. you're going to have a lot of turnover. And it's going to be interesting to see what they do, because you mentioned, Quan Martin and what happens with him. I think Jeremy Chin is going to be an interesting situation, just because is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? Where does he count as a roster spot? Kind of what this team looks at. I think there's a couple guys that are on the back end of this roster that are going to be interesting to see. And I think, whether that's a guy like Percy Butler or, Christian Holmes or, who knows, what kind of surprise cuts might be out there. But the secondary is filled with a lot of young guys and guys who are going to be kind of learning on the job. So there's a lot of opportunity for that group to be way, way better than what we've seen in years past.
Mitch, how many designed rush attempts per game this year for Jaden Daniels? Not counting scrambles or, just him being a playmaker, but where the whole point of the play is he runs the football. Predict, call your shot. How many rushing attempts per game on design rushes?
I would set the over-under at 1.5 per game. I don't think that they're going to design a lot of runs for him. He is a quarterback that can run, but he operates out of the pocket, most of the time. And what I liked most about him in the pre-draft lead-up and, watching some LSU games is that when he does escape the pocket, he's not always looking to just tuck it and go upfield. He's still looking downfield and looking to move the ball there. He has the legs and he has the ability to run the ball a little bit more, but I don't know that this offense is going to consist of a whole lot of quarterback runs. And especially if we don't see some improvement in sliding and ability to miss tacklers, then I think you're going to see them pull back on those reins even harder. So I don't think that's going to be a big part of this offense.
Mitch, thank you. Good info as always, buddy.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Appreciate you,
dude. Be good. That is Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports, and that is your Beltway Blitz. Next on Grant and Danny, Jordan McGee joins the show, drafted in the 5th round at linebacker. He's going to get to play with a future Hall of Famer and Bobby Wagner, and for a very popular defensive, player-friendly coach in Dan Quinn. Not a bad landing spot for the Temple product. We'll talk to him next on Grant and Danny. Sponsor of our show, Kondori and Murad, they can help. They're a law firm. They're going to guide you and your family as you draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com now. Be sure to tell them the G&D sent you. You'll get a discount if you mention us. That's kmlawyers.com. Jordan McGee, the Dover, Delaware native, 5th-round pick taken at 139 overall by the Commanders, joins us on the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Jordan McGee, NFL, Commanders, linebacker, professional. Got to sound cool. Congrats for the time. Thanks so much. Welcome to Washington, Jordan.
Hey, man. Thank you for having me. I'm doing good. Ready to raise hell.
I bet. Congrats. And what a couple of days for you, man. How has it been now over these first 4 or 5 days as a professional football player?
It's been crazy. Just doing a lot of interviews, talking with the coaches. You know, it's still surreal that I'm in the NFL. But I'm just taking it day by day, you know, continuing to work.
What was your expectation going into the draft? What were you told?
Going into the draft, they had me as like a 4th round, early day 3 pick, with the possibility of going like late day 2. So right around where I got drafted.
Washington calls your name. How much did they stand out there in the process? Was that a team that you knew was on you or no?
No, I actually did not know they was on me, but they said they was holding out for me until the 5th round. They said maybe if they had a 4th round pick, they would have chose me in the 4th, but they were holding out to the 5th to get me. I had barely had any communication with them throughout the whole process, you know, the combine and like all the interviews and things like that. But during the season of my senior year at college, you know, they came in a lot. Like they would have national scouting director come in, area scouting come in a lot. So they was around, but just not during the draft process.
Temple linebacker Jordan McGee on Grant and Danny. So I take that to mean then no combine interview, no 30 interview, like no formal sit down where they're grilling you with a bunch of members of the staff.
Yeah, no, none of that.
Wow. That's pretty crazy. I would imagine there were teams that, you know, did a lot of interviews and spent a lot of time with you where you're like, okay, I'm probably going there. The draft is just one of those funny things. You just can't predict it.
No, most definitely. You know, I had a former teammate of mine, Sean Bradley. He told me that most of the times, you know, the team that you're not in contact with the most is the team that's eyeing to draft you.
That's funny. Well, it worked out that way for you. Listed at 6'3", 210 pounds. Temple product who was in the American Conference, 80 tackles each of the last couple of years, 14 TFLs, 3.5 sacks this past year. So break your game down for Commanders fans who have never seen you play. How would you describe your style of play at linebacker?
I say very physical, you know, very rangy sideline to sideline. You know, I used to play quarterback, so I like to use my smarts to really get ahead of what's going on in the play and really diagnosing it. That's how I would describe my game. Very physical and tough.
Are you a film junkie or are you just naturally able to kind of see things on the field?
I say everybody should be a film junkie. Like, I spend a lot of time watching film. It's not not too much because, you know, like when you're studying for a test, you know, if you study too much, you know, you'll start doubting yourself and like start forgetting things, honestly. But I watch a lot of film. But I say it's just natural ability too also.
Jordan McGee on Grant and Danny. So you see things coming. You're smart players. You said you're cerebral. When I first watched after they drafted you, kind of the highlight package, and then went back and watched one of the games that was available online, 2 things stood out. One, you play fast. You're very physical. But just physically, you seem slender. And I just wonder how much of either a knock or something that you've always had to overcome maybe that is. Not to say you're undersized, but your body type doesn't really look like a Mike linebacker per se.
Yeah, you know, especially in this new day and age, you know, times are changing. And, you know, I've always had a slender build, but I've always been very strong for my size. So, you know, I can hang in there with offensive linemen and tight ends and things like that. And honestly, you know, I feel like that's a good thing about my build, you know, me being able to move how I'm me being able to move how I move, it just helps me in that aspect of the game to cover tight ends and running backs, beat tackles and stuff on blocks.
That's where I was going next. Is I wonder if you are, more happy and comfortable like running sideline to sideline on the second level, hitting people, or coming downhill and engaging with the big boys.
I'm comfortable at both. I like coming down and engaging with the big boys. That's the trenches. Not too much good stuff goes around there, and that's how I like to categorize myself as. Someone who's not afraid to put their nose in things and really get after it.
14 tackles for loss is pretty incredible in a season for an off-ball linebacker. And over the last 2 years, 23. Did they blitz you a lot, or is that some of that diagnosing run stuff you're talking about? How did you get to that number?
It's a lot of diagnosing run stuff. This previous season, 2023 season, we really didn't blitz a lot like we did the 22 season. But I was very productive with the blitzing that was called. I think I had like 36 blitzing snaps, and I had like 20 pressures out of those 36 blitzing snaps and 6 sacks.
Wow. First of all, good numbers. Second of all, the fact that you know him is awesome. I love that. My guy's diving into the data in his off time. My guest is Jordan McGee, linebacker who the Commanders just drafted, joining us here on Grant and Danny. So have they said anything to you, or have you had any conversations since the phone calls that we've all seen that kind of went viral in terms of how they want to use you?
Yeah, so I've been talking with Coach Ken Norton. We've been having Zoom meetings, just going over install. They see me as a Will. With the possibility of playing Mike, so he wants me to cross-train and learn both.
Okay, very cool. And when they say we like you as a Will, what does that tell you about how they might use you?
From a blitzing aspect, being able to cover running backs and tight ends and things like that.
There's a much improved group in that linebacker room. It's been something
100%.
of a weakness here, but they went out and they got Frankie Louvu. I don't know how much you know about him, but I don't think I've had more fun watching tape on anybody this offseason than him. And then, obviously, future Hall of Famer Bobby Wagner. So give me a thought on playing with those two guys.
It's going to be crazy. They're two vets. One's a Hall of Famer, and one's working his way to be a Hall of Famer. Those two guys, being able to gain knowledge from those two guys, is just going to be incredible, especially with Coach Ken Norton coaching. He's played linebacker back in the day, just having all those great minds in the room to learn from, it'll be very exciting.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but Norton as a coach, pretty awesome. We've heard so many guys talk about being excited to play for Dan Quinn, who just seems like a popular guy with players. I don't know how well you've gotten to know Joe Witt, but his press conference day one here was like run through a brick wall stuff. It's not a bad landing spot for a guy that likes to hit people.
Nah, 100%. I feel like all the coaches, they're bringing a new excitement to the Commanders. Coach Dan Quinn, he's a great coach. The whole organization is great from the owner down.
Jordan McGee on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, one of the newest Commanders, part of this 9-player draft class. Who are your favorite linebackers growing up to study, and who do you think your game resembles? If you could give me like a comp of someone that maybe while you're playing, you look like a little bit.
So when I was growing up, I was a Ravens fan, so I watched a lot of Ed Reed and Ray Lewis. But since I was in college, some of my favorite players to watch was like Fred Warner. That's your prototypical linebacker. He does everything right. But someone I really compare myself to a little bit, I would say Williams from the Jets, the linebacker. Just the way he runs and hit. That's how I feel like I can impact the game too.
Okay, Quinn's brother, second team All AAC, led the team in tackles and TFLs, team captain. Missed his final game with a bicep injury. I'd imagine that's all cleaned up. You're ready to go.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Very cool. Jordan McGee here on Grant and Danny. What's the timeline now? I've talked to a bunch of the guys from this class. I'm not sure that we really have a feel. So rookie mini camps obviously coming up. Like, what's your lay of the land moving forward to try to get to DC and find a place to live and all that?
So we have rookie minicamp coming up May 9th. I'm going to drive my car down to Ashburn, Virginia. It's about 3.5 hours from Philly. I'm up at Temple right now. And then after that, you have voluntary OTAs, I think, and then mandatory OTAs. And then towards like August, September, that's when I'll probably plan on getting a house down there. Maybe early August, because my girlfriend too, she plans on coming down. So yeah, I'll probably get a house probably around August, like early August, late August. And then, yeah.
Nice. You got to get over by One Loudon. Good restaurants, some cool bars. You got a movie theater right there. It's got everything
That's
that you
what I
need.
heard.
Right near the
That's what I
facility.
heard.
Yeah, that's where you'll want to be. You were born in Towson, right? But you're from Delaware. I have that correct?
Yep. I was born in Towson, and I'm from Dover, Delaware.
Okay. So, I mean, you got a little familiarity with the area. Philly's not that far away, I guess.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not far.
Very cool. All right, before we let you go, we always like to get to know guys when we have them on the show. So I'm going to go rapid fire with some questions here, a little off the beaten path stuff. So I want to start with your favorite movie.
Favorite movie? Killers. It's called Killers.
When was that? I don't know that movie.
Yeah, I think it was like probably like early 2010, around that time.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
Is it Ashton Kutcher and Katherine Heigl?
Yep. You're right.
Oh wow! I've got my producer Darius just brought it up. He's showing me a picture. I've never even heard of this movie, and I like both of them, so that's funny.
Yeah. Nah. You got to watch it. It's a good movie.
All right, I'll check it out. Who is your favorite actor?
Favorite actor? That's hard. I'd say Michael B. Jordan, one of my favorite actors. Or Chadwick
Boseman? Yeah, he was good.
Yep, Chadwick. Yep,
Legend.
Black Panther, and yeah, he played in a lot of good. He had a lot of great roles in a lot of good movies.
Totally agree. All right, how about if you're going out? Sounds like you said you've got a girlfriend, so you guys are going out for like a night. What's your preference? What do you like to do? Like nice dinner? Do you like to go Top Golf, or are you go to a club guy? What is your go-to activity?
My go-to activity, I'd say definitely go out like on an activity, like Top Golf or like go-karting or things like that, and then finish it off with maybe like a little dinner somewhere. That's my go-to date.
Favorite cheat meal?
Cheat meals? Ooh, that's a hard one. I say my favorite ice cream is cookies and cream. So, I'll eat that every once in a while.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
Jordan McGee, you are off the hot seat. There you go. We got to know you a little bit. I appreciate the time, and we welcome you to the big city here in the district. It's going to be fun to watch you play for the Commanders.
Most definitely, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for having me.
Best of luck to you. That's Jordan McGee of the Commanders on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Caps GM Brian MacLellan coming your way at the top of the hour right here on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Lot to cover with Brian MacLellan, GM of the Capitals, at the top of the hour here. Got to ask him about his offseason plans, what happened to Alex Ovechkin in the playoffs. I want to discuss TJ Oshie's future and whether or not they could do something at goalie. We'll see. He's generally very candid and pretty honest with his answers, so we will have him on the show right at the top of the hour. We're taking you up to about 6:15 this evening. Nationals at home at 6:45. Couple of NFL notes we can get to as far as some of the news of the day. We talked about it earlier in the show, but Odell Beckham Jr. found a home in Miami with the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are one of these teams that's on a short list of like now or never before people start coming down on them. And I don't know that they should. I think the process has been good, but they've been paper tigers a little bit for the last couple of years where they get off to these amazing starts. They have some injuries, albeit, but they run out of steam as the year goes on. And the really fast start becomes just a good season, not a great one. Then they get into the playoffs. And for whatever reason, 2 years ago, no Tua. They were starting Skylar Thompson, if you remember, in a playoff game where they pushed Buffalo but lost. This past year, they lose to Kansas City in the coldest game played in the playoffs in history. So there's been some things stacked against them for sure. But I do think they're in a spot now where, while if it's me, that GM, that head coach are winners and I'm keeping them around for a long time. We talked about this at the start of the show. When the expectation is now every year that you're good, you're in the playoffs, at some point you got to advance or people get angry. And I think they're at risk of maybe falling victim to some of their own successes here.
I think it's very well put because they're in that spot where you could do a lot of things right and Pat Mahomes is still there lurking. Yeah, the example I've been pointing to for the last several seasons is the Buffalo Bills. They've been legitimate Super Bowl contenders. They've got one AFC title game to show for it. They've been Mahomes a couple different times. They got burrowed once. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, you've done everything right in that way. And I know it's not fun for Bills fans to hear, but the Dolphins, the last 2 years rather, really the last 3 years, even after they moved on from Brian Flores, they're 20-14 over 2 seasons, 9-8. They were even better in terms of statistically. Their point differential was really good. Defensively, they haven't really turned the corner yet and been as effective as they were maybe a few seasons ago. But they're a couple turnovers away, a couple big plays away. Yeah, they lost to Kansas City. Everybody does in the postseason. So does that mean it's a failure? To me, I would stay the course and keep knocking on the door the way that they're going. But again, it's easier for me to say because I'm outside looking in.
I just think that division, to your point, is loaded. You look at the odds, a lot of good teams. It's difficult to try to figure out, like, all right, what's the path forward here for Miami to really become a juggernaut? But they're doing everything they can from a personnel standpoint around Tua. I also wonder with him as their quarterback, you don't have Allen, to your point. You don't have Mahomes. Like,
Right.
it is just difficult in that conference. Speaking of standings and expectations in the division, in the NFC East, is this thing said Grok? I see it on Twitter all the time. GROK. It's like the AI bot technology. Do you know what I'm talking
I
about?
know exactly what you're talking about. They ask me if I want to do it all the time, and I'm like, nah, man, I'm good.
Yeah, I do the same
I'm
thing.
all set,
like,
pal.
Nah, that'll be all for me. Thanks.
Appreciate you, but nah.
Everyone uses this now.
Yep.
And this AI tech basically is a predictor in a lot of ways. And according to it, in the NFC East this season, it spits out these results. AI predicts NFC East standings. Eagles win the division at 12-5. The Commanders make the playoffs.
What?
And finish second at 10-7. Cowboys 9-8, and the Giants 7-10. Now out in Vegas where they make the odds, the expectation is still the Commanders are not going to be good. They'll be the bottom of the division. I think you could get them at like around 6.5 wins still, even post Jaden Daniels at this point. But how about that? The AI, this Grok, whatever this thing is, spitting out its odds and it's used to churn out grabbing information
How about
and doing
that?
permutations. That the Eagles 2 wins better than Washington, and then the Commanders a 10-7 wild card team in year one of Quinn and Peters.
So I think we're counting the Eagles out because of how bad their swoon. I'm not saying you and me, but I think in general, as people are looking at football, count the Eagles out because of how bad the end of last year was. I think they ended up at the place that most Super Bowl losers get to, right? Not as good as you were the year before. Now, the road to do that really, I think, caused a lot of dramatics, and people were freaking out about it, understandably, because the second half of the year, they were dreadful. They got away with a couple of wins games they shouldn't have won, ended up winning them. Then the bottom fell out. But they'll be back and they'll be pretty good, in my humble opinion. Once again, they kind of retooled. And I think Dallas has one more really good year in them before kind of everything blows up. So I don't see them falling back behind Washington at this stage of the division. Maybe that's premature.
All right, we got Brian MacLellan coming up at the top of the hour. Also, I listened to this long form conversation with Mitch Rales. It's a couple hours worth of audio that I listened to this week. I know you haven't heard this, but I wanted to play some of it not only for you, Danny, but for all of our listeners, because there's some really, really fascinating things he said about business that he wants to apply to the Commanders. They also talked a little bit about football, and he's got an idea for how to re-engage with the fan base, specifically young people. That was awesome. And frankly, like, it gave me I felt more prideful listening to it than anything that I've heard talked about with the team in a long, long time. And I just wanted you all to hear that. So we'll do that next hour after the MacLellan conversation, probably right around 5:30 or so. So make sure you're listening if you want to hear that at that time. But the GM of the Capitals does join us next on G&D. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for the future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad. They will help you. They'll guide you and your family as you draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys now at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them we sent you at Grant and Danny. Mention us, you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. As we welcome you back, G&D live from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard by Nats Park. You will hear them right here on the Fan tonight at 6:45. They're not on Masson. So remember, Charlie and Dave keeping you company locally, exclusively with the game. I think being broadcast on Apple tonight is the deal. But let's talk hockey for a moment. We're joined by the general manager of the Washington Capitals, Brian MacLellan, on the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to be the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. So, Brian, you guys made the playoffs. You weren't supposed to. You sold at the deadline. A lot of us kind of gave up on the season, and then you still get in. And then people are excited, and the team got swept. So we're disappointed, even after not having had those expectations of getting there. Trying to figure out how we should feel. How do you guys feel?
Yeah. I think organizationally, we probably, mixed emotions. I think a lot of pride on what our team accomplished at the end. That last 6 weeks of the season, I thought, for the most part, we were very competitive and won a lot of good games and ended up beating 3 other teams out for that playoff spot. And in the same vein, I mean, I'm like probably you guys, you're disappointed in the 4-game sweep. Would have been nice to win a couple of those games. But within that, I thought there was a lot of positives too, especially with the play of our young guys. I thought Lapierre played really well. I thought Alexia played really well. McMichael had a good series. So a lot of positives in the end in hindsight, but still disappointed that, we didn't win a couple games against New York.
You mentioned a couple of those youngsters, taking that group as a whole. What impressed you most about them as they were kind of thrust into duty here at post-trade deadline?
Yeah, I was impressed because the playoffs just get turned up a notch. Speed, physicality, there's no room to make plays. And I thought all of those guys seemed to handle it well. I thought there was a lot of growth in their game. I thought it would be a big challenge playing against New York, who was a deep team, but the young guys were our best players in the end in that series. So it was impressive performance by them, and gives us a little optimism of what they're going to be in the future.
Sticking with the theme of the kids, what you got out of those guys all year long was really impressive. You had 11 players on the team this year who helped win the Calder Cup in Hershey last year. 8 as you clinched the playoffs in Philly at the end of the season, playing key roles. I mean, there was a point, I think, where you had 9 guys, 26 or younger, getting sweaters. That goes without saying. It's going to help big time. And I'm a fan of a lot of the players. I got a Beck Mallenstein sweater, right? But he's a 4th-line guy. Like, they're going to be role players. I guess my question is, of these young core guys, help me out here as to which you think could actually be maybe not stars, but really good top 6 offensive type players. I'm thinking maybe Maresh Nishenko and Lapierre have the highest ceilings, depending on if you view him or McMichael. What do you make of that in terms of like, hey, these are good players that can help us for a long time in some role versus firepower and star power?
Yeah, I think Lapierre has the highest offensive upside, and I think Miro does too. Miro's only 20 years old, we got to remember. Just got a little bit of ice, but I think he got a good taste and a good education of what the NHL is about. So excited to see him go back to Hershey and see if he can continue to grow down there. Yeah, I thought Lapierre played better than I thought offensively, and I think there's upside there. I mean, time will tell where he ends up in the lineup. Is he 2nd-line center? Is he 1st-line center? I don't know. McMichael added to his game this year with 18 goals. I still think he's got room for improvement. Is he a 3rd-line center or 2nd-line center? Hopefully the ceiling's high. Protas is a good complementary big forward. Makes a lot of plays. I'd like to get a little more offense out of him, get him closer to the net where he's getting scoring chances around the net. I mean, there's still a lot of room for development in all these guys. And, I don't want to I think the ceiling's high for all of them. The potential's high. It's just based on how we develop them and how they develop themselves.
And Protas, if he finishes on a few more goals, going to be a household name. I mean, he's around the net. He gets his chances, and he came so far this season. You guys were smart to obviously lock him up already. Going back to the centers with McMichael and LaPierre, is there a path where they're both here for a long time, or are they are they almost a little bit redundant and similar, if that makes sense? Is that a question?
No, I don't. I think they're a little different, and I think they complement each other, actually. I think Lappy can make some plays. He's got some speed. There's a little more dynamics there. And McMichael is a good two-way guy. Is pretty solid in his own end, kills penalties. I think he could play a little power play. I would envision them being around for a long time here in the organization, both of them.
Brian MacLellan with us here on Grant and Danny. Brian, as you kind of assess the team, kind of do the autopsy of what this year was and what you had and what you didn't have, as you start to look ahead to the future, what ingredients do you think were missing this year for you guys to be what we're so used to? We're so used to you guys competing at the highest level. The run's been unbelievable under your stewardship. What did you guys not have this year that you might be going shopping for?
I think, we'd like, a high-end playmaker, play first line. I think we started the year with, Kuzi and Nick, Strome, McMichael, Dowd down the middle, which I thought was going to be good. And then we end up losing two guys. Young guys came in and played well. So I really think, going into that year, we were looking for, a winger that has, high-end playmaking ability and can play power play. I think if we could find one of those, it improves our group. And then we'll see how our mix is on defense. I'll have some meetings with the coaches and see what they think and how they want to use guys and see if we need something there too.
One of the arguments we've kind of had about looking for that top line offensive player you're talking about is, do you need to go find a young ascending guy who can be that player like, somebody like Strome who you unearthed or Oshie years ago? Or could you just go get a veteran who's a now guy for the next couple years with Ovi and just kind of not worry about 5 years from now, but get an older guy maybe who can do that? What's your thought process?
Yeah, I agree with your assessment. I think we got to pursue both because the first scenario, I think it's a hard trade to make. You're going to have to find a guy you really like and you're going to have to give up a lot to get him. But you still go through the process because you never know what could happen. And then after that, then we go to scenario 2 where you do find a guy that maybe it's not the perfect, ideal age, but you're still trying to fill something that makes your team better in the long run.
Brian MacLellan on Grant and Danny. Speaking of Ovi, what he did in the second half was remarkable. Absolutely stunning. Incredible. He's back on track to catch Gretzky. I never thought I'd see the playoff series he just had, though, Mac. And I don't mean not getting a point. Like, the offense comes and goes, and you can get bad luck, block shots, miss shots, whatever. He had one hit in like 16 minutes on ice in one of those games. Was he just gassed, or what happened there? I was stunned.
Yeah, I think that's a question for him to answer. But, it's that last run we had, 6-7 weeks, whatever, it was every second day. The schedule was back-end heavy. There wasn't a lot of downtime. There was a couple back-to-backs in there, and I think it has a toll on everybody, let alone a guy that's 38 years old. That's my read on it. I don't know what he would say or he would admit that, but I just think for a 38-year-old to go through a full year like that, heavy schedule at the end, it's just hard to do it. I don't think you see too many guys doing it.
What do you think the difference was for him? We idiots like me posited, hey, maybe Father Time finally caught up to him. Then he reminded us, nope, I'm superhuman, and the aging curve doesn't affect me with that second half that he had. What do you think the difference was between, some of the struggles early on and that unbelievable run he had in the second half?
Yeah, I think our power play played better, the second half. I think it really struggled in the beginning. Coaches were introducing some new concepts. There was a transition from what we've always done for a long time. And players would naturally go back to that while we're trying to do something different. I think our power play got better at some points. I think that helped them.
I think, just his shooting percentage got back to normal when, it was low in the beginning, and then it caught up at the end and it evened out. So he had a hot streak. So he ended up, with 31 goals, which is really impressive in my mind.
Oh, amazing.
Us too.
In mid-February to the end of the season, it was the number 1 power play in hockey. And obviously everybody saw what happened in the playoffs against the number 3 penalty kill. But it's going to come and go. But they were on a heater, and that was a big part of it, clearly. Brian MacLellan with us here on Grant and Danny. Between the pipes, Lindgren was unbelievable and really saved the team's bacon a lot down the stretch. If you had to guess, do you plan on going into next season with the same 2 goalies?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to spend some time assessing it. Kemper's historically been a good goalie. I think this season got away from him a little bit, where he had good patches and then he had some soft patches. And then I think it was, part of that. And then as part of it was how well Lindgren played. He just kind of took over. Came in with a competitive attitude, added a lot of energy to the group, and the guys followed that into that last part of the season and ended up having a good year, mainly because of the energy he brought to the team.
So educate me on this. We've talked to Mike Rizzo a lot on the show over the years, the GM of the Nationals, and with like bullpen volatility as an example. If a guy has a down year, they might be more inclined to go, oh, we're just running it back next year, and he'll bounce back because there is an ebb and a flow in relief pitching, as an example, in roster building. Is goaltending the same way, where it's not like another position where you go, oh, that's what he'll be next year? Like, my point is, he might end up being the really hot, really good goalie by the end of next year. Do you view it that way or no?
We do. I mean, I think we, or everybody in general, has. You can't bet the goalie market following the next year. I think if you take all the goalies that had great years the previous year, they're not always the goalies that have the best year the next year. It's goalies run hot and cold year to year, so it's a tough thing to bet. And we always struggle with it internally. What can we do to how do you bet it? How do you sign a guy? How do you And Kemper's been pretty consistent his whole career. So it's, I would anticipate him having a good year next year.
Well, one other thing about goalie, right, is that you guys have had such a successful run at developing them. And you actually had not 1, but 2 tremendous goalies down in the AHL this year with Hershey, who just broke a record this season. But not only Hunter Shepard, who everybody talks about, and I haven't watched him a lot, so you could tell me I'm just looking at the numbers and they're lying, but Clay Stevenson had a hell of a season too. How do you kind of piece together a plan when you've got guys? I mean, eventually one of them or both of them deserve a shot, no?
No, I agree. I think it's, we got to find ways or opportunities to get them in the NHL so we can better evaluate how they'd be at that level. Whether it's through injuries or beginning of the season, how you manage it, but NHL experience, we'd like to see him in that, get that opportunity so we can evaluate him further.
Mac, we were from the outside wildly impressed with Spencer Carberry this year for a million reasons. Just want your general assessment. How do you feel like he grew his first year on the bench?
Yeah, I thought he was excellent. I think he has a strong belief in what he can bring to a team. I thought he handled, veteran players, young players. Thought he handled his staff. I thought he did everything well. He's a good communicator, brings passion, brings accountability, brings good energy to the rink every night. You couldn't ask for more from the job he did this year.
He was great. To the extent that you're willing to share it, what's some of the feedback you gave him, areas that you think he can improve upon as he goes forward?
Yeah, I don't know if. I'm not sure he'd appreciate whatever. He just had a really good year. I thought he was excellent, and I think I gave him some feedback. I think the best thing is he's open-minded and he can improve a couple different areas, but the total package is there for him.
As you, again, now that you've had some time after, obviously it's, you guys are such high-level competitors and ending the season the way that you did against the Rangers, probably no fun for anybody. But as you kind of pulled up, I know you touched on this a little bit here, Mac, but just big picture, Do you view this season as a success because of all the positive stuff, or because it didn't go the way you thought initially, and you were sort of forced to turn in a different direction and sell at the deadline and everything else? How do you view this season in totality? Success or something else?
I think it's a both. I think it's, I think we're anticipating going through a transition period into younger players and, trying to look for opportunities to do that. I think what happened during the year just accelerated it a little bit. You push guys up quicker than maybe you thought with LaPierre. And, I think it's exciting that he grabbed it. I think, Alexiev going into the year, we weren't sure where he fit in. We signed Edmondson, and, Alexiev at the end took over and played really well too. I think that in general, there's a lot of positives like that. I thought McMichael took the next step. It was nice to get Miro in a few games. So we can continue to do that stuff. A few years from now, these guys are going to be mature players, and we should have a very competitive team.
And you're really not losing much. You're talking about basically expiring contracts of Patches on the 1-year deal and Obey Kubel. So you kind of keep the group together if you'd like to and add to it. It's an exciting offseason, I'll say, for the fan base, because it's been so long since you guys really had the flexibility to spend and aggressively go add some things, and it seems like you might be able to. Should we assume that you'll have the Backstrom money available if he's staying on LTIR?
Yeah, I would anticipate he's still on LTIR. I think there's a process that everybody needs to go through, but I would anticipate as of now that he's on LTIR next year.
What about Oshie?
I think he's taken some time to assess where he's at physically. I'm not sure he wants to do what he did this year to stay in the league, but he's going to pursue some advice and talk to doctors and see if there's a way that he could, be able to be more consistent physically, and then make his decision based on that.
If he and Backstrom were both on LTIR, that's 17% of your salary cap. You'd have to tell me. I don't think you've ever had that much money to play with.
No.
I
don't think we did either.
Would you, and I don't know if there's rollover money like in football or how it works, but would you plan on going out and spending that now, or is that not how you would do it?
I think it would depend on, we'd go through the process of trying to spend it. And I think the free agent market has a couple names, but I don't know that it's extraordinarily deep this year. So I think we'd be open to it, but maybe you save a little for later. It would depending on the players or players that we could sign.
You guys also have so many picks to play with too. What's more valuable at this point? Just what those could get you, or having the picks for the long-term build?
I always look at, some of those picks are going to be good picks, but I think, you need picks, you need cap space. Those are the currency to give you the ability to make trades. So hopefully we can do that.
Brent, I know it's the NHL, and a guy could have his arm chopped off, and you guys would say it's an upper body injury, or he's out with an upper body. But I'd love for you to go into it a little bit, just so folks kind of have a window into what Oshie actually had to go through on a seemingly daily, hourly, minute-by-minute basis, kind of just to get himself on the ice for some of these important games you guys were playing down the stretch, and kind of the example that sets for the young guys.
Yeah, his game prep or practice prep or maintenance is pretty intensive. He has a chronic back issue that, limits what he can do physically. And he does a lot of work with, the various opportunities, chiropractors. I think he participates in quite a few of the alternative strategies for your back. And he just, it's a grind. And then when you see him go down, it looks bad and painful. And, we're never sure that, is he going to continue to come back? And he continues to make that decision and does the work to get him back in shape physically so that he could play. I think the big, he wanted to play. His goal was 1,000 games. I think he was going to do whatever he could do to get those 1,000 games in. And it was at times difficult to watch. But in the end, it was impressive. And, he showed a lot of heart and courage to do it.
Brian MacLellan, GM of the Capitals on Grant and Danny. How much of when you're working a trade, is that all via text? Are you actually calling, emails? Like, we get steamed up to make trades in fantasy sports. That's got to be the most fun part of your job. How are you actually doing it in 2024?
I think you do both. There's calls, there's text. Depending on the individual you're communicating with, some prefer one over the other, some like both. Any way you can communicate with guys. If you're thinking of something, in between phone calls, you can shoot a text, and then that generates something in your next conversation on the phone.
Do trades ever come together just like one or two texts over 4 minutes, or is it always a really long, drawn-out
we've
process?
had one that happened really quick on text because it's right at the deadline.
That's funny.
Amazing.
So he's like, "What about this?" You're like, "Sure, why not?"
Well, you see the clock going down, and you weren't, you had a previous conversation, and then you get to that point, and it's like you don't have time to make the call, so you text back, and you get it done.
I love that. That is awesome. One of these days over maybe a beer, we'll have to find out who that was. Who got text traded. Brian, this is always right. Oh, sorry, man. It's always great to catch up with you. Really appreciate it. Know you're busy. Have a great offseason, okay?
Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Caps GM Brian MacLellan on Grant and Danny. Next, what Commanders minority owner Mitch Rales said his plan is to try to get young people back into caring about the local football team. I think this audio is really important, and I think you guys will love what you hear next. Thanks to Brian MacLellan for joining us. Been a great guest lineup so far today. Welcome back to G&D on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:15. Nats play at 6:45, right down the street. Pregame with Charlie and Dave, about 45 minutes out. I told you I wanted to play some audio from Mitch Rales. So this is from a show he was on called The Art of Investing. Mitch Rales almost never does interviews. In fact, if you search and look for it, I found one long-form, legitimate conversation he's had that I could unearth on the internet in like 25 years. And it was this feature on his, at the time, new art museum in the Washington Post. This has been years. But he and his wife, Emily, have this art museum, Glenstone, that is basically the intersection of art and nature. It's out in a beautiful area, really, really quiet, out in, I believe, Potomac, Maryland. But the point is, he's very private. You know, for a guy who is a billionaire several times over and one of the most successful people of his generation, like, you just don't know much about this guy in our area. I didn't even know who he was. I never heard his name until it came up in conjunction with the Commanders, and then I started asking some people and doing some digging and learning more about him. But he's an extremely likable guy, has an amazing story. His father was an orphan, ended up kind of with his own hands building up a business and becoming a millionaire. He and his brothers started with a small business, and they became billionaires. And he signed this pledge where he's going to give away 98% of his wealth when it's all said and done. He's not taking it with him. Like, it will be used to benefit everybody else. I just really, everything I read about him,
Very impressive.
I
Without a doubt.
really like this guy.
Mhm.
He also is extremely personable on mic. When I see him publicly, my limited interactions with him have been ultra impressive. Getting to know him a very little bit. He seems like a really, really good dude. In fact, it's funny. He came to a Commanders game. I'm sure he was at all of them, but he came into the press box at one point this year. And I had just gone downstairs. My wife had brought my kids first time all season, only time all season.
Mhm.
And it was halftime. And I left my little seat at the press box and ran downstairs to go check on them and see how my wife was doing, if they needed anything. And apparently Mitch Rales was like, "Where's Grant and Danny at?" You know,
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So just a personable guy.
How cool is that?
Gets it, had heard the show while he was in the car at some point. And I was like, "Oh, you think Danny's here? That's funny."
That's adorable. But I'm here.
But even I wasn't even,
Right, and
I
you weren't
just
there,
left to tend to the family. So missed that opportunity. But anyway, I bring it up to say that Mitch Rales did this interview, and I was like, I got to listen to this. So it's a couple hours. The first, 90% of it is basically him talking about business and just passing along advice. And I think so much of it is practical to life, kind of in a self-help way. When smart people who have had a lot of success are talking, it's a good thing to listen. But the last few minutes are on the Commanders and on the future and what they're trying to establish and build. So there's a few things I wanted to play, but I'm going to cut right to what I think is the lead here that I wanted people to hear. This was kind of several minutes into the Commanders portion of this, but he's talking about trying to make up for losing a generation.
Mm-hmm.
He suggested in the interview, I don't remember the exact ages, but that if you are between, I think it was for him, like ages, child to, I think he said 25. And I would even say it's older because I'm 35 and I've never seen them relevant or good. But he suggested like Ryan's age around 25, that's the era they've completely lost. You just like Mahomes, or you picked up a new team, or you've moved on. So he's been thinking, he's a career lifer in this area. He's got some ties in the Pittsburgh area. It sounds a little bit like a Yinzer, but he is a DC guy, fan of this team through and through, grew up going to RFK Stadium. He wants to fix it. He wants to get young people to care again. Listen to this idea that he dropped on this interview that came out this week on this Art of Investing broadcast that he did.
We've lost a generation of fans. If you're 8 years old to call it 25 years old, you learn to give your Sundays to other things other than NFL football in Washington. And we need to get those people back. But more importantly, we need to cultivate the next generation of fans. I have this vision where every, call it third or fourth grader, should come to a Hall of Fame that we're going to build, that will become part of our stadium complex or part of our new practice facilities. We're not quite sure where we want to do that yet. But the Commanders should pay for the transportation and the teachers and the lunch that's necessary for any kid in the 3rd or 4th grade within 100 miles of the stadium to come to this Hall of Fame and see the history of the team. And if it's at the stadium, walk out onto the field and look up at the mass around and daydream a little bit about coming to a ball game, and then leave with a hat and T-shirt, compliments of the Commanders, and hopefully we build fans for life. And that's what it's going to take over the course of time to really re-engage the community in a way that just hasn't existed for the last 24 years.
How good is that?
As Walter White said, one of the great television shows of all time, Breaking Bad, you're goddamn right. That was perfect. That's perfect.
How good is that?
Drop the mics and everyone stand up for your applause.
Here's your cliff notes.
Correct.
So he's not even, and I kind of misspoke because I'm talking about the generation lost, which he also covered. But that wasn't even the generation lost. He says we need to cultivate the next generation of fans. So he's zeroing in on maybe 3rd or 4th grade, kind of formative years as a sports fan.
Mm-hmm.
My first memories I can remember in elementary school, loving my teams, loving my players, right? Charting Jerry Stackhouse stats for the Wizards eventually. But way before that, when I was in 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade, it was Mitch Richmond. It was Juwan Howard. It was Chris Whitney, right? We'll pay every year, every single student within 100 miles. If the schools don't want to do it, fine. We'll pay for the bus to come bring your kid to our museum. We'll pay for, well, they're going to go out on the field. We're going to have lunch. We're going to give them a shirt and a hat. You just can't tell me that you're not more of a fan if that happens. And if you go experiencing that, and if you go to what is not going to be an awful stadium, or if it's at the practice facility, you get a tour, you get to see the Lombardi. Like, what an idea, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the box, exactly what you and I have always talked about, which is give them a cookie, man. Please extend an olive branch. Like, I just wanted to play the audio and basically say, good for you.
100% correct.
It's such a smart, great idea, such a noble thought. And frankly, beyond just it being the right thing to do, it is necessary.
Yes.
They acted forever when they walked into a room like their ass didn't stink. We're the Redskins. Yeah, but what does that mean now? Oh, you misheard me. We're the Redskins. And you do that for long enough when you're not bad anymore.
It worked for a while.
But this is where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets that. He knows that. I hear stuff like that and I go, this is going to be okay.
They're going to do it right.
They're going to fix this.
We're going to make it. I mean, it's all anecdotal, of course, but my son is in that exact demographic that he's talking about. There is nothing that I could say to get him to watch a game on Sunday with me. During the football season, he will not sit down for a single second unless I punished him otherwise. And that's not the point of this thing, right? He has no interest. He doesn't have any interest because none of his friends have any interest. None of his friends have any interest because none of their older brothers have any interest. Nobody in that age group cares at all. At all. At all. Like, not a single iota. There's no interest.
One field trip might not change that completely, but it's going to help.
And that's the point here.
You're on their radar.
Is man. The way to endear yourself used to be because we had no other options. I'm turning the TV that I had to, if I as the young guy, I had to stand up and walk over to the television and change it. This channel, dad, this channel, dad, this channel, dad. I had to do that. All we had was to be able to watch the game. I watched the games they won all the time. Got me, hooked me for life. I can't shake them. Even if I wanted to a couple times, they're in my blood. But for these guys, for the kids, there's nothing. There's nothing that holds them to this. That's the way to do it. 100%.
I want to hear what you guys think about that idea. At 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. I've got several other clips here from this Mitch Rales interview on this interview that he did. The Art of Investing was the show. But building a Hall of Fame, bringing in children, paying for them, their teachers, field trips. If you're within 100 miles, we'll bring you in at some point during the school year, sign up, come get your T-shirt, your hat, walk around on the field. I think it's genius. It's exactly what they should be thinking about and doing. It feels brilliant to me, but I just want to see what you think to an idea the likes of which we haven't heard around here in a long, 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 long time. Other Mitch Rales audio I want to play that I think you'll like too coming your way. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
and the lunch that's necessary for any kid in the 3rd or 4th grade within 100 miles of the stadium to come to this Hall of Fame and see the history of the team. And if it's at the stadium, walk out onto the field and look up at the mass around and daydream a little bit about coming to a ball game and then leave with a hat and T-shirt, compliments of the Commanders. And hopefully we build fans for life.
That's new minority owner Mitch Rales. It's a big part of this ownership group. I would imagine if you stack up wealth, if you're comparing numbers, Josh Harris's net worth on a Google search, he's up around $8 billion. Mitch Rales is worth every bit, probably close to that. I don't know how that money works. Your boy doesn't know how to count that high. But
what was it, 7.2 or 7? So much.
My point is, this is a guy whose opinion's going to matter. Harris he went to him for a reason. They want to build this thing back up because they know it's an importance to the community to get it done. There's a value to it, and because it means something to them. But to hear him say that, that's something I would suggest as just a crazy idea. Like, what could they do to help themselves with young people? What if you just had everyone come on a field trip and you gave them a hat and a shirt and let them take a tour? And the owner is saying that. I mean, what a difference. It's just a whole new world with the possibilities here when you're thinking that way.
On two fronts, super quick. One, the acknowledgement. That's foreign to us here.
That's necessary.
Yeah.
Well, look, these guys are smart. They've been looking at the books for a year.
Yeah.
I guarantee they're going, number one, we're going to be able to do this because there's a resilience here, and fans with sports and with the passion that they have for this team, they'll come back.
Yeah, previously you were tapping a vein that has almost dried up. It's dwindling. You need more places to mine, and that's what this is all about.
But I guarantee they also realized, this house might be in worse shape than we thought. Like when you actually send your people under the house and you look at the foundation and you look at some things, there's no way they didn't get to look at the books. I guarantee you they find out when they first look at some of this stuff. Oh boy, we got work to do. But I'll bet you they're confident. Let's go to Paul, who's in Woodbridge on G&D. Hey, Paul.
Hey, afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, with regards to what Mitch Rales said, and looking under the leadership of Josh Harris, it's not surprising because these are men who are successful in life and successful businessmen, and they're not selling a widget, they're not selling a product, they're selling an experience, and we don't have to go into what that experience has been like for so many Washington fans, but the hard thing is building that positive experience on the field. So it really makes sense, and I really like this approach where what you do have control of and when you can make immediate effects on is the positive experience that your customers, who are the fans that they have on a day-to-day basis.
So we talk about this a lot, and I think that's a smart call. All you can control is what you control. Control the controllables. If you're Mitch Rales, Josh Harris, you can't make the team win. Frankly, if you're Dan Quinn, you can't make the team. You don't get to just show up, work harder than everyone else, and automatically now you win. You can't touch that button. They would have touched it a long time ago. But you have to give yourself a chance by doing enough of the little things that allow you to have an opportunity. And you now know that they have a chance to do that. Let's go to Joe in Manassas. What's up, Joe?
Gentlemen, first time, long time.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks for making the call. We appreciate it.
Yeah, so I have a 12-year-old I was just driving to practice. And same thing, Danny, to your point, does not care at all about the Commanders. In fact, whenever I mention them, she says trash.
Trash. I get that a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's her response. And when you play the audio of Mitch Rales talking about busting in these kids from around 100 miles out and going on the field and getting a hat and a T-shirt, her eyes got big and she was like, what grade is he talking about? When is this going to happen?
That's cool.
And I think they have to do something to reach that younger demo. I mean, they have to. because they just don't have any connection. They don't care.
And that's
I'm your
one
age.
idea, Joe, right? But it's so true. Like, if you have 5 or 6 ideas like that,
And that's it. It's your governing principle.
if you execute 4 or 5 of them, now you got a shot. But if you're not thinking like that, if you're thinking like Dan Snyder, which is, they'll come to us, we're the Redskins, you have no chance anymore.
Agreed.
That's how you lost an entire generation, because you were not extending the olive branch. Because when someone said, hey, you didn't give me my cookie, you said, oh, we probably gave it to you. You probably ate it. Or, no, just hand them a cookie, man. They never wanted to appeal to or appease the fan base. They refused. They didn't want to do it. But now, if you come up with a few of these ideas, you execute a few of these plans, maybe you can grow this thing a little bit. Kevin in Silver Spring, what's up?
Hey, I think winning will cure all. And I remember when I was younger, seeing my dad and my uncles yelling at the TV set, and it got me interested. But one of the things that mainly got me interested was one of the famous icon running backs that played for the team was dating my babysitter, and she was hot. And you talking about winning off the field, man? Hey, that got me interested, and I've been a fan for life.
Two different paths led to the one thing.
Winning off the field.
Hell of a turn there. I think his point is Mitch Rales needs to have some of the single players date babysitters.
I think that's
of players, and if they do that, then kids will like the team more because the hot babysitter is dating the player.
They're different takeaways. That could be one of them.
I did not see that coming when that call started.
That was a swerve right there. That's a little 2-0 cutter. I was not ready for it.
Hey, Friday at 5:52. He
We're
pays
all right. We're
some
fine.
homage to Bruce Allen.
We're good.
And he wins off the field a little bit there.
I like it.
I just wanted to applaud that idea.
No, seriously, it's great.
And say, here. There's going to be more. I'm going to play from the Rails conversation in the next week on the show because I want people to hear some of the really smart things that he said. Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan. Next, what I want to do is I want to finish the week with a little G&D's Tony's Mailbag.
It's up to you guys.
Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Now, I'm going to start right now on Twitter. You can do the same, Danny.
I'm doing right now. Yeah.
As well as in the chat on YouTube where people are watching the show right now. Soliciting questions. This is an Ask Us Anything. It could be about sports. It could be about the teams we talk about all the time or teams that we never talk about. It could be about a non-sports, behind-the-scenes 106.7 The Fan question. Whatever you want to know us, know what we think about, whatever you want to hear us opine about, it's an Ask Us Anything to end the week on a Friday. It's Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag, and the phones are wide open for you next. 800-636-1067 on G&D. Stretch run of Grant and Danny. Taking you up to 6:15 in Nats pregame here on The Fan. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for the future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm of Condorian Murad. They're going to guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, and creating a medical power of attorney for you. Schedule a free consultation. That's free. Get that consultation. They've got estate planning attorneys waiting at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is time. Final few minutes of the show. It's Friday. The way we like to end the week is with Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. It's our version of an Ask Us Anything. You can steer the conversation. We get complaints occasionally. You guys don't talk enough about this. I always want to hear you say this, and you don't. You don't get to complain because we give you this chance once a week on the G&D's Tony's Mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Darius is talented.
Really is.
Producer Darius. He's got it's a mixture of Luther Vandross and Jesus. I mean, just the pipes are unbelievable.
Just singing it live every single time.
We'll have to get a camera for this segment, just specifically for me in this segment, so people can see that I'm actually doing it live.
Absolutely. The live rendition of Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Because we had people that said that sounds taped, and we're like, dude, every time he has to have he does like a T 20 minutes before the segment. Does like voice exercises, vocal pitch whistle stuff with a actual whistle that he brings in. It's a whole ordeal. All right, I've got a bunch here at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. Got some in the Instagram DMs at Grant H. Paulson. And we got some in the YouTube chat as well, where people are watching the show today. We're streaming on YouTube. So why don't we start with Turtle Power, who asks, he's got a three-parter here.
All
so
right.
His first question is, what is the best flavor of chicken wings? I have two answers. I like a mild buffalo sauce or a hot buffalo sauce if it's not that spicy. I also like Old Bay dry rub. Dry rubbed Old Bay extra crispy is kind of the wheelhouse for me right now.
Hot buffalo is the best with a little blue cheese dip just to cut the edge off there. I love that Old Bay. That dry rub Old Bay works really, really well. Because what happens is it like burns on in a way to the wing, if that makes any sense. It's like it's singed in there. Of
course it does.
Really, really tasty. I'm a fan.
Darius, give me another one for this guy, Turtle Power.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
He asks, will Maryland football ever win the Big Ten title in our lifetime? I say no to that.
No.
I think there's too many good teams, Michigan, Ohio State among them. He's talking about winning a Big Ten championship. Yeah, that's not a thing. So I'll say no there. There's going to be a year where they get to the Big Ten title game. There's going to be a year where they shock people, whatever. I don't think they finish the job, especially now that the conferences are growing and more teams are joining. That's not going to happen. And then the last one he asked was, which are better, appetizers or desserts? This is an incredible question.
Oh, my God.
So I'm going to surprise him here. Appetizer over desserts for me all the time. Darius knows this. Ryan knows this. Danny doesn't hang out with us outside of the show, or else he would also know this. But appetizers constantly get ordered. Desserts almost never for me. I love chocolate lava cake. There's a few different desserts I will order. I'll get like any kind of cookie skillet with a a la mode vanilla ice cream on top.
We went to Yardbird. You saved room for dessert.
Exactly.
For our show dinner. So they got a couple special ones. Yeah.
They have fried Oreos. Yes. It's not like I don't eat dessert. But whenever I go, even if it's lunchtime, I'm going to get an appetizer.
Appies.
100% of the time. I'll share it if it's lunchtime with the table. Deviled eggs, wings, whatever it is. So appetizers over desserts for me.
Appies. It's the star of the show. Oftentimes, and I've spoken to actual chefs and people that run restaurants about this very thing. You can put your personality. You could star things a little bit with some innovative ideas on the appetizer parts of the menu. Oftentimes at restaurants, appetizers are where it's at. Appies are the best thing when passed at a formal event or like a wedding or a bar mitzvah or something like that. They're always the best foods, better than the mains. Appies at restaurants are great. I love appetizers.
Darius, let's do this thing.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Mike asks, if you could have only one more DC team win a championship in your lifetime, which would you pick? Seems easy, I think.
You would think the answer is the football gentleman.
But you don't want them to win as the Commanders.
It's not that. I love basketball. I've loved the Bullets / Wizards my entire life. I've never once been rewarded. I think I'd get a lot of joy out of that because it would mean I've seen all 4 teams. It would probably be, just thinking professionally, it's probably going to be the football team just because of how great that would be for us and the station, and being here part of that would be incredible. So I'll say that, but it's not a knockdown. It's not that easy over the Wizards. I would love to see a basketball championship.
Really easy for me. Super Bowl over the Wizards. Caps, Nats, very, very close, I would say. But the better question, and we'll do this in the offseason at some point, you get 5 championships to this.
How you divvy them up?
How do you divvy them up?
Oh, man.
That one's more fun. But the answer, if they get one more in my lifetime, Lombardi Trophy, I'll see you at the parade, please and thank you.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Nick asks, you're Mike Rizzo for a day. What move do you make? I say thanks to Eddie Rosario for your time. It's been fun.
Take it easy, Eddie.
And then I call, what's the area code in Rochester? Hey, guys, how you doing? Is James there? Put him on the phone. Hey, James, it's Mike. Yeah, you're coming to the big leagues, kid. So we'll see you here in 2 days. Okay. All right now. Thanks. That's what I would do if I was Mike Rizzo. Call up James Wood. That's the answer.
I'm trying to think, what other moves can you make right now? There's not much else you can do.
I can think of a couple. Tanner Rainey, it's been real.
Well, yeah, I mean, cutting guys. But I'm thinking about, like, I'm going to hopefully wait another month or two. Then I'll go, anybody that's got a pulse that's not locked down here, let's trade him for something or somebody.
I would say,
Senzel
I'll
or
give you
otherwise.
another one if you want it. Joey Meneses, it's been outstanding.
Thanks for the time.
Juan Yepes, who's in AAA right now, having a good run with Rochester. You're in the big leagues. A couple of things that come to mind. Darius, let's go.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Via our buddy Cody Shook, who I'm sure you remember.
My guy and your guy.
Yeah, so this is a tweeter took a Cody Shook positive question and posed it to us. You got to rank them for a meal. Sonic, Taco Bell, IHOP. Sonic, Taco Bell, IHOP.
Okay.
And so my assumption is it's for breakfast.
Right.
Right? So right away, I love Taco Bell. That's not going to be my breakfast choice.
Yeah, Taco Bell's always dead last in all rankings for me. I've never been there. I'll never be there. I could live to 100. I won't go there. So that's dead last. The other two are Sonic and IHOP.
And IHOP.
IHOP 1, Sonic 2. I've never been to Sonic, I don't think either.
I think you would love Sonic. Now, the problem is it's basically designed for drive-through, kind of eat outside. I like to actually sit on the outside stuff. Order from Sonic in my car, then go sit and just take a break from the car.
Sit in my comfortable seat in my car,
Different
listen
ways
to
to
the
do it.
radio. That's the way to do that.
I think I'm going Sonic 1 there. I go Sonic 1, IHOP 2, Taco Bell 3 for breakfast.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Matrix style. Remember the Matrix where
Blue
Neo
pill, red pill?
Yeah, so Neo gets plugged in. That's our boy David Slizite. You get plugged into the Matrix, and Neo learns a skill where he comes back. He's like, "Whoa, I know kung fu." You get plugged into the Matrix, you can learn a skill. What skill are you learning?
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? So like, there's a computer program where he's like, "No, I know kung fu."
I'm between two minds. I want to be very handy and like a fixer and builder of things in my home. Does that count as a skill?
Absolutely.
So I think I would want that. Like today, I'm just going to redo our bathroom, something like that.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that I'm really intrigued by the possibility of here would be I'd like to be able to play instruments. I don't have a musical bone in my body.
Same for me.
Not a ounce of my being is capable of learning to hold a note, sing in tune, like none of that stuff. God forbid, pick up a saxophone or a guitar or something. I think being more musically talented. My father's an excellent saxophone player. One of my two brothers was really good at any instrument he tried, drums, saxophone. I could never do it. So those would be my answers.
I want to be able to build something. So in other words, I go, "Hey, I want a porch. I want to build that." Or, "Hey, we're going to do the patio," or, "I'll build a basketball court for my." I want to be able to build stuff. To take something that is not and make it would be incredible for me.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
A lot of food questions here,
Yeah,
which I like.
That's on brand.
Jeff in Virginia says, What is the correct temperature to eat an Uncrustable? When do you start the thaw process? It's a great question.
So are you a refrigerated guy or a room temperature guy?
Well, in a million years, I would never be a room temperature guy. Let's start with that. You want the cold, refreshing, almost that pop when you put it in
Right
your
out of the
mouth.
fridge.
Isolate that, by the way. What he's asking is, do you freeze them or not?
Uh-huh.
And when do you take them out of the freezer? I think I'm fridge all the time. Keep the fridge at 38 degrees or whatever and just have it there.
Mhm.
I don't need to thaw it because I'm not going to freeze it.
So I've never had one. I don't really do them. You guys do, and they're never there. Only
Hole in your
off
game,
occasions
buddy.
I was gonna try them. They seem like it's the right idea. I'm all about it. I would say the colder the better. Not frozen because that's like uncomfortable for everybody, but like that nice chill with the bread and the gelatinous in there to go with the peanut butter, because peanut butter is good all weather. You know what I mean? Unless it's too hot. So I would say probably you want it refrigerated.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Who are the Lakers going to hire as their head coach?
Darvin Ham again.
That's a good bit.
Teron Lue, is he available?
Yeah, I think it might be T. Lou.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say I'm buying the theories. JJ Redick, LeBron's podcast partner, gets the head coaching job.
My shtick answer is whoever LeBron says, and my real answer is whomever LeBron says.
Let's get you your next starting lineups and pitching matchups ahead of nighttime baseball in the district. Remember, the game's not on Masson tonight. It's on an app that you have to have. So if you don't have it, you can listen to Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler right here, starting at 6:45. The lineups and pitching matchups, Danny's going to blow through here, presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Little wrinkle to the lineup. Jacob Young leading off in center field, batting second. See, Jake Abrams at shortstop. Nick Senzel batting third, playing third. Joey Meneses at first base and cleanup spot. Keber Ruiz is your DH, hitting fifth. Alex Call in right field. Ildemar Vargas in left. Riley Adams doing the catching. And Trey Lipscomb at second base behind Patrick Corbin.
If you missed any part of today's show, including some tremendous guests, shout out to Brian MacLellan, GM of the Capitals, for joining us, bringing some candor. Mikey Sainristil, corner from Michigan, second-round pick. Linebacker Jordan McGee from Temple, fifth-round pick. Make sure you podcast at thefandc.com, grantanddanny.com/audio. For Darius and for Ryan, G&D, saying so long. Thank you for making the show part of your day.